How do you play that note again? Oh, I think it's this. Ready? There it is. I forget how to play that part every time, dude. It's like, Anyway, how's everybody doing? It is cooler here. It is cooler today than it was yesterday. Freaking. So I looked at the temperatures on the weather. Dude, Boston hit 97 degrees. 9-7. That's why it was so hot yesterday. We had a huge heat wave. It's better today now. Everything is under control. The air conditioner straight up just couldn't take the heat. It's a 5,000 BTU air conditioner. It just couldn't take the heat. Couldn't exchange the heat fast enough. $96, 97, depending on where you were hired. It's insane. Dude, we weren't ready for that. It wasn't just me that was having those problems. How many kilonewtons is 5,000 British thermals? I don't know. Yes. 69,420. Was it as hot up here as it was down there, Jim? You tell me. You've been thunderstruck. 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 Took 2 quizzes last night and did a 100-question review. Wow. Nice. What should I play next? One more. One more and then it's time to run. Or start. Or run. I don't know. It's just a heat wave, CRJ. Sometimes the summer gets like this, dude. So we get 2 types of summers here in Boston. There's summers like this, and then there's the Indian summer. Summers like this is where it gets really, really, really freaking hot in June and July. And then you have, I mean, I don't know if you can even call it an Indian summer anymore. But Indian summer is where it basically stays 80 degrees, 80, 90 degrees until like the middle of October. Which is, yeah. That usually means that it's going to snow a lot. Kick out the gems if you know it. I don't. Here. This is an oldie. Well, it's an oldie where I come from. Lucky for you, we have one summer. Blast furnace. You know what, CRJ? I like the heat. I'll be honest with you. Not yesterday, though. Yesterday sucked. I forget where he plays from there. Here, I got an even bigger oldie. Hold on. Let me see if we can get. Now we need. That doesn't sound right. The one from Pulp Fiction? Link Ray is what it's called. More SSTO today. Make plane go to space. Wait, Chinook with wings. Wait, who said that? You want me to play Moby Dick on the drums? Oh, shoot. Dude, I haven't played the drums in a long time. Like, with anybody, let me put it that way. And that makes a big difference. Because, like, when you're trying to play a song, you're not trying to hold time, if that makes any sense. So it is prohibitively difficult. Scientific talk. Yes! Alright, let's see if we can do it. Let's see. Which one is Moby Dick? One for steady, and now we're ready, and 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a delay. There's a nasty delay. And its sound is very low. Gotta turn the sound up. That's still super low, huh? There we go. All right, hang on. I gotta plug into the other thing. There's too much of a delay with the drums, so I gotta. Ow, that hurts my ears. All right. Drop the stick, dude. Oh man, I'm rusty. Rusty. How's that? Is that better? Without the delay, I can play. It's easier to hold the time. There's a playback delay between my headset and the mixer. If I plug right into the mixer, I can keep time better. And don't get me wrong, I'm not good at this. I'm not the best at this, but here. How about I don't know. Give me a song. Into the Void? I don't know that song. Give me a song that would be played on ZLX, Jim. 100.7 WZLX. Boston's classic rock. I don't know Bonzo's Montreux. Black Dog, okay. No, that's not right. You guys are picking the hardest stuff. No, that's not right. I was gonna play War Pigs. Ready? That's not right either. When the levee breaks? Play Tom Sawyer. Oh, wait. That's a great song, Jim. So I'll Wait goes, there's the huge keyboard in it. I guess I'll never learn. I know your picture, yes, I know it well. Another page is turned. Are you for real? It's so hard to tell from just a magazine. Yeah, you just smile and the picture sells. Look what it does to me. I Tom Sawyer. I'll try. I suck at that. Spotted a DOS setting up a cam. Yeah, he's out there. Here, how about this one? All right, I'll try Rush. Ready? Oh, dude, it's so hard to keep that time. DOS drives a Dodge, huh? DOS drives whatever DOS wants to drive, man. Yeah, Patoxin. I haven't seen a picture of it yet, but oops. I keep dropping the stick like a putz. It's Bush League. Hearing this makes you want to play the drums so bad. Here. Here. Song that I play on the guitar. I think Roger Taylor goes. Enough. I'm starting to sweat and it's starting to get hot in here again. Give me all your love tonight. That song kicks ass, man. I never worked, you said you never worked out the coordination to do a bass pedal with a drum set. Yeah, neither did I. I agree, Blue Shorts. It is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
10 years from Yusuf. Make your brother go swimming with a brick, that's alright. Time of day, oh yeah. No friend of mine. Ain't no friend of mine. Nice, Iron. That's cool. Can't listen to it on stream, but it's cool. Kind of want to learn Queen on the ukulele. The ukulele. Nice. Oh, yeah, lights. The lights, the new Elgato lights put off a lot of heat. It's probably that coupled with the heating probably didn't do me any favors yesterday. But it's alright. Give me all your love tonight. All your love tonight. Alright. Another scorcher here. It is a little toasty today. It is 91. 31C, baby. Alright. I'm gonna just, I'll use this opportunity to just sweat it all out. Sweat it all out. There we go. Guess who's back? Back again. Warmer than yesterday. Hammer nails, it was nuts, dude. It was like a record high or something yesterday, man. Hip! Here's to a nice, calm, cool, and collected day of engineering. Today's gonna suck, man. But I'm in a good mood, so it's alright. It's currently 16C and I'm sweating. I'm certainly not jealous. Drummer, I'm already... The camera doesn't do it justice, man. I'm dripping sweat right now. It's pretty easy to tell. Like, I am dripping sweat.
Go and throttle up.
But it's alright. Nyanix, what's up, dude? Thanks for all the building in Minecraft, man. We'll get back to that. I just gotta finish this, man. We just gotta finish it. Good luck looking for an AC now. yeah, Hammer, that's right. Now it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good, man. Just better call Saul. What's the temperature right now? Yeah, no, it's better than yesterday, man. We're at 75. 75, no problem. We do have job lot up here, yes. Did you see what Relativity showed off today? Relatively speaking. Well, relatively speaking, I did. What the frick is that? Guys? What the frick is this? What the frick is this? What in the balls is this thing? All right. That's awesome. I love it. Made from next-gen satellites. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. I don't care, gosh. I don't care. Oh, that's so badass, man. Holy crap. That's cool, dude. Tim Ellis is a freaking genius. That's amazing. 3D print that sucker? Oh! 16 foot diameter. So that's about as big as that is a Falcon 9. 5 meter payload bay, 2.1 million pounds of thrust. That's competing against Falcon 9, dude. That's wicked cool. Wicked, dude. What? This is nuts. I love it. Oh, frick you, that's cool. Wait, wasn't there a bunch of people that Relativity poached? Didn't Relativity poach a bunch of people from SpaceX? And then they make that? That's amazing. What is that, W? ISS artificial gravity study shows promise for long duration spaceflight. All right. Oh, wow, man. Wait a second, man. What do you think the spaceship's gonna look like this year? Whoa! Last. Nah, you see my last. Oh, dude, fully reusable 2-stage. That's really cool. That's really cool. Potato quality? You're a potato. So it looks like Starship and Super Heavy, but it's about the size of a Falcon 9. It looks like BFR. It doesn't look like Starship at all. But, yeah. I like it. That's really cool. I'm Polish. Of course I'm potato. Potat. Jak zamasz? Dobry vaj. How many tons to Venus? I don't know, but it'd be rude not to go. Sorry, just joined. Is that Starship? No, that's Relativity Space. Great success. It's cool and all, but we got deadlines. Yeah, I fucking hate all you. Yeah, we should get to some engineering, shouldn't we? That would be the prudent thing to do, I guess. Shall I show you where we left off? Shall I show you? Here. There you go. Look at that. Isn't that nice? I saw your Discord message, C22. Did you buy it, or was that like a one-time thing? Sorry, I've been, kind of preoccupied with something later. Some assholes. Suck my ass. What? The food here is very nice. They are treating me very well. The great leader of this country is looking to free the American hostages if you stop your imperialism from around the globe. I got it. Like I said, it's yours if you want it. I mean, kind of want it. You a photographer? I'm a combat correspondent. Oh yeah? Seen much combat? Alright, anyway. I said that because you're a photographer. Alright, cool. Oh yeah, no, this isn't it, by the way. I wanted to see if I could throw you guys for a hook. So I spent many hours last night staring at my computer. I was staring at my computer, and it was one of those mood sessions. Some peyote may have been involved. No, I don't do that. But see, right now you're thinking, is he kidding? He might not be kidding, but also he might be kidding, and I can't tell. Good. 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 Good! You got your old lights still set up? No, these new Elgato lights are like freaking hot plates. Yeah, I went and touched them after the stream, and they weren't burn your hand hot, but they were pretty hot. Important to note, they didn't mention human rating, just multiplanetary transport. I don't think that thing is targeting human rating. There's no peyote left in North America. Yeah. Right. Right. So, I had a mood session, right? And I spent a lot of time staring at this. I was like, oh, that's nice. That's really cool. Then I spent a lot of time staring at this. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. I like that one, too. That one's really good. He's nice. He's very nice. And then I spent a lot of time staring at this piece of junk. This thing pissed me off yesterday, I'll tell you. And part of it is, remember when I said the whole probe core thing? Yeah. If you notice, I'm a little fun short yesterday. I was down in the 800s, and I'm back to 900. It's because I put this thing out in the VAB, and I did some thrust vector control tests. And it turns out that I was in fact right. This thing has so many control problems. It has so many freaking control problems because the control point isn't aligned with the center of thrust. That's the exact same problem I had on Collins. And when I brought it up, yes, everyone's like, no, that's not how that works. The control point goes around the center of mass. Well, yeah, guess what? You're wrong. You're incorrect. Yeah, that's not right at all. People that are like, no, that's how that works. I'm like, no, it's not. You're incorrect, and I shouldn't have listened to you. You know who you are. It's all right. Enjoy being wrong. Just cost me a lot of money. It's fine. It's fine. People care about money, right? So, that's part of the reason why that thing didn't work very well. So I also started messing with the numbers, started doing numbers out of my head. Even with the ohms thrusters, it's still not 100%. The ohms thrusters were a good idea. That is a good idea. Now, the ohms thrusters were a good idea, but the scale still isn't there. It has to be a perfect ascent profile. From everything that I've seen, coupled with the thrusters here, it has to be a perfect ascent profile. It has to be. Or else this thing is not going to get into space. And even then, you have to tap into the payload fuel to get back down. So this thing is a subscale demonstrator, and that's the way it's going to stay. How's the SSTO going? Oh, really bad. Yeah, really bad, Laserman. Yeah. You're wrong, but you think you're right, and that makes you dangerous. Yeah, that's incorrect. So, I spent many hours, Brimo can confirm this, staring at the computer making faces like this. And faces like this. And faces like this. And faces like this. Maybe a little bit of this. We got a little... And then some of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And then I made this. Behold, gentlemen, behold the thermostat. Observe as I turn up the heat. I'm not going crazy by this deadline, I swear.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they go golfing? In case they get a hole in one. Ha! It was funny. Don't inhale cough. I might have heat stroke. Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I might have heat stroke. That was so funny. I inhaled coffee. And now every time I talk, some coffee tries to enter my lungs. Isn't that good? Yeah, so you gotta inhale the coffee directly
Discovery,
into your
go
lungs.
at throttle up.
And then... and then you'll get a direct hit of coffee and caffeine. Yep, nope. Still in there. Anyway, moving on. All right, cool. It infuses with the oxygen. You can also pour it straight into your eye holes. Yeah, and then make a coffee suppository. You can do that too. Good news, everyone. It's a suppository. That actually wasn't over-exaggerated. I actually choked. I'm not going to lie to you. So what do you think? So, basically what I did was, I spent hours staring at the old one. We did some calculations with this yesterday. But I came up with some ideas. So how does this integrate with the pad? Yes, it does. How does she fly? Oh, I have no idea. It's not done yet. I have no idea. It should be okay. It should be okay. These are just ideas that I had and kind of stuff that I implemented based off of what we heard. But it's based off of basically our tests with the other program. Now, so this new SSTO, and I also put the arrow shell on it just to make sure that the arrow shell is scalable, not only in parts, but you can extend it and it should be fine. Yeah, repairable body flaps were an idea. I'm not sure if it's going to work. We'll find out, though. Why the I-beams? Because I like to party? Puke it up? Don't do that. That's bad for you. So, I redesigned the fuel tanks. Alright, super serious note. Back to engineer. Back to engineer phase. I redesigned the fuel tanks. That's what happened here. I redesigned them around new numbers, and I started building out the arrow shell, and the I-beams are here for mass simulation of what the fairings would be like, karate. That's why they're there. I took the old arrow shell, and it turns out that extending the frame, extending this slightly makes it a lot better. It actually brings everything into balance. Aerodynamically, a little bit better than it did on the previous version. The more and more I look at it, the more and more I look at the other version, it just looks stubby to me. That one looked right. It looked correct. I mean, this is just the arrow shell. It looks right. And then you keep staring at it, and you're like, it's not... It's a little stubby. So, I built out this, and we're going to finish this today. Turn off your lights. Why? I'm good. I'll sweat it out. Sweat, baby, sexist Texas drought. Yeah, you do the kind of things that only Prince would sing about. You're gonna get hot and grumpy again. No. No, I'm good. There's still coffee in there. I'm not gonna lie. I straight up inhaled that. Chad, remember this when he gets hot and grumpy again. No. I'm good. You gotta have H2O. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm good. Sorry, guys. I had a recurrence of my drinking problem. 76, Jim. Yeah, it's all over me. Yeah. I didn't even feel that. I'm not even kidding. Gatorade. That's not that bad. I mean, this will dry very quickly. Today's starting off really well. No, I'm actually really excited about this, all right? Because we can use everything, and we basically just extend the arrow shell. And check this out. This thing has a much better center of mass. The center of mass on the old one was somewhere in here. This one is right in line with where the payload bay actually is on the real X-33, and the Venture Star for that matter. I kept noticing that the payload bay on the old design is somewhere right around here. This one is much more towards the center. So check this out. Look at the Delta V numbers on this thing. This has no overclocked engines. 4389 altitude, or sea level specific impulse. In vacuum, we're pushing 4687. Okay? What's the empty weight center of gravity look like? Oh, well, let me tell you something about TPS reports. So the Delta V numbers are there with payload of 2.25 tons. We're there. This thing is very, 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 very good for where we are right now. So check this out. Oh, baby. Still a little bit rearward, but there's not much I can do about that. But oh yeah, baby. This thing should fly real well. Yeah, I know from the other test that this should work. I also upgraded the rear control surfaces to big S elevons. Keeping the same outer shell. Yeah, it's just a little bit longer, and I have to do some modifications to it, but you can keep the same shell. We don't have to re-engineer anything. It's just an extended version. This, once again, and I keep saying, oh, it should work. No, this, I'm pretty sure this will be fine. In terms of pan integration, I want to think about it slightly differently, and I'll tell you more about that in a second. We'll work we're rolling wowie. Alright, so, the payload bay, yeah, it probably should, for down mass capabilities, be here. But look, the payload bay is such a small mass of the vehicle that does not really matter. You can shim it out with the body flap, all right? So I basically kind of put this thing together to kind of estimate, once again, estimate the final mass, etc., etc. And the numbers are really good. These numbers are very, very, very good. If we take a look, I will show you. There's some things to think about when I put this thing together, and I'll be honest, I actually did just sit here and look at X33 and read X33 PDFs for probably a good 3 to 4 hours. You're welcome, sweet. Hi. Yeah. Alt-L? Yeah. Yes. So, I went with a tri-lobe design up here for the liquid oxygen tank. Okay? The reason why I did it is because these tanks need to have higher dry mass than these tanks. So the tri-lobe design makes sense. I don't have any way to replicate a densified propellant. That's the best way that I can do it. And the fairing mass should be able to compensate, the fairing mass should compensate for the size of that tank and the fact that tanks are clipped. I don't actually really have a problem with that at all. And then the back tanks are actually just 4 of these. Slightly clipped, but not that bad. Really, it's not a big deal with the clipping out back. So the tri-lobe tank gives me exactly what I need. It fills that area in. Why not use EVA construction? Yeah, Hillness, you can't EVA construct the wing connectors. Yeah, that's why. They're not a construction part. The clipping is fair since the tanks weigh so much. Yeah, the fact that I made the arrow shell out of panels should compensate for the fact that that's the way that it is. Yeah. So, check this out. 4389. We're pushing 44 vacuum, 44 sea level specific impulse, and 46 vacuum. This extended version basically gives me the margin that I was looking for with the other one. And this doesn't have a huge hump sticking out the top, or at least it won't. It should just from the side, it should look like that. So, I just started taking parts and putting stuff together and trying to make it look kind of like the old one to give you guys a good representation about how this thing is going to be put together. It's not bad. I put these docking ports here because I was trying to figure out a way to put these hinges together and whatnot. And it turns out that the hinges, this should be a construction part. So as long as I have the hinges and I snap a docking port, we could just take the body flaps off of one, right? Put a new hinge on to combat the hinge drift and put it back together. It shouldn't take, if we wanted to do that, it shouldn't take very long. So it's not the hinge, it's not the wing that drifts, it's the hinge. So make the hinge detachable from the wing and replace the hinge. As long as I have a hard point to attach this to, it shouldn't be a problem. I just put that there as kind of a representation. Now this one also has 3 shuttle motors, and now I know what you're saying. Well, how are you going to get around that? Well, on the last one, on the docking flange that we put here, I put I-beams right here to represent the actual hold down points. Those I-beams I had auto strutted to a root part, right? And as long as we do the higher, as long as we do this correctly, right? As long as we do this out correctly, these could be strutted to root part and could basically auto strut the hold down point for me in place. I don't necessarily need a structural hold down point. It'd actually probably be better to use the auto struts to hold it in position. And then we have just a side docking port on the bottom or a side docking port on the top, just like the Freedom rockets, right? Like, why would we do this any other way? I don't know why I wanted to do it that way in the first place. I thought that way would be better, but it's not. Yeah, this should be fine. In terms of pad drift, that's still a problem. I don't know what to do about that. But we'll think of something. EJ thought about this all night, didn't he? Yes. Yes. These numbers are sweet. Check this out. You want to see something? Want to see something sweet? Check that out. Get rid of this, right? Put 5 tons there. Look at the numbers. Still good. 4218. Yeah, still good with 5 tons of payload. This thing in here like this, yeah, 2.25 tons, so crew, whatever, no problem. It'll easily make it into space, even compensating for a terrible ascent profile. How much LTV did the old one have? It had 4,000 on the dot. Yeah, 4,000 on the dot. I think you need to do crane lifting. Yeah. Yeah, that would suck. But I think you might be right. Yeah, I like the 3 engines in the center. That actually is more reminiscent of the aero spikes. Did you fix the occluded antenna? I did on the old one, but it exploded. Actually, prototype 15 is still up there. Any thoughts on the new Ford Maverick? What? What the hell is this? That's not a Ford Maverick. What? This looks like a Wiimote had sex with a Ford Ranger. What the hell is this? Family Guy meme. What? Well, he was in a good mood. All right. Why do we do this to ourselves? Why do we do this to ourselves? Wait, isn't Ford already making the Ranger? Why do they need a light-duty truck? I'm confused. What? When I was back in my day, I was growing up, that was the dang old Ford Maverick, boy. The Ranger's still too big. All the cars got fat. Buck, what happened? Did they start feeding them high fructose biodiesel corn syrup? Oh God, too real. Too real. Too real. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. It gets 40 miles per gallon. The Ranger doesn't do that. The old Ranger does. The old Ranger definitely gets 40 miles to the gallon. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You don't know the old Ranger. The new one's fat. But then again, I don't know if they, like, Wisp, I forget if you're overseas or not. I don't know if you guys ever got the Ford Ranger. Ford made a sweet mini truck back in the day. They're indestructible, these things. It was, you know why they're indestructible? Because it was a joint project with Mazda. Yeah, the Ford Ranger Mazda B300. Those are great trucks. They don't freaking break. I mean, they kind of do, but parts are aplenty, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a, yeah, no, exactly, Loopy. The Mazda B300s and the Ford Rangers, they're great. I'm sorry, my shirt's a little wet. I had a recurrence of my drinking problem, and, you know, to help quench the heat, I just poured water on myself. Yeah, it's everywhere. It looks like I peed my pants. It's all right. We got that, but in a Mazda brand. Okay, so you got the B300. All right. Well, it's a good truck. I mean, all right. My American's showing. I get it. I like a bigger truck, but those things are cool. I do like that. The Maverick very much interests you. Is it electric? Boogie, woogie, woogie, woogie? Doug has a video on the new Ford Maverick, and I tell you, it is one of the greatest trucks I've ever seen. And today I'm going to drive it, and then I'm going to give it a Doug score. And to visit more of my thoughts on this brand new Ford Maverick, visit my column over at autotrader.com/oversteer, and don't forget to get into cars and bids if you want to bid on cars that aren't classics, that are just regular cars that nobody actually wants. Go over to cars and bid. Wait, what? Sorry, I like Doug. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Doug makes me laugh. It's always the funny faces that he makes when he uses a thing on a car that he doesn't understand. This is the content that you come for. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's... Dude, all right. And this isn't some, like, oh my God, it's so curvy. I don't care about that. I just... The box curvy aesthetic that modern cars have, I've never liked it. I've never liked it. I haven't liked it since the 90s. It just looks weird to me, but that looks cool. That's a cool truck. I mean, I mean, I get it. You want to make a truck with the Bronco. That's fine. Turks and Verns. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh God, this smells of advertising and marketing, defying expectations. Here, we could do it Steve Jobs style. Ready? The all-new 2022 Ford Maverick. Defying expectations. The innovator, the trendsetter, the Maverick truck. With a do-it-yourself, customizable pickup bed, roomy interior, and the latest technology. It's the only standard. It's the only standard full hybrid truck in America. It's not, but anyway. Look it. You can use it for exploring in urban environments and out in the wilderness. It's good at all three of those things. All right, tell me the specs. I don't. Ooh, they brought. Hey, okay, XLT. Is it bad if I like the Steelies? I like these tires. I don't like that. That always looked weird to me. I like this. We can't waste any time. Oh, Josh, somebody, you're reminding me that I have a deadline. Huh. Thanks, man. Yeah, I better get back to work. Where's the engines? I want to know the engines. Yeah, this is pretty neat. That's pretty. What is that? What is that? Yeah, it's cool. I mean, all right, light truck. Okay, from that angle, I kind of like it. Kind of dig it from there. Yeah, that looks cool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind this. It looks like it's designed for a forgot word, truck bed thing that goes over on truck. It has a 2.5 hybrid and a 2.0. Okay. The topper, yeah, the topper, not the tonneau. The bed cap, yeah, that's what it's called. Sorry, I do what good more words like. And Loopy, if you're still here, good job, man. Good job. Hell yeah. That's right. It's freaking right. It is the shuttle thing. It's the shuttle thing. It's the shuttle thing. Chris got destroyed by shuttle connoisseurs. Loopy, you are a shuttle connoisseur, Ford Econoline. You're a shuttle connoisseur. Good for you. Yeah. My guy rocking an M16A1 right there. Very nice. Very nice. Full rock and roll with a 20-round mag. All right. Mate, America and Australia need panel vans again. Yes. It'd be nice to have a two-door light-duty truck. Agreed. Yeah, Loopy, that's... Oh, dude, don't get me wrong. I hate how everything is a quad-cab short bed nowadays. It almost makes me want to put a long bed on my truck just to spite people. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it looks better with a short bed. Yeah, I don't care. Hey, Joe, what's going on? That you can't get in more dang old American. Yeah. I mean, Loopy, yeah. You know, I've spent like the past decade beating rocket science into my head. It's just, yeah, gotta, like, it has to be utilitarian. It changed the way I look at cars, which is weird. Can I interest you in a ute? You can interest me in a ute, Hawks. Want to give me an FPV ute? Falcon FPV ute? I'll take that. Yes. I'll take 2, please. I love how SpaceX uses the old shuttle transporter. Me too, Joe. That's really cool. Last night I saw a space shuttle. There was red horses coming out of the back of it. What are they used for? Red hoses? Jose's. Yeah, Merkers. Utes are cool. That's right. I want an El Camino with a Tesla drivetrain. Nice try, Simone Gertz. Still, dude, I inhaled that coffee. That's like in my bronchioles. But, Buck, now, do you know, Truckla's good, alright? And Truckla is good, but, I mean, what about this? Does this do anything for you? What about that? That do anything for you? Yes, iced tea. It's freaking awesome. Freaking Rich Rebuild. I love that guy. That guy's my hero. Next time he has a meetup, I'm going to it. I'm gonna go to it. Be like, that freaking man. Hey, lazy. It just looks like unnecessary. Hey, 1 minute charging time. 1 minute charging time. 350-mile range. All right. Anyway. Yeah, Loopy, I tried to explain that to my neighbor once, who was trying to guilt trip me into driving the Coronet around. I'm like, yeah, nice Lexus hybrid. You're really doing a lot of good for the environment there. You know what Spider-Man is? He's a vigilante. Wait, is that an EJ imposter? Yes, yes. My name is in fact Daisy Duke. Holy crap, your hair grows fast. Then it's the Northern Italian. Northern Italian. That's what's going on. So there might be some German in there. Probably isn't, but there might be. It's the Northern Italian, man. It's just... But Italian... Yeah, okay, anyway. What the hell is this? Yes, Sim, that's awesome. No, Colonel Jack. That's a channel on YouTube called Rich Rebuilds. Rich Rebuilds is, he had a crashed Model S, or a flooded Model S, and he grouped up with a guy that's a TIG welding fabricator, and because the Model S is aluminum, you can't just weld it with a MIG welder. You need to use TIG for the same reasons that SpaceX needs to tip and TIG stainless steel. Aluminum does not like heat, and if you use a MIG welder, it's too much heat, it'll mess it up. So he got with a TIG welder, and they made a transmission tunnel for a Tesla, and they're putting an LS in it. Yeah, LS swap Tesla, which is pretty cool. That's pretty rad. I was on a conference call where you guys were talking about the Maverick. Maverick's better than the Ranger. Yeah, that's cool. I'm happy somebody's actually, you know what? It looks a little bit weird, but I'm actually kind of happy that someone's getting back into the mini truck game, because mini trucks kind of just went the way of the dodo 10 years ago, which is weird. Last, please. What's up? And Clayton, those hoses on the back of the shuttle are for hydrazine purging. Breathing that stuff is bad for you. It'd be about as good as drinking hydraulic fluid. Don't do that. Lulz, what's your last? Let me see. I'm about to buy a 94 Ranger Super Cab for 3K with 55K miles. You think that's a fair deal? Minimal rust. Offer 2,500. See what the guy does. Happy Ghostbusters Day, guys. It's 37 years old today. Don't say that again. Oh yeah, Tybot. Chevy has all these cool cars that they made. Tybot, how about Chevy brings back the T-Type, or something like the T-Type, front engine, rear-wheel drive, and just put an electric drivetrain in it, and bring back the GNX, GNX-E. Oh, I mean, just saying. It's actually a really good idea. Someone should do that. GM, if you're listening, call me. Yeah, Shy, exactly. It's really funny, actually. Yeah. Why not bring back the turbine car? The turbine car was DOA because of the Clean Air Act, Hunts. Yeah, emissions. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But Oldsmobile isn't a thing anymore, which is why I said GNX or Cutlass. Bring back the Cutlass. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, Cadillac's literally sitting on a gold mine, dude. Land yachts are cool again. And if you're looking at me funny, Tesla's the land yacht. It is a full-size luxury vehicle. The Model S, at least. All right, anyway. Good morning from the Great White North. Oh, how you doing, Naslik? Everything good up there? Everything good up there, bud? Oh, yeah? First car was a 77 Cutlass in 87. Nice. You got good taste, Dan. Those cars are really, really good. That's when Chevy really stood for freaking quality, man. I mean, they kind of still do with the engines, but yeah. Those, I've never heard anyone say anything bad out of about a 79 Cutlass. Literally never. Everyone's like, I love that car. I drove it into the ground. 300, 400,000 miles, no problem. You owned a 92 DeVille in high school. Yeah. I like land yachts, Christian. Personal luxury vehicles. We can't do that because I'm a sports car. Whatever. Anyway, still in a good mood after talking about that. Everything's good, but it's getting a bit hot out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I understand, man. It's been really hot down here, too. Like enough to, go outside and cook an egg on the front lawn or something. I don't know. Like, do I look like I know what it's like to have things that are hot? I don't know. I'm from the north as well. It does not get this hot up here. One curb in orbit. Here, let me just put this out right now. Here, let's launch this. It'll be fun. Oh, I can't. Sorry, no puedo. No puedo hablar contigo cuando te pones así. La veo llamados todos. Giggity, 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 giggity. Yeah, I just extended the arrow shell, JuiceBot. I got to do up the tanks and everything. We got to remake the structure, and I have to figure out a new launch flange here. But this should work. It should be fine. With 3 engines, how are we going to stand this up for launch? Loopy, I was thinking just use something like Freedom 7. Because, alright, check this out, dude. Here, let me get the tunage up and we'll actually get to work. See, I chose to warm up today. I didn't warm up yesterday, and look how that ended. Yeah, that ended really bad. We gotta have these little warm-up talks to kind of get me in the mood, get me going. Trust me. Trust your boy EJ. Do I look like someone that should be trusted? What? No, hell no. Нет. Это не хорошо. Нет. Нет. Okay. Get away from my children. I'm not sus. You're sus. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is, boy? I tell you what. Yep. 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 Yeah, no, I'm in charge of this company. What we gotta do is we gotta trim the fat. We gotta trim the fat of the company. We gotta fire the fat people. No. Discrimination is wrong. So, Loopy, here, check this out, dude. Take a look, my dude. Look, here. So, watch this. So, 4468 with 2.25 tons of payload. Look at this. So if I take this, right, and we move the double engines down here, and then we go into vacuum, look at these damn numbers. 4247 up there, 235. So yeah, that means I could basically run these tanks dry, and that's a good indicator of main engine cutoff. That should get me very close to orbit. And then we can use the rest of the propellants for maneuvers, or we could use these for on-orbit maneuvers and deorbit, and then we could drain that fuel as well. These numbers are sweet. This is a scaled design. Well, it's not scaled. It's actually not scaled at all. I extended it. I just literally added another section on the aeroshell. Everything else should transfer over. I'm serious. This should not be difficult. And before it was like, yeah, that's not gonna be difficult. I already have everything figured out. I literally spent the next 6 hours after the stream figuring out everything. Is TWR sufficient? 1.20. Oh, we're good. Oh yeah, we are very good. This design's real good. Did we weigh the Terriers against Cheetahs here? I haven't done that, but I can do that right now. Just finishing up the second coat now. 238. 238 at 555. 555. 555? Despicable Me memes. That can't be right. 542. No, put this down here. Yeah, 0.05. Alright. But that's with a full fuel load. So we're more likely, it's more likely going to be around here for the TWR. Let me just dump all this. I mean, this thing's going to look tits when it gets up near the space station. It's going to be amazing. We have ample room. I could take two extra tons of dry mass. And you know why I did that? You know why I designed it to be able to move 5 tons? Human rated, baby. Human rated, baby. I could put this on here, just like that. Doesn't affect the mass balance at all. Yeah, it's really cool. Room temp is better today. 77 right now, Nunus. Dude, we had a... Dude, there was... So, okay, I knew it was going to be hot, but I went and looked. We had a heat wave yesterday. It was a heat wave. It got up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit in some areas around Boston. Yeah, the max temp in this room yesterday was 87, which is 30 C. It got up to like 35 C in some areas outside, which is, it does not get that hot here ever. Like, that's about as high as the temperature goes here sometimes. 38. Jeez. Do you want to adjust the fuel flow so the tanks on either side of the COM drain last? Lippy, I don't really see the difference in doing that, dude. That's tropical. Yeah, Vasia, and it is not tropical here. It's not... Okay, it's very similar. Here, let me check something. Let me see. I think our climate is most like Sochi if I had to compare it to something. What's the temperatures here? I always show the temperatures somewhere up in here. Mostly just so you can easily tell where your fuel level's at. Actually, that's not a bad idea, Luke. Let's pull out all the stops. Let's get this right. Sochi is Florida, no? No. No. Sochi might be a little too far south. Climate, here we go. Let me check. Let me take a look. So, record low. Yeah, this is close. This is close to Boston. Yeah. It's about the same. Maybe a little bit, maybe like Krasnodar or something. A little bit more north. These are about the right numbers. They're close. Yeah, so average in January is 38. Yeah, 41. Yeah, this is about right. Maybe a little bit colder than this. That's the weather we get. So like, yeah, it gets pretty damn hot in the summer. This is not Florida. You want to see Florida? You want to see what it's like? Here, I'll show you Orlando. Orlando, the other place that I've lived ever in my life, which is not near here, is very different. They don't... Here. Check these. This is tropical in the U.S. Look at some of these. In Florida, it gets oppressively hot. 38°C at 100% humidity. Oh, yeah. You'll go outside and you'll be like, what the frick? It's 95 in Waltham, Den? Yeah, dude, it was 97 yesterday. And don't get me wrong, I ain't complaining. I hate winter. This is fine. It's just, dude, you know how that's a 5,000 BTU air conditioner that I have in the window. 5,000 BTUs. That should be good for a room that's double the size of the room that I'm in right now. It could not dissipate the heat. It couldn't exchange the heat fast enough for all of this yesterday. That's how hot it was. Yeah, T-Man, that's right. Boston is like Indiana. Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. That climate, the climate that Boston is in really doesn't change until you get to Detroit. Once you start going west of Detroit, that's when it starts to get cold, like Midwestern cold. Midwestern is, you know exactly what I mean. Midwestern cold is almost Russia cold. It's almost. Not exactly close, but it's almost there. Yeah, it's... Oh, yeah, bud. Yeah, you know. Anyway, let's get back to this. If we have the tanks immediately bumping against the payload bay be set to drain last, we can use that metric of when to shut down the engines and possibly switch to the ohms. Yeah, Soapy. I know about Midwestern cold. Midwestern cold is cold. One of my best friends is from Iowa. He told me about it. I'm like, yep. Nope. Yeah, I don't want that. It stays pretty warm in Boston because during the winter because we're near the ocean. That's why I thought of Sochi, Vasia, because it's similar. It's got the Black Sea right there. We have the Atlantic Ocean, and all the warm air from Florida goes up the East Coast. How's it going? It's going good, Riv. Creeper, what's up, dude? Tier 2, 24 month. That's 2 years, man. Creeper, where were you at when you first subbed to this channel, comparatively to where you are now? What a ride, dude. What a friggin' ride. Greetings from hot South Texas. Howdy, partner. All right, so we gotta get into some tank building here. So this is just the dimensions craft file. This is just a representation. We're gonna build this out now. All right. Thursday through Sunday weather is going to be beautiful. 68 to 75, which is perfect. Yeah. Then Remo and I were down on Cape Cod, past the bridges on Sunday. It was. All right, let's go. So, Damn Lake Soapy, I know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dragon, 21-month resub. Hope all is well. Everything is good, man. We'll figure out the umbilicals in a little bit. Loopy, I'm not seeing any particular gain over here. I mean, it's 238, and it's saying 555 TWR. It's 0.32 versus 0.16. I might want that for the fine control. What do you think? I hate the heat. Hottest weather I've been in was in Da Nang. Yeah, that's what Florida is like, Joe. Yeah, Da Nang is about right. Da Nang, Da Nang, Da Nang me up by a wall and hang me! What? I was in Korea, young, inexperienced, and loving life. Now I'm testing for my staff sergeant rank. More experience and now halfway through your asshole seeds. Nice. Keep bragging? Oh, I will. Oh, I will. Oh, I can. I don't know what I'm bragging about. 0.32 would let us cut the vectors earlier. Wait, hold on. That's saying 174. 174 at 0.16. What are these things saying? Hold on. 177 at 3.2. You like the buzz cut though? Thanks, man. This mustache isn't a code. I would get somebody yelling in my face if I had this. It's too far. Way too far. Way too far, creep. They would get very upset. Some CEO would get very mad at me. It's alright. Doesn't matter. Not in the military. Not that that's a good or a bad thing. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, TNT, you're up there, dude. I actually had Kunajo was in here the other day, who was like my third or fourth follower, which is just... Alright. Yeah, no, Doom, yeah, no. I would get someone barking in my face for this one. Maybe I will shave it to spec. I'm not. I like the around the sides, Freddie Mercury. It's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Yeah, public. No, and that's what really counts, right? All right, so, guys, I figured out a way to basically just transfer the arrow shell over. The arrow shell will move exactly to this one. It's just an extended version with more fuel tanks. I extended the back tanks and I added a tri-lobe tank in the front. Now, once again, going back to it, the reason why I put a tri-lobe tank up here is because on the real X37, all right? I keep saying X37, but it's not that. On the... Why did it load this up when I typed X33? I mean, I'm not complaining, but... You have to type it in here, moron. On the real X33, alright? I was noticing that from the isometric cutaway here, the liquid oxygen tank, and reading some PDFs, the liquid oxygen tank is made out of aluminum. It's aluminum lithium, so it's very much similar to the space shuttle external tank. It's a stir-welded aluminum lithium bilobe oxygen tank. Don't ask me how they did the stir weld on the bilobe. I have no freaking clue. Yeah, I have no idea. That's ridiculous. And then these are the composite tanks. Now, I knew that was, they did that on purpose. In aerospace engineering, nothing is there for no reason. Nothing is there for a skedit, all right? It's all there for a very big reason. Now, the hydrogen tanks are carbon fiber. That should give you a little bit of an indicator. They wanted to keep the mass forward. You have to balance the design anytime you're making a lifting body. You have to try and make something that is inherently center of mass biased, right? Center of mass? What is it, a ship? Center of mass bias towards the rear, because you have the engine, you have umbilicals, you have all your wings back here. So you have to figure out a way to keep the center of mass somewhere in this area right here. That's the only way it's going to fly right, because the fuselage is the wing, all right? So you want your center of lift to be right around here. This thing back here, and the vertical and horizontal stabilizers in the body flap are they're the same things that are on the back of an airplane, right? Elevators, stabilizers, rudders, that's all it has a body flap, and that's because of the rocket in the back, but that's another story. This is just stabilization surfaces. This whole thing is the wing. So I thought that the arrow shell would be enough. It's not. I've noticed, based off of our flight tests, particularly the one where we botched the reentry, where I shut the communications disc off, and it would have been botched anyway, that our center of mass is too far back. When we started to get into the transonic regime, around 20 kilometers, I said, oh, leave the RCS on and leave the control surfaces on, right? And then I started noticing some things. The thing's really susceptible to side slip. Right in the transonic regime. Really kind of, ironically enough, just like the real one. Now, I was like, why is that happening? Why is that happening? Why is that happening? Because my center of mass was too far back. I didn't get the center of mass right on the other prototype, on the LV5A. I didn't get the center of mass correct. It was actually too far back. I thought I had it balanced, but I didn't. So, extending the arrow shell, doing the tri-lobe tank with the arrow shell, keeps my center of mass way more forward. It's way more forward than it was. Hey, Flykin, you got some chocolate on your lip there. No, it's a caterpillar. Did I miss eating this into space? Hey, RG, what's going on? I tried a little bit yesterday. Yesterday was a Kerbal stream from hell. One of the worst streams I've literally ever done. It was almost 100 Fahrenheit in here, 35 C, and I just wanted to just headbutt a wall. And then I pretty much did. I remember the Best Buy days when a shuttle launch took about an hour. Yeah, Doom, yeah. I still found a way to make it an hour by integrating the vehicle on the pad, though, so don't worry, it was still good. Let's see. Oh, Creeper, this is the grooming laws. Yeah, it's not a law, it's compliance with this publication is mandatory by order of the Secretary of the Air Force. That's Secretary AF right there. Plus, more heavy in the nose isn't bad. Yeah, Loopy, stretching this out, and what I'm trying to get at is that stretching this out inherently balances the design a little bit more. You get a better bias. It's like Ackerman steering on a car. There's a certain ratio of your wheelbase to the size of the car that makes sense. Shorter wheelbases are inherently unstable at high speed. Longer wheelbases are stable at high speed. You got to find the sweet spot to make a nice balanced car. This is why all cars are pretty much the same size. Pretty much end up being around the same size. Like all performance vehicles. You ever notice that? All performance vehicles are around the same size because there's like a golden ratio of length between the front and rear axles. Stretching this actually kind of knocked everything into alignment here. It's pretty good. I do think we need to find a way to weigh the nose down a little bit more, especially if we're going to have these back there. But we'll get to that a little bit later. Didn't the shuttle have a body flap somewhere? Not somewhere. Oh, God, I love caps lock. Space shuttle! Yeah, the space shuttle has a body flap in the back. Now, people think that the body flap is there to just protect the engines. That is one of the things that it does, but it also is for trimming out. You trim out differential payload mass. If you have a payload that's just a little bit heavier during reentry and you move the center of mass a little bit forward, right? The body flap can compensate. Just in case. Hello?
Did you finish the Cheetos?
Did I finish the Cheetos? No, I threw them away.
Why?
Because.
Why?
You told me to take out the trash, so I put the Cheetos in the trash.
But you like the Cheetos.
Yeah, so I ate them and then put them in the trash. Are you upset?
Pepe hands.
There wasn't many left. That's why.
I know, but I want.
Okay, note to self, leave some crumbs for Brimo. Got it.
Pepe hands.
I'm a guy, I eat food. What do you want?
I just wanted you to leave me.
Here. Gender stereotypes, ready? But I cleaned the kitchen, and I cleaned the coffee table, and I took out the trash.
I did the dishes. And I picked up the cardboard.
Good job, you're not conforming to stereotypes. High five!
Friggin' Cheetos. I got you ice cream and you ate the Cheetos. Pepe hands.
Pepe, Peepo G. We are communicating with emotes. That's what the kids do now, right?
Salad time, Pepe.
Salads. We'll buy more Cheetos, okay?
I know, now I just don't know what to snack on. That's the...
Maybe if you snack on nothing, it'll be better.
maybe if you shut your mouth.
This is an abusive relationship. Sorry, babe.
It's alright. I just wanted to do Pepe hands up.
You wanted to... No, you want me to admit it on stream, you sick freak. You wanted me to admit it on stream that I have an eating disability? Alright? I'm not fat, I'm horizontally challenged.
To be honest, I just want... when I come in and I ask, I literally just want to make sure I'm not blind.
Yeah, no, I ate all of them.
Okay.
EJ plays the guitar. I dabble. Yeah, the space shuttle body flap was to protect the engines and to trim out for differential payload mass. Does this sound good with other music playing? You tell me. It's really hard to play like this. No. I have the distortion turned on because I was trying to sound like Queen. I was trying to sound like Brian May's Red Special. I can play with no distortion if that makes you happy. Does this make you happy? How about we switch to this? And maybe this. Yeah, cool fish. The Who guitar? Yeah, no, I have this awesome Vox amp where you can just change the sound. I don't need pedals or anything. You can just change it. So, like, if I wanted it to sound like Priest. Thrusting into the Hilton, earthing every thought. Go headlong into any day. This is sick, is it? Let's hook up and have a 12-piece guitar orchestra with me. Alright, what's that? Behold, Ganymede, the Juno mission conducted historic flybys of Jupiter's largest moon and captured the stunning image of the icy orbit. Detailed photos show craters, terrain, and long structural features possibly linked to tectonic faults. Cool. That's awesome. I play air guitar. I'm sort of a legend. Anyway. Cool. Alright. So. I'm kind of a big deal, public. People know me. We gotta get on this. So, let's do it. I'm just going to make the tanks right in this craft file, and we'll sub-assemble them and put them into another craft file because I have to get these dimensions right. So let's take this and just move that out of the way for a second, and we'll work on the bilobe tank. Let me just attach this here. And we will, just like before, we will use a 1875 here, and then I'll make a ruler to mark a 2.5 meter here. Let me get a 2.5 tank like this. We're in the building. We're having fun. Can you feel the engineering happening, chat? Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? Yes, hello. It is me, Dr. Zoidberg. I'm going to manipulate this didgeridoo to have the fleabers come into... What? This is not anatomy of the humans? Alright. That's pretty much the length that we need. And in order... I figured out another way to get the orange stripe. We're not going to have the orange stripe in this version. The reason why I'm not going to have the orange stripe in this version is because I'm going to put the nose cone at the front. That's something that I took from Collins's design. I remembered, like, oh, I can make the nose cone not have an orange stripe on it if I do it... if we build this in a certain way. So, what I'm going to do here is we're going to build this fairing, right? I'm going to build the fairing, and we're going to do something like this. So that's the center tank of the bilobe. That's got to be like that. So we can take the fuel out of it. We don't need to close it, but we grandparent strut the thing. And then put that basically where I want the thing to be. And also we have to do a fairing offset because the nose cone on the X-33 is a little bit low comparatively to where the tankage is. If we look at these... if we look at these pictures here, the reference pictures, and you look at this one, the isometric view, the nose cone is a little bit below where the point on the tanks is. So, yeah, we're going to try to nail this shape with this design. Missed last evening thanks to real life. What was the impetus for the design changes? Tybot, I literally had one of the worst streams I've ever done yesterday. Yeah, that's the impetus. Yeah, one of the worst streams I've ever done, ever. Yeah, I was so mad yesterday, and the heat was pissing me off so much, and I was trying to keep it, I was trying not to show it, but it leaked through, and then chat got all pissy, because if I get pissy, chat gets pissy, and that's on me, that's not on chat. So yeah, one of the worst streams I've ever done. I lost 3 prototypes yesterday. Yeah, 3 of them. Yeah, I launched one on a test flight, it screwed up during re-entry. One blew up on the pad, and then one stuck in orbit. In a slightly decaying orbit. Yeah, literally the worst stream I've ever done. Probably by a long shot. Yeah, it wasn't fun. There were some explosions. Nobody was having fun yesterday. And, yeah, yesterday was kind of a red letter day in how not to stream. Yeah, you can go watch the VOD. I'll leave it up. It's cringe as frick, though. Yeah, I went and watched it, too. I had it on in the background while I was working on this, and I'm like, wow. I suck. Yeah, I should probably not do this again. The one that's in space isn't lost. It's in a decaying orbit, Jim. It would have decayed by now. There was the one where Jeb died. At least that was a fun stream because they went to the moon. Yesterday just sucked. It just sucked. It was a terrible stream. But hey, even I have bad days. Like, that's the secret, man. You know, like, everyone has bad days, even people with really fun jobs like mine. I love my job, but dude, even I have terrible freaking days, and I had a terrible freaking day yesterday. It sucked. It was not fun. Really not fun. I really was not having fun yesterday, and I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna change that by just going back with the flow. Going back with the flow of things. Much easier this way. And more fun. Yeah, yesterday sucked. Yeah, pretty much on every conceivable level. It was terrible. Not fun. And I don't want to stream like that. So screw that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to turn this stream into a toxic hellhole. No way. Work way too hard to do the opposite of that. See? Check that out. No orange stripe on the nose cone. Hell yeah, brother! I was surprised you had not calculated the altitude to turn the ohms engines on. Seems haphazard. Yeah, that's what happens when you rush things. Yeah. Yeah, man. I know. I'm trying to rush, dude. I'm trying to get the deadline figured out, and it's... Doom, it's definitely... I'm feeling the heat. Don't worry, man. I'll get it right, and we'll get it better. It'll be better this time around. Alright, so now the next thing I gotta do that I got that figured out... Oh, that clipping is horrendous. But it doesn't matter, because the tanks are going to be placed the tanks are going to be placed slightly upwards like this, because once again, the downward nose cone. You were feeling both kinds of heat yesterday. Yeah, I don't want to do that again. I did not. It wasn't cool, guys. I don't want to stream like that. I've decided. I really don't. It just sucked. It wasn't fun at all. Yeah. Sorry about that. I should apologize. Because it was dumb. So, yeah, I'm not going to do that again. We're going to go back to having fun. Yeah, I get it. I have a deadline. I understand. But, you know what, man? That's too I'm not saying the deadline is too stressful. But if I just relax and we have some fun and we build at kind of the pace, I can't, I'm not going to say that I can't build faster. I probably can. But if we do that, it's just going to make it not as fun. Seriously. Yeah, it's not fun, and you know what, man? If I can't handle the deadlines, then what the hell am I doing? Like, who cares? Like, that's lame. So, let's have some fun. Let's talk about cars like I usually do. Swoon over pickup trucks. We'll do some space news maybe in a little bit. And just have fun. Let's build some friggin' space planes, man. I've been working myself like crazy with this deadline, and don't get me wrong, I still want to hit it. But I for sure ain't gonna hit it if I do what I did yesterday, you know? That still has a little bit of an orange stripe. That's okay. I don't mind that, the orange stripe being like that. That's fine. Does that fit with the arrow shell? Yeah. Fits pretty well, actually. Just some slight modifications to it. Oh, that line lines up. Perfect. Excellent. And then if I just give this a little bit of a nose down like that. Oh, no, that's too much. Yeah, that's real good. Yesterday was a lesson. It's just a terrible day, dude. Yeah, like I said, even I have bad days, man. No fun. I shut the stream off, and I ended up getting way more done here. Building out this version. We ended up doing that, and it was amazing. Look at what, sometimes, like, dude, it's very, very rare that days like that happen, but they do. Like, it is what it is, man. Learn from it and move on. And that's exactly what I'm doing. In fact, the only reason I'm still talking about it is because you guys are. So, I'm out. I'm out, old man. I'm just some punk in the woods with too many guns. It says the guy's name was Bob Lee Swagger. I never met the man, no. Other guys shoot to kill, he shoot to wound. Turn one target into 4. Let's just get back to the movie quotes and the good impressions and have a good time, my friends. Oh, so satisfying. Oh, Professor, I'm so into you. Alright. There we go. Yeah, Hip, let's work stuff out. I'm like, dude, I don't want to sit here and the other thing is that I don't want to sit here and admit that the heat was pissing me off yesterday. It was pissing me off. Like, I don't like sitting there and admitting it, you know, but like that some freaking weather can bother me. But man, it was difficult to focus yesterday. I mean, it's still hot in here right now, but you know what? Like, going at it with a negative attitude certainly ain't gonna make it better, so frick it. Frick it, dude. Let's get her done today, man. It got up to 87, Arsenal. 87 degrees. Yeah. Oh, you mean the heat was making you grumpy? It's not just that, Primo. Like, the heat wouldn't normally piss me off. It gets hot in here. I usually never even mention it because it doesn't bother me. It's the heat coupled with the SSTO not working, coupled with me stressing out about the deadline, coupled with everything else that's going on, trying to balance my time to get stuff done. Like, yeah, it just kind of compounded all yesterday. And sometimes you have days where it compounds and you just get to a point where you're just like, I hate everything. Bye. You know? Like, it's just about how you deal with it. And I did not deal with it well yesterday. I usually don't have a problem. Like, you guys see me, I usually don't have any problem when people ask tons of questions. That's not an issue. But you gotta go with the flow, that's the thing. If people keep asking questions, sometimes you just have to stop and just keep answering questions. It's fine, like, it's not a problem. But yesterday, oh, man. So, like, that, all that, coupled with the heat and everything, man, did it piss me off. Last, please, I had a question. What? No, god damn it. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, dude? Is the VAB temperature controlled? I can't imagine the power bill if it is. Certain parts, certain parts are, yeah. It has its own climate. Yeah, it has its own climate in there. It's mostly just dehumidified from what I'm remembering. It is a clean room where you build a rocket. It's just dehumidified, dude. Swishio, be careful, man. Yeah, it's mostly just a big dehumidifier in there, Element. It's really simple, right? You just put the humidifiers down low, right? Put the humidifiers down low and put the exhaust from the humidifier up high, right? It's just they just circulate the air basically up to down with a condenser down at the bottom. If I'm remembering that correctly. Here, let me take a look. Let me look at the top of the VAB. I'm serious. We'll just look at the top, see where the condensers are. Now, if I had to guess, because it's a big hollow building, that's right. The condensers aren't at the top of the building. I remember now. They're behind it. They're behind it on the opposite side of the launch control center. So yeah, it is climate controlled, and yeah, I bet you it does use a ton of energy. Oh, nice. High bay components. You know what? It'd probably be better if we just jumped on Earth. Let's see what we got. Havocs, I made it a thing to turn the air conditioner on and crank it like an hour before the stream started, and it's nice and cool in here. It's fine. It's 78 degrees. Now, don't get me wrong. This is all putting off a lot of heat. The new Elgato lights that I got put off way more heat than my old lights do. They're way more energy inefficient, to be honest with you, but they work better. But it is what it is. My computer, I can already see that the air conditioner is already having trouble exchanging the heat, which is fine. But it's not oppressively hot like it was yesterday, so it should just be normal today. We had a heat wave yesterday. It got to almost 100 degrees in certain parts of Boston, so it's fine. Creeper, 5-month resub. Not a 5-month resub. Gifted 5 subs. That's what that word means. Anyway. Oh, yeah.
Discovery, go and
yeah,
up.
yeah, Element. Take a look. Hey, you got a dad joke cinema. You get this up to dad joke. That's cool.
Discovery, go and throttle
Water,
up.
Weibos, and Lupusarau. My alerter isn't shutting off, so whatever.
Discovery,
So there's
go and throttle up.
condensers right there.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Interesting, Thomas. I mean, those modules are getting old, man. Oh, why do they have photogrammetry stop at the VAB? Wow, this wasn't here before.
Wow, where'd you get this? Yeah, it looks military. Definitely military.
That's Operations and Support Building 2, OSB2 for short. Usually when, like, Jim did an interview, or Bob Cabana or Bill Nelson does interviews, they do them up here with the VAB in the background. But the photogrammetry stops right at the VAB, which sucks. I mean, alright, Element, let's take a look. So they're... What are these? Step-downs. Step-down transformers. Yeah, no, they're drawing a lot of power, for sure. Yeah, I'll bet you like 70% of the power to the KSC goes to climate control in the VAB. Yeah, I'll bet you that. And the condensers aren't on the top because the building's hollow. You don't want weight on the roof like that. So they put the condensers to the side. And the thing is, Element, I'm only seeing condensers here. Let me guess, a full MPP? No. I don't think NASA has a power plant on site. I know they have solar farms. They have solar farms right here. See this whole area right here? That was a farm before KSC was KSC. And now it's a solar farm. You could tell that there was orange groves here at some point, but they there was a homestead here, but they reclaimed it. When NASA made Kennedy Space Center, they eminent domained a lot of people. A lot of people basically on the entirety of Merritt Island. From the NASA Causeway all the way up to up here. You can see where the homesteads were. You can see where people used to have houses. There's a driveway and stuff that just leads to nothing. See? They're all over the place. I mean, that one's for range operations, but... Yeah, there used to be a bunch of homesteads and stuff. Like, once again, you can tell where farms were. All up in here. These are all old orange groves. I mean, it's not like they shooed the people out either. They paid them. Bill was actually talking about that in one of his NASA presentations that he was working on. He said that when he flew on the space shuttle, he had his family under the Frontiers Act had a homestead in parts of Florida that are now Kennedy Space Center. That's an old school Southern draw Florida accent, man. Nobody talks like that anymore. That's really old school Southern comfort type of accent. Very different than how people talk down there today. Recently, I was north of the Brevard Horizontal Museum, and they had a lot of pictures and news clippings of what used to be there. Yeah, Loopy, that's cool, man. I like reading about this stuff. It's very interesting to me. Like, don't get me wrong. I like the Space Center there, and they paid people to settle there, and then they paid people to leave. That's what the Frontier Act was all about. To get people to settle the West and settle areas that were uninhabited so they build up the infrastructure. That's how the U.S. got so built up. The government paid people to move west, to move out here. The Frontiers Act's actually very interesting. Like, basically, they played cities in real life. Yeah, there's the solar farm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the solar farm is massive. So they took these... It's funny, because they took farms that were actually farms and made them solar farms. I'm wondering if you could grow underneath a solar farm. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a city slicker. I'm not a farmer. I get it. But what if you had, like, grow lights on the back of the solar panels? I mean, surely the grow lights wouldn't take up all the solar power. And you're certainly going to have excess solar power because battery tech, it's hard to store it. So what if you had grow lights on the back of the panels? I wonder what that would do. Yep, this is Roberts Road, and that's SpaceX's facility that they're building at Roberts Road over there. No, but the plants may grow too large. Yeah, what if you had, like, something that doesn't grow high, so like a pumpkin... Well, I mean, what the hell's a pumpkin patch gonna do? Transparent solar panels. Like, I look at this and it's like, oh my gosh, that was a farm and now it's a solar farm. Why not both? Why not both? Why not do both of those things? Taters. You could grow taters. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't think taters like the Florida soil though. Taters don't like wet. Believe it or not, it's got to be dry for potatoes to grow correctly. It has to be potatoes, believe it or not, they grow the best in a very specific climate, which is interesting. Here's a fun clip involving Bill Nelson. Huh. Interesting, Luke. I'll have to check that out. Agrivoltaic or agrophotovoltaics is co-developing the same area of land as solar power. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah, okay. That's cool. It would have to be a hand-harvested product. You could not get modern equipment in there. I mean, if that's the way to sustainability, bro. See last, please. No, the Yankees suck, and you're not going to change my mind, Hibbit. Jeez. Grow lights use ridiculous amounts of power. Yeah. Yeah, but Red, it's not about taking solar power, right? Converting it to electricity and then converting it back into solar power. With solar panels, just like any other form of electrical power generation, you have it's hard to store. You're always going to have an excess. You're always going to have surplus. I'm saying use the surplus for the lights. But yeah, hey, I guess people don't like that idea. Okay, so here is the front nose cone and forward tank here. I actually just need to see how much this fairing ended up being. I'm going to write all this down here. I just missed it. All right, edit the fairing. It's 1.09. So forward fairing mass 1.09 T. If it's something that I've learned from building these, you really have to keep track of this. Very much keep track of that. And now, I had estimated the forward fairing mass at 3 I-beams. What's the 3 I-beams mass? 375. So 0.375 times 3, 1.125, and we're at 1.09. Perfect mass estimation. Cool. Slightly over the mark. That's exactly what we got to do. We got to do that a bunch of times. All right. So save that like it is, right? Take this, move this back down here, and then now we have to work on building the rear tanks to achieve the same result aerodynamically as the forward tank. We should also probably test this right now to make sure that everything is aerodynamically occluded. Let's put down the fuel capacity here. So we have 2880 plus 1440 plus 540 plus 270. 1440 plus 540 plus 270. Times that by 2. 4,500 liquid. 4,500 liquid fuel. Cool. All right. Excellent. Does the 4,500 mirror what the design has? Yes, it does. All right, cool. All right, so now what I'm going to do is set that as the root part, and for this craft file, get rid of that. Nice. Wait, why is the center of mass over there? Oh. Took a second to update. Does the 4,500 include the ohms? Oh, yeah, C22. This is over-engineered, yeah. So now we got to go in here, and we have to make sure that this is strutted correctly, just like the other ones. So In this design, putting the nose cone up here gives something for the fairing to kind of attach to. So what we're going to need to do up here at the very front, we're going to need, it gives kind of, the nose cone gives me kind of an anchor point for everything to be held together. So that's what we're going to do here. It's kind of like the top stone in a stone arch design. The very, very top of a stone arch is the reason the arch stays up. Without the top stone, the whole thing falls apart. Anybody that's interested in Roman viaducts knows what I'm talking about. Alright, so those two struts are in position. The Keystone, that's right. Also, terrible beer, but not really. It's pretty good. You know what? I'm just gonna mess with the shape just a little bit. Let's just keep track of that fairing mass here. I like putting the nose cone here because it'll make the forward tank a little bit more stable. We have less orange stripes around the tank. I would love to just do that, but here, maybe if I... Okay, the design kind of stays the same no matter what. See, I want the line to kind of follow the shape. Orange stripes are inherently unstable. Yeah, that's right. Is that what I just said? Please don't tell me that's what I just said. That's not what I meant. I like putting this here because if you know, this gives everything something to strut to. Well, I'm here. Where's that boy Swagger? Yeah, the world ain't what it seems, is it, Gunny? The moment you think you got it figured, you wrong. That's good. Perfect. What was that final fairing mass? Hold on. So fairing mass moved up to 11. It's moved up to 1.1. Cool. Is this guy building an ICBM? No. Suicide. I don't really like making weapons in here. What I'm trying to do is imitate a Lockheed Martin project called the X-33. I'm trying to build it in KSP to do missions. I want this thing to be my lifter. Now, what's the X-33? So, it looks like a flying brick of cheese. Yeah. Bird. The Lockheed X-33 was something that came about in the mid-90s by Lockheed Martin and NASA. It was a joint project, and they were building it because they were trying to anticipate the increase in demand for the market for space travel. In the late 90s, there was a boom in commercial spaceflight, kind of like how there's a boom now. But there was a boom in commercial spaceflight because of the dot-com bubble. Tech companies wanted satellites for communication, setting up satellite phones, internet, satellite internet, satellite TV, satellite radio. And because of that, there was a huge demand for payloads. And then when the dot-com bubble popped in 97, the market went from like super high demand to real quick. So the project this was one of the reasons. There was a bunch of reasons. Project ended up getting canceled because of lack of demand and no real market for the thing. Also, they had some problems with the engineering that Lockheed eventually fixed. But the big thing was that there was really no demand for a vehicle like this. So what they were going to do, when the project was still going, is they were going to build a demonstrator, the X-33. The X-33 was designed to fly on a high suborbital trajectory, something similar to Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket, Jeff Bezos, and Virgin Galactic's suborbital space plane, right? So they did end up building the launch pad for it, and they were like 90% completed with the suborbital prototype when the program got axed in 2001. I'm trying to replicate it in Kerbal to my best, the best I can. I have a lot of pictures from NASA's Technical Resources Archive, and I have a lot of PDFs from the archive demonstrating what it was supposed to do. There's pictures of its launch pad over in California. That's something that details the thermal protection system. This was going to use metal tiles instead of silicate tiles like the space shuttle. But yeah, no, it's not an ICBM. What you're looking at is the forward tank design. Oh man, that thing would have been so sick. There's the mandrel for the upper carbon composite thermal protection system. Yeah, carbon composite TPS on the top with metallic nickel titanium Inconel silicate aluminum cilia fiber tiles. Yeah, it would have been expensive. But yeah, I'm trying to build this, and I'm trying to build a slightly bigger version of this for KSP. It's been proving to be a very difficult project. But that's the case anytime you make something in KSP. Now, the reason why I have pictures of the launch pad is because I build the launch pad too. I build that out. I built that thing in KSP with the robotic parts. I build it out and try to replicate the engineering in KSP as best as I can. It's difficult taking real-life aerodynamics and understanding that and then translating it into KSP so the game understands what the thing's supposed to do. I'm trying to get it to fly like the real thing. Because I can make something that looks like an X-33, no problem. Making it fly like one, though, is a little bit difficult. So that's why I'm really taking my time with the tank design. I'm really making sure we get it right. So yeah, I'm not building an ICBM, even though this kind of does look like one. It's just the forward tanks. I'm trying to replicate particularly, see this? Now, the X-33 used bilobe tanks. It's like if you took two cylinders and kind of joined them together. It's a very interesting shape. See those? Yeah, I'm trying to replicate that shape to my best extent. This is the kind of result of that effort here. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I think that ends up looking a little bit nicer. Then I'm going to take that, and we're going to go to local. I'm going to get the black stripe off. So yeah, no, I'm not building an ICBM. I haven't gone that crazy yet. I generally don't like building weapons in KSP, to be honest with you. But yeah, we're getting there. Not on the weapons front, on the SSTO front. So, I've had to redesign this thing a bunch of times. But I think I have the design dialed in, and I really want to push to get this thing working by the end of the week. Chat, us hitting the deadline is getting less and less likely, dudes. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't like admitting that, and I'm gonna try. I'm gonna keep giving my all to the very end. It's, yeah, becoming increasingly unlikely. Time to ask for an extension. I won't ask for an extension until we get to the deadline. It ain't over till I say it's over. It ain't over till I say it's over, man. Can you outsource the project to people you trust? I wouldn't do that. The engineering on this stream is contributed by chat, but it's all done by me. I like to do that to demonstrate the process. I don't farm out stuff like that. There's other aspects of the stream that I farm out, and when I say farm out, I mean Drummer does it. Like right now, Drummer's uploading VODs to YouTube on the regular. If you don't feel like scrubbing through a VOD because you think Twitch's VOD player is garbage, yeah, we have the VODs on YouTube now.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Ren! 10 subs. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. If I grandparent strut these, because I attach these to that center tank right there, and if I grandparent, they're strutted to the fairing. If we grandparent strut these, those are strutted to the center of the trilobe tank. Did you record last night's off-stream build? Jim, I didn't. I didn't want the computers to generate heat. Literally what you see on the screen is... Okay, so I did 2 tests. Alright? Well, 2 things. 2 very big things, okay? The first one that I did was I revamped the dimensions craft file. And I sat there and I toyed with engine design and tank design for like 3 or 4 hours. The other thing that I did, I put the vehicle out. I put the prototype out because I wanted to look at some things. I noticed that this thing could never dial the shuttle engines in, and I thought that it was just too much gimbal. The reality of that situation is that it wasn't too much gimbal. My control point was offset to my center of thrust. And people say, oh, it balances around the center of mass, your thrust vector controller. It doesn't. Yeah, no, that's incorrect. 100% incorrect. I know... Oh, sweet. Cool. All right, just got an email. I know this because I put the prototype out. I put it out and I put the thing out with a docking port in the front. Where did that craft file go? I put the thing out with a docking port up in the nose that's aligned to the thrust vector, and I just wiggled the engines around. And instead of doing this, like what it was doing yesterday, and we thought it was the pad, it started doing this instead of that to try it during the roll. That's why it was so unstable on ascent. So I'll bet you we probably could launch this thing again with the pad, the prototype, the A prototype, right? I bet you we could put this thing on the pad and it would work. I still think Delta V is a problem with this thing. The margins are just too low. That's why, you know, no matter how you cut it, right? This design is good, but it's suborbital at best. It's too small. I needed to scale it up. So that's the conclusion that I came to. Now, I did pay money to move this thing out there, and that brings to the second part of the thing that technically it's the third thing. The third thing that I did was over here. I moved my contracts around a little bit. I canceled the vector contract that we had, and I took the plant the flag on the moon contract to supplement the funds, to try and supplement the funds that we lost yesterday. We went into the 800s yesterday with funds, and I don't want that for testing a new SSTO. I need to get my funds back up, so I started looking through the missions. And I canceled the vector contract that we had. I took the rep hit. It is what it is. And we also took the Sentinel one that gave us a crazy advance. That's all I did yesterday. I didn't have a VOD because I wasn't sitting here commentating on it like I normally would. I was going back and forth and watching... I was watching Taradra's stream yesterday, and then I watched Curly stream some KSP yesterday as well, like late at night. Yeah, I didn't record any of it. Have you done sea launches before? No, Sea Dragon, but I could. Yeah, I could. I've built sea infrastructure. You can build oil rigs in KSP. Like oil rigs that actually mine for ore and stuff. I've seen people do it. My buddy Azimek, who's an old school KSP builder, did something like that. But, I mean, I don't know if I have necessarily any pictures, but... I have pictures of my Minmus mining base. That probably would have floated, but yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Discord DM. No problem, man. What's up? About to run some errands. If you give me a mailing... Okay, yep. Here, send it here. Send it there. That'll work. C22, just keep that to yourself, okay? Thank you. I do appreciate it. You could just put EJSA on it. That's fine. Alright, cool. So, Jim, that's everything that I did yesterday, and I didn't record it. I was done yesterday, man. That's about as pissed off as you'll see me on stream. Like, there's the GTA rage that I get from time to time. That's just game rage. And that like doesn't last very long, dude. I get mad at GTA and then I'm just like, meh, alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. Like 20 minutes later, I'm good to go. I was genuinely annoyed yesterday. Like, really, really mad. That's about as mad as you'll see me, ever. Like, it takes a lot for me to just shut up and just work. Like, yeah, I was pissed. I was really, really unhappy. But hey, it is what it is. The pad blew up and I lost a prototype yesterday, Biz. Yesterday was basically the worst Kerbal stream I've ever done. Ever. Like, ever. Like, there's streams where I've killed Jeb, right? And there's streams where shuttles have blown up and whatnot. Like, that stuff happens. Yesterday was just a terrible stream. It was just terrible. I wasn't... Yeah, it was just horrid. I can do better, and I will do better. I'm very ashamed of myself, I'll be honest with you. Like, very ashamed of myself. You know, I can't sit here and take my frustrations about being too hot out on you guys. That's lame. Nobody comes here to get guilt-tripped. Or nobody comes here to hear me whine, unless it's funny, like, and I'm whining about a car or whatever. And even then, I'm pretty sure people still find that annoying. Yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm not happy. Not happy with that. Oh, yeah, Force. No, I'm good. I'm good today. I'm good today. Dude, I mean, that should show you, amongst other things, that streamers have bad days, too. I had a terrible day yesterday. Yeah, freaking terrible day, dude. It's alright. Everybody has bad days. It's no problem. Doesn't bother me. But, dude, nothing. Like, if yesterday, like, it's weird because it's a compounding thing, man. If yesterday was, like, if the SSTO had gone right and I had actually gotten a good test flight off, you know, and we learned a lot about the SSTO, like, then I would have been fine. But my patience was very thin because of the heat. And then that compounded with Kerbal not doing what I wanted it to. Really, just, yeah, that was bad, man. I should have just shut the stream off. I'm serious. Should have just shut it off. It probably would have been better. But hey, it is what it is. You've had a bad hair day ever since the mullet? What, you don't like this? Hey, this isn't bad. And my hair is growing back, which is nice. Seriously, look at what not wearing hats does. Look at this. Don't get me wrong, it's still bad. It's still bad, but it's growing back, which is kind of cool. So, like, what I started doing is I started taking vitamin D. I started taking a lot of vitamin D, and because that, I've noticed, like, your hair is like a freaking plant. You have to give it sunlight. And if you do, it grows back. Look, like, I get it. It's still thin. But that's better than it was. So I stopped wearing hats and started taking vitamin D and started just taking care of it. And look at that. That's not bad. Right? It's not what it was. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't look like I do in high school. There's definitely still a couple of bald spots going on up here. It's definitely thinner, but hey, better than nothing. You look younger without a hat. Cool. At that, and I'm trying to wear my headset forward instead. Wear it right here. Because right here, it doesn't rub up against my head like it does if I wear it back here. If I wear it back here, it's doing this all day. So I wear it up here because my head's shaped like a freaking bilobe fuel tank. No, kind of is though. You need some spray. No, I'll just keep taking vitamin D, dude. Look. I mean, look at that. That's better than it was. Seriously. I'm just going to keep doing this. See what happens. Enjoy your last haircuts. I mean, you guys are still making bald jokes, and my hair is quite literally growing back, but hey, whatever. I mean, yeah, keep making bald jokes. I ain't bald. Going away. Yeah, Tybot. Yeah. They're really grow lights. That's right. Yep. Anyway, you're looking at me? Yeah. Yep. Alright, so we got to set these to grandparent part. Okay, that's set to grandparent part. We got a strut on the top, the forward tank. And now, down here is where the landing gear is going to be. And I'll have the landing gear be the... We'll put the landing gear strut in here. And that should get us right. I like putting cross struts in here because the angle of the dangle matters. What? Yeah, there we go. Cool. Grow lights. Wowzers, young EJ. Let me see. Yeah, man. I used to have hair. You guys gotta remember. That picture of me is from... What is that, 2013? That was 8 years ago, man. Crazy, right? That look at... Dude, I had freaking crazy head of hair. Like, hair is unruly as all hell. Yeah, see? Pretty nuts. Yeah, that's my parents' house. Yeah, this room doesn't look like that anymore. My mother promptly packed up all my stuff, put it in the next room over, which was my sister's old room, and this is her office now. Yeah. So it was my office, and now it's my mother's office. I still have that TV. It's right here, and it still works. See it right there? And also, the referees in the Islanders game can eat a bag of dicks. Because I still got my Bruins jersey. And I made sure I put it in the same spot. Yeah, past DJ from 8 years ago still had some hair. Look, my hairline was up here. And my hairline's up here in that picture. Who knew? Younger people have more hair than older people. Jeez. Newsflash. Yeah, Karen, dude, I was talking with my parents about this the other day. I haven't lived there since 2018. Since September of 2018. I moved out of my parents' house. Math. Almost 4 years ago. No. So, 2019, 2022. 3 years ago. Still, doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it's a Vizio 1080i. It's interlaced. Yeah, it's a great television for a Vizio. I mean, I paid $800 for it in 2006, I think. 2006. Yeah, it's not worth $800 now. I traded my hair for wisdom, boy. I tell you what. Fits well with the high IQ bald head theory. Young and stupid is more hair. What if my hair is growing back? Is that bad? Was that with the Best Buy employee discount? No, Jim. I bought that TV at the BJ's in Framingham in 2000. No. That wasn't at the BJ's. That was at Sam's Club in Natick. Yeah. Sam's Club. Sam's Club isn't there anymore. Yeah, no, they pulled the plug on that. BJ's put them out of business. Yeah, it's great TV. All right, anyway. We got to do qualification tests here with the tank. And qualification tests with this tank basically mean put it on a truck and drive it up and down the runway. See last, please. What's up, man? Kind of out of left field, but it looks like Wyoming is going to be building the first commercial molten salt cooled reactor in the U.S. on a site of a soon-to-be decommissioned coal plant. Neat. Growing back only applies if you can prove it. I mean, you guys saw how bald I looked with long hair. Does that look like that's what's going on here? No, seriously. I'm telling you, my headset was rubbing against my head. And don't get me wrong, my hair is thinning up there. It absolutely is. I'm 32. Can't expect to have the hairline that I had when I was 18, you know? But it is growing, which is good. Best Buy more like goodbye, am I right? Yeah, you guys just don't want to accept that, yeah, just wearing a hat all the time will make you go bald. But look at that's freaking cool, right? And it's not bald. Like, look, I'm not just moving it around. It's dope. Hair's coming back, baby. All right. Yeah, see, that design looks real good. I like this. I'm going to have to make sure that the arrow shell fits with this, but I really, really enjoy this. This looks good. Just got to make sure that these struts are at a 45, and we got to make sure that they're... Yeah, there we go. Perfect. How old is this pic? 20. That's Jackery. Let me take a look. That's the picture I just showed. So that's the white headset. The white headset. I bought that SteelSeries headset in late 2013. So that's 2013. I'm 25 in that picture. I'm 32 now. I'm turning 33 in a month, I think. My internal clock's all screwed up because of COVID. I'm dead serious. Like, it's all screwed up because of COVID. My brain's still telling me it's 2020, and it's really difficult to flip that switch to 2021. Like, I don't know about you guys. I'm sure there are some people in the same boat. Yeah, no, Jim. Like, I forgot what age I am. I'm serious. Like, I used to know that. Like, oh yeah, I'm 28. I'm 29. Yeah, no problem. No, it's actually screwed with me. I thought I was turning 32 this year. I've been 32 for a year. I'm not kidding. And that's not because, like, I'm forgetful, right? I'm the opposite of forgetful. You know what the other thing is? I come from a retail background, right? Like, I have about a decade of retail under my belt, right? And I usually have no trouble talking to people. I stutter when I talk to people nowadays because I didn't do it for a year. Neither did anybody else. Like, Brimo is particularly bad. Like, my retail skills are what kept my social skills, like, kind of in check, because when you learn retail at a young age, you learn to speak very clearly, right? But yeah, even going back and going and buying something, you're like, someone's like, hey, welcome, what can I do for you today? And you're just like, what? Yeah, I need a Big Mac, please. And they're like, a Big Mac? So you want a number one? Yeah, number one with a large fry and a large Coke, please. Oh, all right, that'd be $14.42, first window. Like, I was like, what the hell just happened? You know, it's like, enjoy the food. Yeah, you too, huh? I went, like, the social awkwardness came back, which is something that I shook a long time ago. I just got to keep doing it. $14.42 for a Big Mac. Well, your boy's a fat ass, and I get another large fry and a milkshake because your boy's fat. Yeah, Bill. Oh yeah, no, it's weird. So my social awkwardness that I haven't had in 15 years came back. It's the strangest thing. I forgot how to talk to people because I didn't do it for a year and a half. It's weird how that works. What kind of milkshake? I get chocolate. So I don't usually order a Big Mac. I either get a double cheeseburger with a large fry, large Coke, and another large fry, and then a milkshake that Brimo usually ends up sharing with me. Yeah, no, I'm fat. That's not good for you. I know it's not good for you. Sometimes I just crave McDonald's, man. Sometimes I'm hungry and I want McDonald's. I usually cook my own food. Malt or no malt? Malt. Whipped cream, cherry on top. Because screw you. It's McDonald's. What are you gonna do? Try to eat right when you go to McDonald's, C22? Like, look, man. I get that it's not good for you. I understand that. I'm gonna talk and work. I understand. But if I'm gonna go to McDonald's, I'm gonna pig the hell out because it's McDonald's. It's already not good for you. You don't go to McDonald's and order a damn salad. You know what I'm saying? So when I go, I pig the frick out. That and McDonald's is reheatable. The fries will last a nuclear apocalypse. With this SSTO design, guys, I'm going to keep track of the numbers. Total wet mass is... Oh, you don't reheat the fries in the microwave, J-Speed. You heat them in an air fryer, or if we're insistent on microwaving things, put them on a plate and put some cooking oil down on the plate and rest the fries on the plate. They'll come out fresh every time. Yeah, that's basically, it's basically what an air fryer does. Don't put too much. If you put too much, it'll just be a soggy disaster. You got to put just the right amount. You don't win friends with salad. Yeah, right. What about the apple slices? They have apple slices at McDonald's. The apple pie is good. Give me a pie, apple, and a liter of cola. All right, so this tank's good here, dudes. Let me make sure that is... Yep, cool. And we don't have as much orange on the front of the nose cone now. I don't want a large Farva, Cirrus. I want a gosh dang liter of cola. I don't know what that is. Why not buy a bag of frozen fries if you reheat? Ananas, McDonald's is very inexpensive over here. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to the grocery store, but it's inexpensive. Yeah. Like, you could go to the grocery store, that's fine. But I'm already going to McDonald's, so I might as well get some extra fries and then reheat them later. Or just eat all of it if I'm really hungry. You guys got to keep in mind, I'm doing intermittent fasting, okay? I'm doing intermittent fasting, so that meal that I just said is like probably like 4,000 or 5,000 calories at least. And total mass here is 75,776. So I pig out. Yeah, I only eat one meal a day. I eat one like 4,000 to 5,000 calorie meal a day, and I find that that's working for me. Everybody has a different diet, though. Everybody's different. That's working for me, and I like it. I'm losing weight. I had a physical this morning. I'm losing weight, which is good. Slowly, but I am. Hey, Banana Time, what's up? Oh yeah, I usually get like a double cheeseburger or McNuggets. Dip the McNuggets in the chocolate shake. It's not as good as dipping nuggets and fries in a Wendy's Frosty, but yeah. And once again, don't get me wrong. I understand that fast food is bad for you. I get it. It's not the best. It's processed food, which is not good. That's probably not good for you in some way, shape, or form. Like, I get it. I don't eat at McDonald's all the time. A large fries at McDonald's here in Denmark is $4.25. $4.25. It's not it's not that expensive. Hang on. $2.39. $2.39 in Ennis. It's half the price. Regular nuggets or spicy nuggets? Regular, just regular. And then I dip the nuggets in maple syrup. Yeah. They ask, what sauce? Barbecue sweet and sour? Maple syrup, please. Go to the breakfast cart. Get the maple syrup. You look and you judge me, but you haven't had it. Chicken and waffles are good. Chicken and maple syrup goes together. I get strange looks all the time, but people don't understand. They're not on my food expertise level. Yeah, seriously, ask for maple syrup. they'll be like, what? Dude, chicken fries and maple syrup. It's literally chicken and waffles, man. It's almost. I mean, waffles are not potatoes, but if you have you've got potato, dude, it's good enough. And if you dip the chicken nuggets, maple syrup, and then hit it in the chocolate shake, you get the salt and the sugar. And once again, fully acknowledge, not good for you, but it's salt and the sugar. It's delicious. Yeah, seriously. And then you get a hint of maple syrup in your chocolate shake, and your chocolate shake tastes even better. Bro, I got this down to a fine art. Trust me. All right, let's get the K200 out, and let's take this thing for a spin. I worked in a restaurant for a really long time, guys. That's the other thing. I got a lot of retail and a lot of restaurant. I've worked a lot of odd jobs, a lot of blue-collar stuff. Anything from like roofing, landscaping. I done a lot of stuff. All right, get rid of that. But working in restaurants, you figure out what stuff goes together and what tastes good. That sounds so American. Is it American or is it Scottish? Actually, the maple syrup is more of a Canadian thing, dude, but alright. Alright, so I'm going to bring this out on the runway and we're going to do an aerodynamic test. We got to make sure that the tanks are included and everything. Yeah, pretty much it. Just got to make sure the tanks are included. So let's get Herbal and Glivlies. Let's go for a little drive. Hey, I'm waffling here. Marinate thinly sliced eye around in brown sugar and maple syrup. Let whack a red pepper for the day and you got breakfast candy. Ooh, Kalani, I'm not, yeah. I'm not going to say that I don't want that. That's probably not good. Let's lock that down. There we go. Alright, so let's open up make sure we have the aero debug in here. And make sure I have the debug open. Yep, okay. Alright, so let's take a look. Open up the debug here. Okay. So what I'm trying to make sure is that the tank is the game is recognizing that the tank is inside of the fairing. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And you'll be able to tell if you open up the aero debug, right? You'll be able to tell because you don't need to drive at speed. Like we could just go this fast, which is like, I don't know, 40 miles an hour or something. It's not very quick. Because the fairing is creating drag, so it's creating a drag force behind it. You could also look at that in the aero menu. I'm not exactly sure where it's generating that aero force, but it's alright. Let's see. You can do that by hitting F12 to see the visualization. This thing shouldn't be creating that much. Alright, cool. That's creating a drag force. This is not. See the X200? Not creating drag. Means it's inside the fairing. Cool. That's good. And then the forward tank is good. Yeah, alright, we're set. Cool. Alright, so stop this here, and then I'm going to time warp, and we're just going to shake the tank around a little bit. What I'm looking for is parts that are moving individually of each other. So, like, when we time warp, the springs decompress and recompress, and the truck bounces up and down. And you can see there's certain components that are moving individually, right? Here, we can just do this. Just bounce the wheels up and down. I'm looking for anything that's moving individually. Like if the tanks are moving around inside of the fairing. They don't seem to be. Everything's good there. Alright, excellent. Good test. Deep fried Twinkies they're amazing hammer nails, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're good for you. I mean, that's, if you need high calorie intake, like because you're an athlete, then yeah, but even then, processed food and oils your body doesn't like lipids. Like, I mean, because that's just energy. You need the other stuff to keep everything else going. I mean, that's why people are heavy in the U.S., man, because a lot of our food has like high fructose corn syrup in it, which is basically just motor oil in food. Yeah, I mean, that's great for people that needed a lot of energy, right? But, I mean, yeah, it's not really good for much else. If you eat a lot of that, you best be doing a lot of work. Alright, so this tank is certified. Structural was passed. What's our mass fraction here? So let's do 75,776 divided by 9,776. What is that, 7% mass fraction? That's actually horrible, I'll be honest with you. That's horrible for a tank, for a rocket tank. In Kerbal, it's good enough. Yeah, we just have too much of it, Ando. There's good food around in the U.S., dude. It's just the stuff that all the big brands that go overseas are the. It's not that it's good food. It's quick. It's quick food. It's not. Don't get me wrong. Like, food is pretty plentiful over here. Like, just go to the grocery store and cook it yourself. It's always going to be cheaper, and that's anywhere in the world, dude. Like, yeah. That's why Ando, I'm gonna go back to the rule that I had, and this is the rule that I had pre-pandemic. Don't bring anything into the house that you don't have to cook. Because my stupid brain is like, oh, if it's a snack and it's there, I'm gonna eat it. But if I have to cook it, I have to think about making food. And do I want the reward of sitting there over the stove and cooking? Am I like it forces me to ask myself, oh, am I that hungry? And I mean, most of the time it's yes, because America. But yeah, only bring stuff in the house that you can cook. No snack foods. I'm gonna go back to that. Yeah, that's what I did C22 before the pandemic. That doesn't work for me because then I just end up cooking brownies. I mean, well, Primo, at least with this way you think about it, you know. As long as you're cognizant of it, just. Like C22, how I set up everything in my life, that's how I do it. I find a way to force myself to think about something. Like that. Cooking the food forces you to think about what you have to cook. And that will force you to think about what you have, like your diet, inadvertently. It's not a bad rule to have, dude. And now, if I want to cook something, I don't want to cook it in a kitchen that's dirty. So now I got to clean the kitchen. I gotta get back into doing this. I mean, ask Brimo. Before the pandemic, I did this every night. I scrubbed the kitchen dry clean every night. Even if it could have been clean, just cleaner, you know, like. And it reinforces a good diet in my mind, and you just kind of keep building it. It's like, okay, if the kitchen needs to be clean, the living room can be clean. We can take the trash out. You know, you just keep compounding it over and over again, and that one thought can just compound into a bunch of things, and then before you know it, all your chores are done, and you are watching what you eat, and you at least look like a responsible adult. Oh! Yeah, we went with a tri-lobe design, Altio. This design should be good. And it just passed structural qualifications, so... Structure... Qual is passed. Arrow. Qual. Passed. Alright, save that. Yeah, fall pretty much. I use literal video game mechanics to be a functioning adult, and I let it slip during the pandemic, and I gotta stop. I gotta get back to it. I think if they were made of aluminum, then the percent would be around 5 to 6. Sea Dragon, nah, it'd probably be lower than that. Even with an aluminum tank, it would be like 3. You gotta remember, dude. Kerbal's fuel tanks are made out of friggin' lead. They're lead tanks. Like, these are lead. Get the lead out, man. You probably don't understand what that means. These tanks are lead. In real life, with a real rocket, like a Falcon 9 or Atlas, 3. 3, and even 3 is pushing it. 3% mass fraction is bad in real life. That's terrible. Yeah, that's really bad. We're at 7 right now. 5 would be ideal. And what I was thinking about doing is modeling my own tanks. Like, I could just model a tri-load tank, but yeah, that would kind of ruin this entire the fun of this entire project, I think, you know. All right, so let's design the actually no, let's not rename a new craft file. Let's go back to the dimensions craft file, and I've updated the tank since then. The second stage is like 98% fuel. Socio, and that even then, that 2%, most of that 2% is the RL-10 and the avionics. The tank in terms of dry mass is like less than 1% on a Centaur. It's amazing. The Centaur tank walls are stainless steel and they're as thin as aluminum foil or aluminium foil. Hey geek, what's going on? Yeah, I gotta get back to doing that. Well, I'm not a material engineer, but Sea Dragon, a lot of this stuff is public resource. This is how I learned, dude. If it's one thing that I know about engineering, man, and this whole SSDO project is a very good indicator of it. Don't guess. Guessing is bad. That doesn't end well. I am a pretty good example of this. I guessed a lot, and I took a lot of liberties with the small SSTO. But then again, I don't really make SSTOs, so it was my first attempt. So, but I should have gone and dusted off the shuttle and looked at the shuttle a lot more, and to figure out how it goes together to build something like this, because this is a space shuttle. Guys, these things are going to be flying as much as Collins did back in the day. At least that's my plan. How many tanks do you have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, with the cone tanks up at the front. This affords me Delta V up in the 4300s. Instead of 4000, it's 4300. That's what I mean about having the margin to get into space. You have to have the margin. I'm sometimes surprised you've not integrated your 3D modeling into your KSP play. Dude, I would have a long time ago. The thing is that people don't like modeling streams. You'd think there'd be a crossover there, but people don't like modeling streams. I thought there would be. There isn't. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe I just didn't do it right. But, yeah. People don't like it. It's boring. Like, I get the same amount of numbers doing modeling streams that I do the truck streams, you know? And the truck streams have even less crossover than the modeling streams do. But I suppose, Doom, if I was working on a project and I gave myself like a deadline for that project, like I do with mission mode, then, you know, if people could see like the end goal and people understand what the end goal is, then maybe we could. Maybe we should put it on. Maybe we should put it on a deadline. Maybe we should do modeling on a deadline. I wouldn't mind doing that. It would take me a second to understand the deadlines, just like it's taken me a second with mission mode, right? But it could work. I have enough sexy clothes to support a modeling stream. I see what you did there. Yeah, Red 8. If I did a more rapid thing with the 3D modeling, like rapid iterative 3D modeling in Kerbal, and like went back and forth between KSP and the fuel tank and KSP the fuel tank, yeah, that could probably work. Because what I'm understanding, something that mission mode taught me inadvertently, I'm still freaking choking from when I inhaled coffee at the beginning of the stream. Something that mission mode kind of inadvertently taught me is that, you know, like, I used to think, like, oh, chat doesn't like engineering streams. Chat doesn't like engineering streams. But yet, I look at the numbers, and people are really into this SSTO build, and that's great. I'm super happy about that. People would not have given a crap if I just did this in engineering mode. I'm serious. So, what I'm learning as a content creator, I guess, is that it's all about how you structure the content, you know? Yeah, so that could, in that regard, if I presented the modeling stream like that, then maybe. You know what I would really want to do? Build GSE in Maya. Because if I built ground service equipment and Kerbalized it, like building the launch pads there might be useful. Or just building my own set of launch pad parts, like service structures, pedestals, stuff like that. Oh, yeah. I can't believe that. I can't believe that thing entered development hell after all the work we did, which really, really sucks. But I don't like talking about it, man. I put in way too many sleepless nights into that damn thing, and it sucks that that's what came out of it. But it's a shame. My Atlas V model was awesome. I did such a good job on that. I was really proud of it. Yeah, that should be all right. Now, just because kind of like getting into the sketty of things sometimes. It's weird that these things inherited a weird transform like that. There. Okay, so we got the dimensions here for this file, and then this is the LV5C aft tank. Save it as that, reroute this, and then get out of that for now. So this is the aft tank. Aft fairing mass. We need wet mass, dry mass, arrow, wall, structure, wall. I think that's everything. Yeah, it's because I modified that craft file last night. Thank you. Aft tank master craft file. All right. Okay, so let's get the ruler in here. Attach the tank like this. need the nose cone to go to at least here. Alright, so now let's put this in position. There. Whatever happened to you streaming in the aviators? I just stopped doing it, Hammer Nails. I did a Twitch event for Twitch Science Week in 2017, and they made me take them off because it wouldn't have looked right in the studio, even though that was my branding. I tried to explain that to them, but they were busy being Twitch people. I don't know. So they were like, yeah, you're going to have to take off your glasses. I'm like... And they're like, yeah, we're in a studio. You got to take your hat off, too. So I'm like, kind of ruined my entire brand, but it's all right. I don't care. I was just, you know what? I was like, I'm not going to let this bother me. I don't care. It is what it is. So I just kind of played it off like a brand thing. You know, like, oh yeah, you know, I'm switching it up because it's cool. And yeah, that's really kind of how that ended. I was wearing sunglasses on stream before it was cool, man. Before everybody else started doing it. It was my idea, man. I was the OG. OG sunglasses. I remember when seeing your eyes was weird. Yeah, but I'm almost to the point where I've been wearing glasses. The amount of time that I haven't had glasses is almost the amount of time that I have. So I streamed with the sunglasses from 2012 to 2017. So that was 5 years. 2017 to 2021 is 4. Can you believe that? It's pretty nuts. So you think you'll ever see any super heavy booster hops, or do you think SpaceX will do all the booster tests on orbital missions? Reagan, I think we will. Honestly, I think we will see booster hops. Yeah, I think we will. The reason is because, look, that test, the orbital test that they're going to do, dude, is not just an orbital test. Like, it's not yeah, they're going to use it as an opportunity to mess with super heavy, right? But they are not going to, how do you say it? Like, that's not, the test is not for super heavy. The test is, they need to get a Starship into space to test its heat shield. Seriously, that's what it's for. And yeah, they just need to test the damn thing's heat shield, dude. That's really where we're at. So super heavy in that regard is not like that one is. I mean, it'll probably get some data about boost back and landing, but the way I see it is that, look, all right, I get it. Raptor's using stage combustion cycle, and it's different than, you know, and it's got a torch igniter, which is different than like how the Merlins fire. But theoretically, super heavy should fly exactly like Falcon 9. It should basically do the same thing, barring some changes, because, you know, it's not going to do exactly the same thing because it isn't the exact same thing. But most of that data on propulsively landing stuff they already have. Where super heavy, I think, and this is not like something that I was told. This is just basic. This is just my opinion. So, like, what do you do when you have something that's kind of the same but kind of different? Well, you really test the different components, right? What's different? Raptor's different. Have we proved that Raptors can propulsively land? Yes, they can propulsively land. Have we proven that they can air start in real light? Yeah, they've proven that. So what else is there to prove with making a super heavy work? Well, the big things, having 32 Raptors operating, that's a big one. You don't need to fly it to do that. Do you? No. And then having a tower catch. So I think we will see a super heavy in the future that is like Grasshopper, if you really want my honest opinion. You'll see something like Grasshopper that, you know, has like a fixed landing leg system to make sure that this thing can propulsively land correctly. But the tower, catching the booster is the big one. You know, that's the big thing. I mean, Grasshopper, SpaceX's first, like, you know, test article that demonstrated in any capacity, any reusability, right, was a, you know, it was made out of a Falcon 9, but it bears no resemblance to a Falcon 9 nowadays, right? I haven't talked about it, Plums, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what you guys want to hear. I think that's cool. Takes a lot of balls to put yourself on the spacecraft that you know, that you own. That's pretty damn cool. And also, Jeff Bezos has a brother, I guess? Man. So how's that sibling rivalry working out? Do you think Jeff Bezos' brother was just like, you know, in terms of like sibling rivalry, anybody that has a sibling knows exactly what I'm talking about. You know, you always want to, like, I don't know about you, but me and my sibling compete. Like, we compete over stuff all the time because we're both competitive, stubborn pieces of crap. Myself included. That's not a stab at you. Hi, sis, by the way, if you're watching. Like, did that guy just get to a point where, like, yeah, okay, you win. All right. It's like one of your, like, your brother's the richest guy in the world. I'm just like, yeah, it's all right. All right. How long do they need to hover for a tower catch? I don't know, T-Man. I don't know what that system's gonna look like, dude. That is light years ahead of any, or just so far off the beaten path from conventional rocketry. Catching a tower with the booster makes Falcon 9 landings look like an expendable launch vehicle in terms of ridiculousness. When Starship is orbital, what orbit will it be in? Just as something 27 degrees inclined, because it's, no. Whatever the north latitude of Boca Chica is, that's the inclination. They're just going to launch due east. You know what I mean. Catching the booster with the tower. You know what I'm saying. Don't act like you don't know what I'm saying. Don't act like you're not impressed. Catching the booster with your booter. We'll just say booter. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, Blue Linnet, it's just, yeah, just get, alright, yeah, I'll fly to space with you, I guess. Like, is that guy could be like a nice, successful dude, you know, working at his own company and make like 150 grand a year, you know, and he'd be a failure compared to his brother. Like, what are the standards that you have there, you know? Can they land with enough precision to be caught by a tower is the big question. Novus, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, you're right. You know, I don't know. Sea Dragon, I'm looking for your last, and I don't see it. If you didn't tag me, it's going to be hard for me to find. Is it the tank center of mass that needs to be inside? Yeah, from what I understand. Yeah, from most of my testing, Hip. Yeah. Type it out again, Sea Dragon. I'm sorry. I only try to spend a certain amount of time looking for people's last. If I can't find it, I may have skipped over it. Sorry, but yeah, just type it out again. I'll find it. Make sure to tag me just to be sure. And if you did before, sorry, I missed it. Sorry, I missed it. Got a lunchbox and my dad took it and put a sweet space shuttle skin on it today. So I think I will make Delta Wings. Alright, cool. Sounds like fun. Alright, what's the dry mass of this tank? Alright, we gotta destage the fairing. Make sure the fairing is set to grandparent. Cool. Yeah, right, Jim? Right. Okay, so we haven't done qualifications with it. What's the dry mass of this? Oh yeah, we also need the fairing mass. So save this. Edit the fairing. Fairing mass is 1.05 tons. 1,050 kilograms. Total dry mass on this is 9,255 kilograms. And then the wet mass here, which is the tanks with a full tank of gas, is 73,255. 73,255 kilograms. Okay, cool. Thought for the day. Ground anchors in the new patch plus control tower on the island runway equals a tower catch. If you can ground anchor to the building, Shady, yeah, maybe. Yeah, Hammer Nails, yeah. He invested heavily in Amazon back in 1995 and is worth several hundred million himself. That's a failure comparative to his brother. Like, man. Can you imagine being Jeff Bezos' dad? Like, literally opens up the door. Are you winning, son? Jeff's just sitting there turning. Yes. Dad just like, oh, okay, you are actually winning. All right. I bet that dad is. I bet Mr. Bezos is damn proud, dude. Can you imagine? Like, can you imagine being like, yeah, those are my kids. Two richest guys. One of the richest guys in the world. Like, can you that? Yeah. Okay. I'd be pretty proud. I'd be like, yep. Those are my kids. What do your kids do? I haven't been following completely, but why do you have the fairing built the whole length of the tank and not shorter gizmo? Isn't it equivalent arrow-wise, but it'd have less mass? I need the nose of it popping out of the front so I could tie the front of the tanks in together. He started selling books. Now he sells the world. Now he sells everything. Would you like to see tanks shapeable like fairings? Yeah. Alright. I'm wondering if this tank is going to be occluded. Its COM is outside a little bit. Alright, anyway. So, I have the struts. So, this tank strutted that tank strutted that tank. That design has proven that it works. So, let's save this and do a qual test here. I'll go get the K200 out again. And we'll drive down the runway here. That had the forward tank on it. Now it's going to have the aft tank. We'll strut to the fairing just like we did before. Alright, so this is an aero and structural test. Let's go. Yeah, no, I know. I know. He's doing pretty good. Doing pretty good, I'd say. Yeah, Funky, you're alright. He told me to see their last. Just out to be like, man. Yeah, shy, right? Hello. Delta V, this new design, 4300. 4300. Yep, there's the cancellation. 4300 sea level. All right, let's see. So let's drive it down here. I'm wiggling it on purpose. Okay. That's occluded. That's not occluded. The tank is generating drag. Alright, that's no good. We need to fix that. Yep. Interesting. What caused the abort? It tipped over too quickly because of control problems, Kenwa. Yep, alright. Stoppy bonus! Nice. Structurally, how's this thing working? Cool. We just gotta requalify. Cover. Yeah, hired. We just gotta move it in just a little bit. Thought experiment. What do you think we'll be in 10 years when we talk about space travel? I don't know. I can't predict the future, Billy. I could give you a pessimistic view of that situation or an optimistic view of that situation. I like going with the optimistic view. Where are we? Routine moon base. Moon base, you know, we got a moon base, and the moon base is habited continually like the ISS. Yeah, I think that's realistic in 10 years, and we're working on the architecture to go to Mars. That's probably, I think, the realistic version. Barring some nutso whatever from happening, like any weird catastrophic event happening. Cool. We need an oversized load flag. Alright. So structurally, I know this thing's good. Let me just move that in. I moved that tank in to make it look more like it's one piece. That shouldn't affect the struts or anything. Nope. Alright, we're good. Let's load up the truck file again. Merge it with this one. I hit the wrong button. Doesn't matter. Just one thing that I'm going to do here is just strut this to here because that thing moves around. What about little fairings on the nodes instead of a big heavy one? Well, that's basically what this is. I also do this to kind of make up for the fact that I'm clipping fuel tanks? Because theoretically, this surface area up here, this open space, if I made that fuel tank, would make up for the fact that we have fuel tanks clipped here. It's part of the reason why I make the fairing go to the front. It's my way of kind of realistically balancing out the game mechanic, because all this surface area down here that would be open space from clipping the fuel tanks, that makes up for the clip space for the most part. As long as you don't clip the tanks too far into each other, it should take that up, and that's what the fairing is there for, to kind of bridge that gap, so to speak, and also for aerodynamics, to make sure that the aero doesn't mess up, the aero works correctly. Yeah. Alright, let's send this thing. Why isn't it symmetric? Because it will be in symmetry with another tank next to it. So I have the forward tanks and I have the aft tank. The aft tanks will be symmetric, but they'll be like this. They'll be pointed in like that. I only design one. I design one, attach it, and then I flip it over and attach the other. The reason is because fairings sometimes don't like being taken up in symmetry. Sometimes. It really depends on how you build the file. Good. Good, good, good. Structure. I don't see anything moving here. I'm looking for the fairing moving inside of the tanks, but I don't see anything there. I think we're good. Cool beans. All right. Yeah, Geek. Yeah. I'm with you on that one. It's part of the reason why where I get the drive to do what I do, man. We need to go further in space, and I won't stop saying it. I won't stop saying it, man. Yeah, Shy, I think it's good. Could you bind spring strength to an action group? I'm not sure. I have to go look. Alright. So get rid of that. Save this file out. Go down here, back into the tank's mastercraft file. Passed. Perfect. Aero and structural are good. All right, save that. Now we have forward tank, aft tank, and we have the dimensions craft file here. I have all the tanks created. Jeez, drummer. That would be nice, Tars. What about with fuel in it? If it's not moving without fuel in it, it generally shouldn't move with fuel in it, Tars. Like you would see it moving. Adding like it, the secondary action would be worse with fuel in it. You're right, but you'll know if it's a bad design by testing it with no fuel in it. If you want me to do tests with fuel in them, I can do that. I don't think the truck can hold that up though. So all right, get rid of that. All right, so on top of this thing now, let's so this was my testing file, the dimensions file. I'm trying to think how I should start the new craft file. You know what? I'll build it. No, it's better to start anew. So what I'll do is get my forward tank. And the forward tank is currently serving as the root part of this design, and it'll stay that way. So save this and proto. Actually, we'll go with fuel tank. Actually, we'll just go structural. This is LV5C initial structural design. Save. Oh, I forgot to put fuel capacity on the second one, but it's all right. So now we're gonna merge the aft tank, and we'll have an aft tank. We'll have the aft tank here, and then we'll have an aft tank here. Let's think about aerodynamically here. What would be the best way to set this up? So before I had an I-beam carrying the structure here. I'm not sure that would be the best way to do this structurally and aerodynamically. It would be better if Kerbal understood that there was something behind this. So let me think about how this is going to. Think about it. Short pre-core stage lift activity from yesterday. Lift should be happening any day now. Okay. Oh, hell yeah, man. Yep, they're staging it in the transfer aisle. That's amazing. Here's a tidbit to your knowledge. To protect people on the moon base from radiation, the amount equivalent as atmosphere on Earth, the walls need to be 30 inches of lunar soil. Cool. That's doable. It'll end up looking like houses on Tatooine. Can you auto-connect to the front nose cone? No, because I need something to carry the structure out back. So I basically, Ren, want to make this a regular, like, okay, here's how I think we should design this. Okay, Brimo. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. So, Ren, how I want to set this up is because you have a fairing at the front, okay? Here. Visual representation. All right, look. So a typical rocket, right, has an upper stage, right? Kerbal is designed to understand what this is, right? And this is something I really should have thought about before, but that's okay. It's designed to understand this, right? It understands that. And we know that it understands it, right? And then, you know, obviously, this is not going to be added to this. Just bear with me here. You have something like this, right? And then Kerbal is designed to understand that you might have, like, attachable boosters on the sides and a decoupler, right? Let's just go with a 25 decoupler. Just bear with me here, right? How I would set it up with Freedom 10 is use the inner stage with the occluded fairing, etc., etc., right? So now, you know, we can do this, right? And then you could put a first stage engine down here, right? And Kerbal understands this. It knows what this is, right? If you wanted to get slick, like I said, once again, you could do something like that, close the fairing and go, right? There's your booster, right? Now, how would you attach side boosters, right? You'd have a decoupler, right? That's how you get the side boosters in there, right? And then you would have something like this, right? With more engines on it, right? Like that. And then you'd have something like this. Or, you know, with a fairing or a nose cone, etc., etc. Alright, so Kerbal will understand that. We know it'll understand that. And then we need struts, obviously, to hold the whole thing together. Right? This is what I tried to do with the first design. I tried to basically make it a booster. Make it look like a booster. This tank is that tank, this tank is that tank, and then the second stage is that. It's basically a regular rocket with no core stage. So, we don't have the core stage because that's basically where my payload bay is going to be, right? Dude, did they, like, put it a straight pipe? Well, I mean, it's obviously a straight pipe. Did they put an amplifier on that, dude? Because that thing is really loud, right? I'm trying to make the SSDO this, for the most part, only minus the core stage, right? So it's more something like this. So how would we do this? You can't attach fairings like this. I mean, yeah. Because, like I said, our payload bay is going to go there. So before I just put a structural piece in here, right? Like, yeah. And then there was a regular 1.8 fairing on the back. But how many leaves could have fallen in the time between you've been here and the last time? Seriously, it's freaking spring. I don't understand. Anyway. So, we could bypass the structural piece if we wanted to. It's summer. Yeah, don't tell me what to do. Structure from the second stage to the boosters, and from the boosters to the engine, and gas pipe in the middle. Yeah, see, Swishio, we gotta... I mean, structurally, Kerbal will understand this, because I just attached it and gizmoed it back. Before, I put a girder segment in here. We put a girder segment in here, and I had that as the primary structure. That was the backbone of the that was the core stage, right? Kerbal didn't like that. I always found that this front tank made a lot of aerodynamic drag. So we want to transmit that fairing down the stack, right? Like, that's what we would want. I wonder what fuel he's burning. A leaf blower like that is 2-stroke, T-Man. Because it's a 2-stroke single-cylinder engine. It's 2-stroke is oil, motor oil, and gasoline combined into one thing. Combined into one fuel. 2-stroke is because the motor lubricates itself with the fuel and then burns the fuel and then shoots it out the exhaust. That's why it's oil and gas mixed. You try to make the tank structural. What do you mean try to make the tank structural, Swishio? They're structural every time because they have to hold the aero shell in place. But I need to make this like this. I know what you're saying, structural. Structural would be strutting from there to there, which is what I do. But do we attach them? So before I attached them back here. So it would be like having a decoupler back here and building the hierarchy forward. And then strutting up here. The decouplers were down low. Maybe that's not the best way to do that. Hey, King Kitten. Took a good jump career-wise and landed a very nice national artist. Nice. King Kitten, that's cool, man. Right on. Hater, what's going on? See, this is how I had it all tied together before. Maybe we should build it top-down. I just don't know how we're going to do that exactly. What have you been looking at for the design of this? X33. Why do I still even have you installed? Get out of here. I'm alright, hater. I don't think cars can use 2-stroke. Cars can't use 2-stroke because cars use 4-stroke engines. Decoupler on a payload bay and unstage it. I really don't want to use a decoupler like that. Is there a way to continue the fairing flow by transitioning to Mark II payload bay and then widget removing it? I mean, as long as we have a similar attachment node Ren. I meant the document with the info about the basic design details. We're not engineering a problem, hater. I'm just trying to get this thing to be, well, I guess if anything, it's more aerodynamic. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Okay. I totally lost my train of thought. I'm fine, Mac. I'll be alright, dudes. Let's keep going. Oh yeah, the booster. Alright, You know what we could do? I mean, as long as we have a similar attachment node here, we could be fine. I mean, this is what I did for the previous design, right? And I could... I'm not exactly sure what that will do, you know? I mean, that should work. You looked a little confused from my last message, so here's what I was talking about. What? Wait, that's an RC car. I'm so confused. What? Short pre-course stage lift activity. Okay, Hell Hydra, I got that. Billy, sorry, I'm just scrolling up in the chat. Travel. Yeah, Billy, it's pretty good. Sorry, Billy, the tag didn't go through, so I didn't see what you said. And Sea Dragon, I that's a cool RC car. I'm just not entirely sure what. I mean, I dig it. That's cool. What chassis is that? I used to mess with those things all the time. Lunchbox is a type of RC car. Oh, I thought you were talking about like an actual lunchbox, dude. That's cool. That's a cool van. Right on. It's an old GMC van. That's like the A-Team van. I think that's cool. That's a great livery. And the flag's the right way. Your dad made the flag go in the right direction. That's cool. Very much so, Swishio. Nice. All right. So this could work. This fairing, we would have to strut to this fairing. And how much extra mass is this? We're adding another ton of dry mass doing this, but that might be for the better. This should, I mean, that should be fine. That should work. How does that thing get that loud? We're 3 stories up, for Christ's sake. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not about to go and complain. It's just, yeah, and the guy's just trying to do his job. I'm not going to be all pissy about it. But, man, that thing is loud, dude. Like, I know leaf blowers are loud, but that one is coming through clear as day. What kind of leaf blower you got, boy? What kind of leaf blower you have? Shoot! New Minecraft update came out. Cool. Are you trying to make an SSTO? Yeah. I've been trying to make a, something, Admiral, it's something like the X-33. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. I'm trying to make something like that. I'm working on the tank configuration right now. I've been working on this project for about a month, and every time I do it, I can't, it's not that I don't get the tank configuration right. It's just, yeah, the first time I tried it, I've never built SSTOs in KSP. I usually build regular rockets or a space shuttle. Never built an SSTO before. I've built stuff like Falcon 9, I've built stuff like Saturn V, SLS, anything and everything, but I've never built something like this before. So I've been working on it for a month, and I know this doesn't look like a month, but I have a bunch of other prototypes that I've done. And what I've tried to do through all the prototypes is establish kind of a workflow, and we're working on it right now. All right. But yeah, this is going to be the start of an SSTO. I'm trying to build the SSTO in such a way where Kerbal reads it like something like a booster, but it's a booster with no core stage because the payload bay is going to be there, right? This will make the aerodynamics work a little bit more in our favor, you know? Okay, so let's get rid of that. We know what that needs. We know what that entails. Other than your imitating Venture Star, was there anything in the chat contract that required the vertical takeoff horizontal style SSTO? No. I chose this one, Kyle. I chose this one because I could make something like Starship. I have some experience doing that. I could make something like SERV, which was a Chrysler SSTO. Yes, that Chrysler, the car company, in the 60s. Or I could make something like Venture Star. And I have experience building re-entry vehicles. Dream Chaser, Dart, I wouldn't call Dart experience, or Dreamcatcher, Dart, the shuttle. I have experience in that field, in that area. So I utilized the project that I had the most, I picked the SSDO that I had the most experience in. Yes, you could use the Mark III Bay as your main structure. It won't fit in this design, Louiso, but maybe in the bigger version. Give me 1 second, guys. It's just everybody's trying to get my attention today. I'm trying not to get not all pissy about it like I did yesterday. Dude, it's just a coincidence, right? But for whatever reason, everyone's trying to get my attention this week. Everyone. Like, everyone. Like, I don't know what it is about this week, but remind me to never ever schedule a deadline for the first week of June ever again. Well, technically the second, but man, everyone's trying to get my attention. Chat included, Vasia. No, yeah, no, I know. No, it's not you guys, not C last, C next. That's normal. But like I'm getting that, oh, you got to do this, oh, you got to do this, you got to do this, and once again, I know it's not like, oh my God, how dare these people do this? Like it's not anything like that. It's just everyone's trying to get my attention all at once, and it's like, Is it stress from your upcoming vacation? I mean, that's part of it, Mile High. I don't like taking time off. Ask Remo. I really don't like doing it. But yeah. See, and you know, somebody texting me or getting a message or doing this or doing that, all that cumulatively adds up. And like I lose hours during a stream and I'm under a deadline, but that, you know, I'm sure people don't care about my imaginary deadline in a video game, so. Yeah, Krulani, it's seeing Brimo's family. And I don't, yeah, it's seeing Brimo's family. I gotta take time off. Brimo hasn't seen her family in years now because of the pandemic, so I can't say no. Doing anything fun on the vacation? Yeah, I'm sure there's something planned. You know what? I'm gonna test this without this first, and then we're gonna go back here like that. When is it? It starts on Saturday, Reagan. So I'm streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday's the deadline. That's the last stream, and then I'll be around next. It's basically the entire week off, which is just. I don't like being away from work that long because your streams have momentum, and yeah, but it's all right. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, it's next week basically. Starts on Saturday and then it basically goes till the next Saturday. Yeah, I'll be back on. I'll probably be here for the rocket launches. I know there's a Falcon 9, so I'll take my laptop with me and I'll stream that. I'll stream the rocket launch. Got to keep the streak alive. And then I'll be back on the 21st. Yeah, there's a Minotaur on Tuesday. Yeah, I know. There's a launch Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday that week because, of course, there is. Yeah. All right. I don't want to talk about it, guys. I want to get back to work. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the fuel tank attachment. If you wave across the river, I'll wave back. Okay. Nice. Lost my train of thought. All right, so let me talk. Let me talk it out. So that's attached to that. I gotta do an aerodynamic test. I gotta see what this is doing with the aero. If the aero from this fairing is getting transmitted down the stack. If not, what we could do is I could do a fairing fuselage like this, right? And I'm wondering what happens if I encompass this fairing. I wonder what happens if we did that. If I encompass that fairing inside of another fairing. In Minecraft, they added a bunch of new blocks. Yeah, I know. I know about the update, yeah. Excuse me, sorry, it's that coffee I inhaled before. No, I don't think that's going to understand that very well. But stacking this on top should be fine. Gizmoing it back shouldn't change anything. So yeah, that should be okay. Now I need something to do the decoupler. Now we talked about using the decouplers. See, dude, we could disable staging, and that could be a good way to do this. But I don't think fairings radially attach. They don't. So I'm not sure I want to do that way. We could use hard points like this. Those don't have much aero, but the other thing is that I like to mount these things, but I mean, that's only 40 kilograms for a hard point, and what I was using before is that, which is 125. So I'm wondering. Attach backwards to tanks, rotate around and offset forward. To those ones, Loopy? I'm trying to picture the hierarchy in my head. Do these have similar attachment nodes? They do. I wonder what this is gonna do, Loop. If I'm looking at this correctly, aerodynamically, the information from this fairing will get transmitted to here, which will get transmitted to that fairing, which should get transmitted to this fairing. I think. And it is a node attachment, which is useful. Sorry, guys. Excuse me. And then we could strut the three fairings together, yeah. Well, strutting to grandparent here would strut that fairing to that. And then... No, this fairing would strut to that tank with a grandparent strut. That's not bad. Yeah, it gives the bow tie grandparent loopy, yeah. I'm just not sure if structurally that's the right part to tee off of, you know? And then the other design that I had it so the tanks could be swapped out. I don't know. Hey, Vanuel, what's going on? Yeah, for the most part, yeah. And if you want to reinforce it even more, you can strut from the forwardmost fuel tanks in the back group and then to the back of the forward tri-lobe tank. Well, that's where I had struts before, yeah. Want to drop it for an old school drop test? I'm trying not to blow stuff up, man. I mean, yeah, Libby, I don't see why this wouldn't work. Let me just check something. Yeah, there we go. Those tanks needed to be set to absolute, and now the fairings and everything lines up. I don't think setting these to absolute, moving them in, changes anything. I just got to make sure that if we do this, I got to go set that to my master tank design. You know what? I have no idea hierarchically what this is going to do. I have no clue. Because like if we did a regular booster, if we drew a regular booster out and say like that's the payload fairing, we have the, you know, say like that's the payload fairing. We have fuel tank, and then my boosters are attached up here, you know, boosters so to speak, quote unquote, you know what I mean? They're attached down here, and then they're gizmoed backwards. I'm not sure exactly what Kerbал's gonna make of this. Are you changing the base design? Yeah, I stretched it a little bit, Hater. Just a little bit. I mean, this would certainly make mounting the 3 engines a little bit easier. Yeah. Making the thrust structure for this could also be easier because I have something to anchor to. But now I don't have any place for my landing gear to anchor to. The landing gear, that's why that girder segment was there, because the landing gear was anchored to it on the center of mass. The landing gear could go on the fairing interstage node, yeah? Well, landing gear don't attach to... you know what? I am gonna do this. I'll take the mass hit. I am gonna do this. Yeah, we'll put this in here like this. And then I need to... I'll triangulate the struts in here. Why? Doesn't like it. I'm not sure why. I don't know why it does that. It's something with symmetry somewhere. The game is getting confused. Here, let's see if I cycle the symmetry and switch it to like radial or something. See what I'm talking about? Something with that part. Alright, let's try rerouting over here. Not even a single strut? No? I don't know. I don't know. It's probably stacking on the fairing like that that's screwing with it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I had something like this, funny man, a little while back, and it had to do with symmetry. It were parts that had symmetry stacked on symmetry. That doesn't have any symmetry on it. It's the root. So, like, can I strut like here to here? Nope. Nope, can't do that. What the hell? What happened to this thing? I don't understand. Can I strut anything to anything? Can we strut like here to here? Nope. Broken. What the frick? I don't think it's KSP, guys. I don't think restarting is going to make a difference, but if you want me to. Yeah, see, Temp's doing much better today. No, that has to do with the craft file not understanding symmetry. It's not, that is a very good indicator of Kerbal saying, I don't know what you're trying to do here. I don't understand. And there's a reason. There's a reason why this happens. My guess is that fairing symmetry. So like I attached the two aft tanks in symmetry and then moved them around and gizmoed them in, and sometimes putting fairings in symmetry like that, the game just gets really friggin' confused. It just gets super confused. You also look better, to be honest. What do you mean? Yeah, Ismic, I'm good today, man. I'm sorry about yesterday, you know. Like, yeah. It's just, yeah. I'm sorry. It's like the worst stream I've ever done yesterday, dude. Like, seriously, it was so low effort. I can't believe myself. I can't believe that I let that fly. I should have just shut the stream off. Should have just shut it off, dude. Yeah, you know, even streamers have crappy days, man. Now, don't get me wrong. I know that people have crappier days than me. But everything's relative, you know? I did get a new tank design going here, which is pretty rad. And here's this glitch about to happen again. Yeah. Okay, watch. See? A symmetry node. It doesn't like it, Loopy. It doesn't like that. It's a shame because that's a good idea. If I took this out of symmetry, it doesn't like stacking symmetry on symmetry, guys. Basically, if I do something like this, or excuse me. So let's make a good old trident that Brick Tamlin would be proud of. Right? Kerbal does not like doing this. It really, 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 really hates doing symmetry on symmetry like that. It really, really has a hard time understanding this. Like, watch, to the point. Watch, ready? If I take this, start moving it, watch what it's gonna do. See? That's what's causing that problem. You can always turn off sim. Well, that's what I did. That's what I did before, Loopy. That's how I had the tanks set up previously. I attached them out of symmetry to avoid that exact problem. I just forgot. I forgot that I did that. Yeah, it's alright, man. High temperatures do weird things. Chivo, you know what? I've had days where it's been warm before. I've had days. Dude, I've had days where it's been warm. I don't care. Like, you see, I put it up and just say something stupid. Like, look at my pit stains. Ha! Like, I've had days where it's been warm. That's not a problem. It's Kerbal not going right. Chat asking a lot of questions as per
Discovery,
usual.
go and
No,
throttle up.
you're not a burden to the stream. It's just it's a lot of work keeping up with it, right? That coupled with Kerbal not doing what I want and the heat all compounding together. Just, dude, I got too stressed yesterday. But I did make some. We're setting up the structural tanks now. I did make some progress after the stream. Look at this thing. This is what we're putting together right now. See? Look at those numbers. 4210 out of the box. With 238 meters a second from the ohms thrusters. Yeah, this one, and it has 3 shuttle engines, and the TWR doesn't even need to be tweaked. Check this out. 2.25 tons. Well, I mean, look at those damn numbers. It's 44.96 in vacuum. Hey, Jim, 75-month resub. 75 months, dude. Jesus. It's 1.12 in altitude. We could probably do with a little bit of an overclock. I really want to get that up to 1.2. But yeah, I redid the design, and then I redid it in a way where the aero shell still works. You just have to. I just added a wing extension. And it turns out that if you stretch this design, the center of mass actually ends up going forward a little bit. And it makes this design way more stable. So, I mean, yeah. It turns out that all the problems yesterday, and I also figured this out, all the problems yesterday stem from my control point being higher than, the control point being higher than, like, my probe core was up here, and that screws with the thrust vectoring. Your control point needs to be in line with the center of thrust. That's something I learned from Collins. Remember, if you remember me doing all that shuttle testing back in the day, we launched it, and it would always just do this. And then I aligned a probe core with the center of thrust at liftoff, and then the thing flies crystal clear right up into space. Now, I did that by putting the old prototype out on the runway and trying to... I inhaled coffee, like literally inhaled coffee at the beginning of the stream, and now my throat's like, why did you do that? And my lungs are like, why did you do that? So I went and I put the thing out on the pad, and I started just doing a TVC checkout. And it's something that you wouldn't see doing the checkout on the pad. But I would go to roll it, and the thrusters would do this. They would do that. Up and to the right, straight down. And then the reverse, like this. Instead of doing just this. I still don't think the small one has enough delta V to do what we need. Because I built this thing out, and this has enough delta V to do what we need. We needed to add more tanks, and I needed to add another engine. It's no problem. This thing should work great. You inhaled coffee, yeah. That's not how you coffee. Yep. Great decision to complete it. I mean, Ismic, sometimes that's what's needed to. That's what needs to be done, and this one will be way better than the other one. Yeah, it'll be way better. Okay, so. I mean, I want this thing to create drag, so I'm almost wondering if we should just do a nose cone mount of some type. I wanted to make drag out the back. Yeah, that's what I want. So I really would like to see how this way works, Loopy. Just because the symmetry node screws that up. We could attach them in single symmetry, and that could work. But I like this way because think of it like upper stage and payload bay fairing. Core stage, side boosters. I like that. This works. I think this might work a little bit better in my mind. At least I'm safe inside my mind. So I want to try doing it this way. So when launch, I don't know. Yes. I mean. Hey Adam, what's going on? How are you? Okay. Give me 1 second. I gotta merge this and attach it first, and then the struts will run, and then turn it around like that. Cool. I'm wondering what these hard points will do, but we'll find out. And now this should just move like that, and that should get us what we're looking for. Yeah, I know, Duber. I didn't do it right. Sorry, man. That might be a good way to do it. A panel might be a good way to do it, but then again, panels create a lot of drag. We could do a bicoupler, I suppose, if we wanted to keep the node attachment going. It might look cool having vectors sit in those. All right. Yeah, we'll go with this. Sorry, from inhaling the coffee, that's why I'm trying not to go crazy with my voice, because it... Dude... Coffee, like, I took a huge... I went... and coffee went all the way down into here. It almost went down to the bronchioles, man. Like, my freaking lungs are killing me, but it's fine. It's not bad, don't worry. Like, I'm not... If I was like, I need to go, I'd shut the stream off. I'm good. You're dying. Yeah. Slowly, we all are. Act accordingly. How's your mother? She's on her way out. We all are. Act accordingly. At least it was out of a Ferg mug. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be real good, man. It looks like my tanks are just a smidge too long, but it's fine. It should, as long as I shape the shell around it correctly, it should be fine. All right. EJ, coffee carburetor. Okay, so what we'll do now is, just like how you'd strut a booster back to the core stage, I'm gonna run a strut from the fairing to here. That's the first one. So that strut will go there, and then this one will go here like this. Right? So now the fairing is tied back in with the main fairing, and it's also grandparent strutted to it. But between the way it's attached, which goes this way, the grandparent strut, and that regular strut going that way, we created basically a truss. So I have, this is the main line hierarchy of the vehicle, right? I have pieces that go around like this, right? Which is the hard point and the fairing. And then I have another piece that goes around like this, which is the fuel tank fairing, right? That's this white piece right here, right? And then the strut that goes together, right? The strut that connects it all together goes back like this through the center, like that, right? And then the auto strut is like doing this. See that? We boxed it out. Now we know that thing's not going to move because of this diagonal strut right here. I found a clip of this during GTA racing floating around on Twitter. Yeah, Yeah, GTA racing is rage-inducing, dude. How do you like your coffee? Carbureted. Alright, now what we'll do is I'll tie these two, which are also tied into the fairing. We'll have a strut that goes... We need 2 sets here. And, you know, like before I started sacrificing structural integrity on that last vehicle, and it showed. Remember when it lifted off, the hump on the back was doing this? I started taking away struts from the design, and they were... Turns out they were struts that were very structural. Very, very structural. So, let's do... Man. Let's do this today, right? We'll do one strut like that, and then I'll have one right next to it, and then we'll run another strut out here. I ran into one Lamborghini, and then another Lamborghini, and then 47 Lamborghinis later, we have an SSTO. This Lamborghini is faster than you think. Knows. Nobody can deny that this is my Lamborghini. So I think it would be cool to do something like that. Basically put struts on the lines here. And if I line up lines to lines, this should work. This should look really nice. Did I actually win the frigging playlist? I won the playlist, Hibbit. I forgot about that. Holy shnikes, I won the frigging playlist. Dude. I mean, I bumped Callie off at the end. That was just a racing incident, but it still tainted it. It wasn't nearly as cool, but still. It's not fun when you win that way, man. If I want to win, I want to actually win. You know, I want a clean victory. All right. Yeah, it's because we covered a launch. Yeah, the launch was good luck, man. For sure. So these struts right here, holding tanks to tanks, is they're here for twofold, for 2 reasons. One, when the vehicle's re-entering, I don't want the back tanks and the front tank doing this, right? You don't want the vehicle bending and flexing. If it's bending and flexing during re-entry, that means at speed, it's going to do something that you don't want it to do. If it's bending out of control like that. That's the reason why I was worried about body flap drift, for instance. Because it can cause that problem, right? So I don't want the tanks to, I don't want the entire vehicle to basically do this when it's flying, and it will do that unless you strut it. The other thing is that we have thrust load going on the vehicle on the long axis, so this way. So the most load from this thing is going to be put on it from launch going this way, and then the second most load is going to be put on the vehicle this way when it's coming through to re-enter, right? It's going to be pushing on it this way. When you're launching, it's pushing on it this way, right? So these struts are here, and this is why I wanted to overbuild this area, and they did that on the real one too. Look at all the struts right there. They basically have an interstage. It looks like a Soyuz interstage up in there, holding this whole thing together to make sure that the vehicle doesn't do the exact same thing. You can't have these tanks moving around. There's a pipe that connects the rocket, that connects the oxidizer tank to the back. If those tanks are bending, the pipe's bending. And don't get me wrong, every pipes on rockets have flex joints to account for thermal contraction and expansion because of cold propellants, and then going from cold propellants to re-entry heat, cold propellant, you know what I mean? It has that there on purpose, but you don't want the whole vehicle doing this. It can't account for a flex like that. Like this. Or like this. Not like this. These are not the doors of a billionaire, Richard. So I basically did the Kerbal equivalent of that. I mean, I could run the struts to look like that if we really wanted to, and that would look pretty cool. But Kerbal doesn't read struts like that so much. I mean, could. Unless you're Virgin Galactic and your space plane folds. Yeah, the feather. That's a cool idea. It's a really cool design. Alright, so see that strut right there. The other thing is that when load is being put on the vehicle this way, right? When load's being put on the vehicle this way, that strut's not going to do a lot. The reason is because it's perpendicular to the force being applied to it. So think about a bridge. A totally flat bridge needs some structure underneath it, or it needs trusses over the top, or a suspension bridge or something, because if you have a flat surface and you have a force being applied to a flat surface like that, it's going to want to bend, right? So that strut needs basically the equivalent of a bridge truss segment. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to run a strut like this. This strut right here on the very tip of the nose will keep my this will keep the nose cone fairing in place, and if this strut holds that in place, then that strut can keep the tanks together, because I don't want the tanks doing that either. Hey Curly, what's going on? And now it would be ideal if I could get a diagonal going from there to there, but I think this should be enough struts. So another thing that we can do is tie these tanks together, and this will keep them from moving individually of each other. And we can do that by so we have fairing to fairing right there. We could go fairing to tank like this. I don't necessarily want to do this just yet, because there's going to be a payload bay right here, and I have to get the final positioning of this thing with the payload bay there, and that's probably what we should do right now, what we should work on. And then these are grandparent strutted to here. Okay. And what does our auto struts look like? They should be triangulating stuff in certain spots. Okay. What's the target for payload capacity? 2 to 5 tons, Ismic. This should be able to move 5 tons. I over-engineered it for 5 tons. I'm never going to need to move 5 tons into space, ever. But I engineered it that way. Because, yeah, this one needs to be a little bit on the over-engineered side, man. Okay. It'd be better if we absolute snap that to keep the 3 fairing plates in line. Alright, so these fairing plates right here will form the backbone of our truss structure here, but I'm not getting a lot of triangulation going on in this area here. So what I'll probably do, I mean, there's not going to be anything down here but the arrow shell. So let's go here like this, and then I'm really taking into account a lot more aerodynamics this time around. The reason is because I like how the other one flies, but if we could optimize it just a little bit more, we would be really sitting pretty here with this design. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll run an internal strut here. Oh no, an internal strut, it didn't want it. These fuel no, we're already triangulating there. We don't need struts there. You want to triangulate this as much as possible, ideally in 2 dimensions. So the auto struts are all on a line like this. So once again, you're going to run into the bending problem. Having these struts here in 2 dimensions, if you're looking at it isometrically from the side, will keep this all in line. This thing should not move. But yeah, that's kind of how that works. Yeah, so she. He says that, and one day we'll launch 5 tons. Well, Audrey, it's even over-engineered for 5 tons based off of our dimensions craft file. Here, take a look. I just kind of did out a rough draft of this. I mean, look at these numbers. Numbers don't lie. And this is with orbiter maneuvering engines as well. Ricky, look, these colors don't run, man. I'm gonna keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Alright, so check that out. 4210 with 238 meters a second on the orbital maneuvering thrusters. 4210 plus 238. And that's using atmospheric specific impulse for the first stage engines. This thing, it should be able to fly on a terrible ascent profile and still make it into space every time. Even with the orbital maneuvering engines. The orbital maneuvering engines are over-engineered too. They have 200 meters a second. 200 meters a second total. I need 60 to deorbit it on its re-entry trajectory that I want to deorbit this on. This is going to be using something very similar to darts, which is very similar to Collins. So, should be pretty foolproof. Bezos is going to space. I know. Tori's looking forward to KSP 2. My man. This was all tested with 2.25, but once again, if you put this in here, you are going to have a slightly limited performance, but I mean, this is 5 tons of payload here. These numbers don't lie again, right? We got 3984, which is very similar. Those are very similar numbers to where we were at before. So that should get us like over 2,000 meters a second, but it won't get us to orbit. But the ohms should be able to put that into space. But once again, I don't think I could fit 5 tons of anything in here. Anything. So it's really designed for 2 to 3. 2 to 3 should be just fine. That should be able to put any type of small sat or whatnot in space. It's not an issue. And if you're wondering what the I-beams are for, those are for the fairings. The I-beams mass, from what we were seeing, comes out to about 1.1, and these are 1.125 tons. All 3 of them are pretty much in line with my estimations. And yeah, these numbers are actually a little bit off. 4133. And then 233. Did you count for snacks? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course I did. Angle the RS-25s towards the center of mass a bit. Thrust to weight ratio is already at a premium, Louis, so it'll make it more stable, but it'll give us less thrust. I'm gonna have to overclock these just a little bit, just a teeny bit. It's not a big problem. So what I'm gonna do now is take our structural fuselage and make sure that is going to fit correctly. Make sure I designed it to scale and everything, and we're looking pretty good there. Yep, that looks right. Bless you. Thank you. Yep. I think we got everything correct in this design. Let me try to line it up with the original route there. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. She's just a wee bit longer than what I wanted, mate. That's okay. That's fine. I could move these a little bit closer, but I don't want to. I want to leave space here just in case I need to run struts for the arrow shell and whatnot. And then, yeah, these 3 fairings back here will help us. Well, basically, yeah, they'll help us form the aft plate so we can mount this stuff. Good, cool. Excellent. The gimbal overshot came from a bad control point, Louiso. All right. Just like what we were doing before, let's go in here like this, right? No, it's just the arrow shell is just an extended version. Hip. Yeah, it won't take long to manufacture it. I'm serious. It really won't. Okay, so let's see what we got here. That's the TPS configuration. Oh, that thing would look so damn cool. Yeah, it's funny because they called it the arrow shell too. I don't know if I just picked that up or what. Yeah, yeah, cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. Audrey! Back to square one? No, I wouldn't say that. 28-month resub. Wow, this is looking good. Thank you. Alright, so we do have to figure out the payload bay. I'll probably do that on an interstage node here. And I did not design the payload bay to be clipped into a fuel tank. I just have to kind of double check that. And I didn't design these to have fuel in them either. And that's kind of the part of the reason why I over-engineered for... that's part of the reason why I over-engineered it. Because I wanted... I didn't want to use the hump. I wanted to use it as air, like a piece. That's the right way to say this. I wanted to use it as aesthetic and not structural or fuel because I want it to be reconfigurable. I want to be able to do different things with the vehicle. Like put a crew tank up here if I really wanted to. I think that would be a lot more useful. Oh no, Audrey, 28 months there. Vulcan is delayed until 2022. ULA last month confirmed that Vulcan's first launch will be pushed from 2021 to 2022 due to customer payload delays. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do, Swishio, don't worry. Also in the GAO report on Vulcan, a US-produced rocket engine under development at ULA's Vulcan launch vehicles experiencing technical challenges related to the igniter and booster capabilities required may not be qualified in time. Uh-oh. Not good, man. Not good. That's not good. That's not a good thing, guys. I'll tell you that right now. Is this the larger tank system? If not, what happened to the shell? This is going to look like the other one, Lego. It's just the air shell is going to be extended a little bit. That's all. Alright, let me just... Did I never purchase this? We were using that contract to put shuttle engines out. I had a contract in to test the RS-25. I guess I never unlocked it. No, I canceled the contract because I didn't need it anymore because I had the RS-25 unlocked. I forgot about that. I forgot I had to buy it. I've been using these experimental engines that I've been using the experimental engines that they wanted me to test for flight prototypes for a long time. Just bite the bullet, it doesn't matter. Is this an extended range version? Lego, this is a get to orbit version. The other one doesn't make it. I had to make some changes to these tanks when we were testing them, but moving that a tick in is not going to make a difference in the testing. I'm just trying to sync the payload bay in here as much as I possibly can without it becoming annoying. So the rumors are true. The BE-4 hasn't done a full duration test fire before it goes boom. It's not good, guys. It's not a good thing. Is there space news today? Do you want to do a quick space news? I mean, we could, but... I mean, what do you guys want to talk about? I can talk and work again. It's not a problem. I hate it. I hate it. 3 minutes of firing before it literally blows up. Yeah, I'm going to continue with the build, dudes. Just because I really just want to get this finished. So, one thing that I will do is, I mean, well, can't do that just yet, but I'll run some type of strut from the payload fairing to here to kind of tie this shape back in. Make the struts nice and uniform. Once again, nobody's ever going to see this but us, but it's fine. I like to, you know, sit here and make sure we do it right. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, I'll be here for the rocket launches, Sean. Maybe a couple of space newses, but this vacation is... Primo's family is coming, and we haven't seen them in a long time, so we gotta, yeah, we gotta make sure I keep up appearances, you know what I mean? You gotta keep up appearances with the family. Not like that. Still fun to say it that way, though. I mean, comparatively, we see my parents pretty much every week. Because we're here and not in Détroit. There we go. Yeah. You deserve a vacation. I hate vacations, Shaw. Vacations stress me out. I'll be 100% real with you. It's good and you need them, just like any other job, but they stress me the hell out. You know why? Because I'm not here. Look, man, my salary is directly tied to being here. And you could sit here and say, oh, no, EJ, you need a vacation. You shouldn't think about it that way. I don't choose to think about it like that way. I don't choose to think about it like that. That just kind of happens. Even Disney World? Yeah, for the most part. I always have anxiety when I leave for a week because no one's here running the business. And once again, streaming is a service job. I will die on this hill. It's a service job. Just like working in a restaurant. You close your restaurant for a week, people will stop coming. You won't have the momentum that you had. I'll stream in your place. Yeah. But hey, once again, I'm not trying to say this, and Bree, I know you're watching. I'm not trying to say this to make you feel bad. I get it. Like we gotta hang with your family, man. I like hanging with your family. It's fun. I enjoy it. You know? I'm debating on which one will look the best. I'll just
Discovery,
leave that
go and
there
throttle
for
up.
now. Make sure that'll work. Nah, 95 even then. Changing up the formula? No. Changing up, like, okay, think about it like this. If somebody else is here, even if they're playing KSP, like, say I got DOS to come in and play, you know, like, just, I mean, that would never happen, right? But say I did, right? It's just changing the brand up a little bit. You know what I mean? And that people will come in, they'll come here, they won't see me, and they'll be like, bye. And you can sit here and say that, oh, people aren't like that. Oh, yeah, you are. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, I'll be back, and I'll stream the rocket launches, too. And that's nothing against DOS, right? It's just changing the brand. It's like when you tune in, I mean, younger viewers probably won't know about this, but it's like when you tune into a radio station, right? And sometimes radio stations just reformat without telling anybody, and then, you know, your favorite radio station that you tune into all the time, you tune into it, and it's not rock and roll anymore. It's a hip-hop station. Like the oldies station here, 103.3 became a hip-hop station. They reformatted overnight and didn't tell anybody they were doing it, and everybody went to turn on and listen to Golden Oldies, and it was like, yo, dog, what's up? And that's fine. It's not about, this isn't about, oh, they took my oldie station. It's just stuff reformats. And the second that happens, you don't retain most viewers. Yeah. Yeah, you don't retain them. That's just kind of how that pans out. Tequila, I'm keeping my subscription running, even though I sometimes don't watch your streams for months, just because you're awesome and you deserve it. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Really, I do. It means a lot to me. I know people keep their subs going even when they leave and they have other things to do. I appreciate it. Really. I don't want to put the landing gear down totally here. I'm just going to put it where I think it needs to be for now.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
And I'm probably going to go with the doubled up landing gear option, just because this one is a little bit heavier. I'll go with doubled up landing gear for the rear wheels. But yeah, either way, vacations stress me the hell out. It's tough for me to shift out of streaming mode. Does that make sense? It's tough. I don't like doing it. But, you know, I eventually figure out that I also like vacations a lot, so, yeah, it's fine. Steven Guy, 19-month resub. Thanks, man. So instead of attaching the gear to the girder this time, I'm just attaching it straight up to the landing gear. Or I'm attaching it right to the root part. All right. Here we go. Structural test time. Hopefully stuff doesn't blow up. Yeah, Lego, I remember that. That was fun. That was back. That was a long time ago. Okay. Let's do a shell here. Alright, so what's our total mass? Make sure there's no fuel in any of these tanks. So we're at 43.8 right now for dry mass. 43.801. So 43,801 kilograms. Now, what's the total wet mass? I'm just putting this all together and making sure that the tanks can hold all this. Hodl. Remember to hodl, chat, all the time. Don't do that. That's not advice. 221 on the structural. 221. 801 kilograms. That's going to be important for later. Total fairing mass. The forward one is 1100 and these back ones are 1.1, but I'm not going to estimate it. Let's go back into their craft files and see what I wrote. 1050. Save. 1050. 1100. Okay, so structural. My brain is potato today, so I'm just going to do this on the calculator. $1,050 times 2 plus 1,100 is 3,200. That's fuel capacity, moron. We have 3.2 tons of fairings. I'm just trying to keep these calculations down so if I need to debug the vehicle, I know where the mass is distributed. And our total fuel capacity is 2880. Plus 4,500, which is 16,000. So we have 2880 there, 2880 there. So we have basically 4 orange tanks. So it's 2880 times 4. Yeah, let me just double check it. Yep. And then we have 4,500 here, which is 1440 plus 540 plus 270. And then plus 1440 plus 540 plus 270. I'm doing all this on a TI-83. 16,000 total liquid fuel. It wasn't exactly that. $16.20.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's just say it's liters. Screw it. Would you be okay with me setting up some reruns? Sure, drummer, if you want. But certain days I'll be here. I'm gonna try to get in and cover the rocket launches. Not because I out of some obligation, but I want to. And once again, guys, if I'm talking like a little if I'm talking a little bit more normal, I'm using the indoor voice here and not the streaming voice. I literally, at the beginning of the stream, as a joke, and this one kind of backfired in my face. The joke's on me, I guess. I drank coffee while laughing and inhaled a lot of coffee, like all the way down, like dripping in the lungs, and I was coughing for about 5 minutes. It's funny, and I'm fine. I'm just taking it easy because it kind of hurts. Bear with me, though. I'll be fine. Yeah. No, I'll be all right. PBT, 5-month resub. Chat, I gotta go. I have work tomorrow, and this stream makes my brain stay up, so I'm gonna dip. Good night. EJ dies on stream. That's right. I think I'm getting the black lung pop. Derek, you freaking been working down there a day. Try working down there for 40 years. Merman! Merman! Still funny. Doesn't matter. I said I was coughing for 5 minutes. Not it was 5 minutes ago, Kralani. Alright. I think we're good to do a structural test. I got all my data written down. And the payload bay doesn't have fuel tank inside of it, does it? Yeah, just a little bit. I'll put batteries there or something. Well, I knew the thing was 4,500 from before, but yeah, okay, we're good. Why not use the long Mark II conics? I mean, if you want me to, sure. Kind of screws up my calculations, but... Let me check something. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. I don't want these fuel tanks to carry anything, though. Not like the other design. 180 and 220 is 4 tons, so that's 570 kilograms dry, and this one is... I don't really want to take the hit on dry mass, to be honest with you. I don't want to do that. We'll use the smaller ones. Cool. Let's throw this out on the runway and we'll see what it does. I can already tell you right now that these are going to need to be a little bit higher. Could make your vacation going to stream one of the rocket launches in person, preferably one that is near nighttime so you have the day free. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, we could. Trust me. We're gonna want that. Thrust control point. It's a mistake that I made with the last one, having an offset probe core. You should consider doing a Hot Rod Power Tour. I've thought about doing that. I've thought about doing it and streaming it, Thailand, to be 100% real with you. Yeah. Is Is it bad if a whole community takes a game way too seriously? It's all about the community that's built around it, Twishio. I had the pleasure of building up the Kerbal community here on Twitch, and we all, me and Das did, and we all end up helping each other. Don't think you centered the port. Thank you. Okay, and I will actually put the probe core in here. I don't want that probe core. I like the hex cores. We do not want to control from this core, though. That's no good. And I want the hex core inside of something that's occluded. And then I'll just use the same batteries that we had before. But this time we have a little bit more dry mass to work with. So you know what I'll do? Put the battery first, and then the core right behind it, and then just gizmo this down, and then move that down into position here. We'll tuck this thing in this way. And this being a weird orientation like that should just inadvertently tell me that that's not the control point. Like if I right click and hit control from here, the control point's not going to be pointed straight up. So that's why I want that. Comms, I'm working on it. All right. Like we don't necessarily need to do this right now, but it's probably for the better if we do. I'll put the dish up at the front because that's where we need to put the mass. Put it in the nose. Yeah, relay. Serious? What do you mean? Thailand, either way, I know. Yeah, I know. Have you done a power tour before? I'd do it. Sure. I'd want to, dude, if I was going to do it, I'd want to build a car for it, to be honest with you. I need a shop. I really need a shop if we're going to do that. Is there a prize pool for something like that? What's the... Yeah, potato... Let me turn the... Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. There's no way there's 2,800 people in here. Chat's acting like there's 400. Like, the speed of chat right now is... Alright. Let's put this thing out and let's see what it does. We have a new dry mass, though. I gotta increase it to 44,121. And then that's going to give us a new wet mass, so I'm just going to leave that blank for now. Nice, Jack. That's cool. 650. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go. See what happens here. Man, I really screwed up doing that. Wow, that thing is super solid. Do you see anything moving? Is there anything at all? Here, let's... I saw a teeny weeny bit of fuel tank right there, just a little bit. Yeah, if the landing gear is bouncing, that's fine. I'm talking about what I'm trying to look for is if the fuel tanks move independently of the fairings or anything, or if fuel tanks are moving independently of fuel tanks. A little bit right there, just a teeny weeny bit. That one's moving just a little bit. But it's honestly negligible. The engine's moving anywhere? Nope. All of my friends know the car that rides low. My friends ride in the car that rides low. I don't want to get sued for copyright strikes. So all of my friends know that one car that rides low, that is a old American brand. And sometimes it gets higher and then sometimes gets a little lower. And sometimes it doesn't use any gas. Hit the switch, man. And if I hit the switch, I can make that nose drop. Had to stop for a launch scrub. Looking in my mirror, all I see is sponges. I don't know. Would it be possible to snap the rear tanks to the front bilobes and then gizmo them into position? That made a symmetry bug, Mr. Bond. We tried doing that first. Alright, we're gonna roll this thing down the runway. And let's check for arrow. So that's the right fairing. That's the center fairing. That's the left fairing. And then that's the root fairing. What's the relationship here? The outer two fairings are changing a lot. Is the F100 almost finished? Yeah. When I get back from break, guys, I'm basically going to do a sprint with the truck. I'm going to work on it for like a week. I'll do a week of truck streams and then Kerbal in the afternoon. So truck stream, like, in the morning, like from 9 to like 11 or something. So we'll work on it for like 2 hours, and then I'll come home, and then we'll do Minecraft, and then Space News, and then Kerbal. I'll do that for a week straight. It's not a problem. I want to finish it. Yeah, we just need to finish it. Right now, I'm just looking to see how this thing aerodynamically works. These are going to create a lot of drag. What about the structural? Yeah, the fairings are going to create a lot of drag because they're holding a lot of mass. That's exactly as intended. Yeah. That's exactly as intendees. Do you guys like tendies? I gotta play the Minecraft server element. I have to do that. There's people that are involved in that project, and I don't. It'll lose steam if I don't. I don't want to do that. But I also want to work on the truck. I'll do truck to Minecraft to Space News to Kerbal. After vacation, I should be able to handle it. It's not a problem. The reason behind engine's gimbal angle instead of opposite parallel nozzles to each other whilst doing a roll is the center of mass, isn't it? No. It's control point. It always has been control point. Hooded, I don't know what people were talking about yesterday. Maybe they were talking about something different, but I know that's incorrect. It's all about where your control point is relative to your center of thrust. It's never been around center. It never pivots around the center of mass. Maybe one day Minecraft, one day truck. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll figure out something. But I basically want to hit it. I want to hit it hard when we get back. Oh, so EJ is leaving us now. Yeah. You know, because it's not stressing me out anymore than you, right? Like, it's not stressful. Alright, so harness is done right. I just have to button it up, Maka. I have to get underneath the dash and clean up the harness in there. Once that's done, I'm gonna send it off and have someone do the exhaust for me. Seriously, I'll send it out, and then we can work on the Coronet. We'll have the truck to drive around during the summer, and then we'll work on the Coronet during the summer. Get that thing all up and running. It needs a radiator. The radiator is the original radiator. It's a steel radiator and it's rusted out. The Coronet has a very bad overheating problem, so we'll get a new radiator for it. I'll show people how to swap that out. And then I have an intake manifold for a 4-barrel carb for the Coronet as well. We could put that on there, or we could get like a Terminator and switch it to EFI, but we'd have to mess with the fuel tank. It has a brand new fuel tank in it though, so it shouldn't be too hard. What year is the Coronet? 69? Streaming, YouTube, and teaching. The 3 professionals where going on vacation is more stressful than actually working. Yep, true that. Yeah, nice. I know. Afternoon demo. Alright. I didn't see any structural problems here. Let's just get our total wet mass and go again. And then I'll start transferring the aero shell over. I'm making sure to keep track of mass calculations this time around. I have a tri-lobe LOX tank in this design. Look at that, 4,800. 4,800 sea level, 5149. Man, if this was an expendable vehicle, that thing would really go. EJ needs a gift card for a McMaster car, yeah. Maka, the Coronet is a Coronet 500. It's got 4 doors, but you know what, man? I don't care. I don't care because I got this Coronet for nothing. I got it for absolutely nothing. 1,400 bucks. Running and driving for the most part. I've done a couple of things myself to get it back up to scruff. Did the brakes on it, all the wheel cylinders, and you know, like a 2-door Coronet in the same condition would cost 10 grand, not 1,400. So I don't care if it has 4 doors. I really don't. And you know what? Nowadays, if you want to make power, it doesn't even matter. It really does not matter. Back in the day when the engines were underpowered, you know, that was a big deal. You know, putting a big block in there versus a small block is a big power adder, right? Nowadays, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I could go find a 5.7 Hemi, the Gen 3 Hemi that Dodge has been making for years. I could find that in a wrecked truck. I could pull it. We could put it in the Dodge, and it could make 500 horsepower, which is more than a 440. Yeah, way more. So, yeah, it doesn't. 4 doors means nothing. Honda K-swap it. It's too... Well, Sim, that would be kind of cool. But the Honda motor would have the horsepower, but it wouldn't have the torque without a big honking turbo on it. But man, Sim, would people get pissed if I K-swap that Coronet? People would get so mad. Put a Blackwing in it? I'd do that with an old Cadillac or an old Chevy. And Blackwing engines are about 20 G's a pop, Mr. Bond. Oh well. Dude, I have a car cane addiction, but it's not that bad. Alright. Guys, I think we're ready to build the aero shell out. 2JZ swap it. Nah, I'm good. See you last. Hey, Kev. Why not a Holly Sniper? Do you really need a full Terminator for manual tuning? No, a Sniper would be fine, dude. Yeah, Sniper would work. Terminator or a Sniper. I mean, either one. Yeah, I have the intake manifold for a 4-barrel Holly on it. It's an Edelbrock intake manifold, but it's for a 4-barrel. I have that. It's technically a 4-barrel for a 360, and not a 318, but it'll fit. That with a Terminator on it, that would be cool. That'd be a cool little car. Kev, I would like to build the 318. Believe it or not, I'll get some performance heads for the 318, and you know. Just because, you know, nobody does that. Everybody throws the 318s away. And, for 340s and 360s. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd want a 440 in it as much as the next guy. But I want to make the Coronet, because it's a 4-door, I want to make it like a Grand Touring car. Not like a Grand Touring car, like a race car. Like Grand Touring vehicles in the old school definition of it. I know Grand Touring vehicles are usually 2 doors, I understand. Grand Touring vehicles are cars with a lot of horsepower that are also practical. That's what an old Grand Touring car is. It's a road, basically a road trip vehicle. It's a car that's designed for road tripping. Like the DB5 is a Grand Touring car. That's a Maserati right there. That's the Casco in GTA. Yeah, here, a Grand Touring car. Like, I would like to do something like that. Even though I know Grand Touring cars are 2 doors. I get it. Something with a good amount of power. A good amount of power that has plenty of space that you could throw, like, you and 4 of your buddies in and drive, like, 3,000 miles easy. You know, relatively for a V8, relatively good fuel economy, and then kind of go from there. I think that's as big as the Coronet, Apollo. An AC6000? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's as big and as heavy as it. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work. EV swap it. Not like it's adding a lot of weight from the batteries will make much of a difference with the tank. You know that 60s cars are just big. They don't weigh a lot, right? Unless it's a caddy. Here. I'll show you. Cars from that era, actually, they don't weigh as much as you think they weigh. I have a 5th gen here. Let's take a look. What's the curb weight? Yep, that's where mine was made. Hamtramck, right there. So it's 116 wheelbase. Length is 5.3 meters. Huh. Doesn't say the curb weight in here. That's annoying. They're like, I don't know, 3,500 pounds, which is not as bad as you think it might be. Those Dodges were built pretty well. They were built for NASCAR engineered. NASCAR took the B-body, and that, Dodge took the B-body, and that was the chassis that they used for NASCAR. And back then it was homologation rules, so it's a race car. It's a race car chassis. It's just been detuned because back then with NASCAR you had to, it had to be a street car. You actually had to use a stock car. It's called homologation rules. Like you had to produce a certain amount of the car for it to be able to compete in NASCAR, which is pretty cool. So Chrysler took their B-body and they basically revamped it a little bit in the late 50s, early 60s, and they revamped it for Hemi engines for the 2nd gen Hemi, and they revamped it to be a better race car. And that ultimately culminated with the Superbird design in the late 60s, and then NASCAR wimped out and said, no, aerodynamics, no, we can't have that. Unless you're Lancia, right? Well, Lancia is amazing. But yeah. You need to get a hold of an LA 6.2 liter for the Coronet. It would fit in the original ideas. Yeah. Yeah, 68 to 70 Chargers, 3,100 pounds. Yeah, Clev, I think the Coronet, because it's 4 doors, is a little bit more than that. It can't be more than 3,500. Yeah, they're not as heavy as you think they are. I mean, mine being a Grand Tour is probably going to end up being that heavy because of all the crap I'm going to put in it. But yeah, I want it to be a car that you could take to the track and have some fun with. Not the fastest car, not a 10-second car, but like a 13-second car would be fine. But also a car that you could, basically a car for Hot Rod Jag Week. That's actually not a bad idea. Lancia just like Swishio. The I is silent. Lancia is how I was told to say it. Sniper on a 4-barrel intake would save you having to dyno tune it since it auto tunes it, so that's really Grand Touring ready. Yeah, that 318 needs some heads and a cam to wake it up, Kev. I mean, guys, I'm not shooting for 500 horse, and well, I'm not shooting for more than 500 horse. 400 horsepower, 400 foot-pounds would be great, and I think that's totally doable with the 318, dude. We can work on that during the summer, but let's finish the truck first. But more importantly, let's finish this. All right. You've been told wrong. Sure. Okay. Dimensions. All right. So, I'm not sure where we're going to put the orbiter maneuvering thrusters. That will come later. They're not really tied into the structure of this thing. So, what I'll do is here, don't save. I'm going to grab the original prototype, and we're just going to start picking pieces off of it. Picking meat off the bone, man. I'm going to start picking the meat off the bone.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Luke, 23-month resub. Thanks, man. I found a 68 440 Coronet for 38,000. Yeah, Chris, they're expensive. 104. Here's the ship. It's going all right, Jackie. Yeah, Mile. It was never meant. Yeah, it's the economy choice. They detuned it. They detuned it so it doesn't make more than 200 out of the box. But if you give it some heads, give it some good heads in a cam, it'll wake it up. And once again, Mile, not aiming for like 600-700 horsepower. Just 400. 400 would be great. 400 is fun enough for the street. You could take it to the track. You could have some fun with it. With that B body, you could autocross it too. I'm talking about like suspension upgrades, not so much with the motor. You know, I'd love to do that. That would be really fun. It's pronounced Lancia because Lancia means spear. My dad at one point had a 66 Coronet 500 with a 318 in it. It was great. They're great cars. The B body Chryslers are fantastic, Mile. Mopar parts are expensive, Chris, because they didn't make a lot of them, and they were really cool. So, yeah, they didn't make a lot of those things. Okay, so we're going to have to figure out a part to center all this stuff around, and I'm not sure what that's going to be, because I had an I-beam here doing that previously. It's going to have to be around the root part, I suppose. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so let's pick the meat off the bone. Here we go. Take the struts off. Figure out where this needs to end up. I think that should, no, right there I think is right. Maybe up one? No, that can't be right. I mean, keep in mind, this isn't the exact same nose cone. It's close, but it's not the exact same. I redesigned it a little bit. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. And the old hold down point should be right there. We can get rid of that. And that does have the struts still attached to it. Hey Pestilence, how are you? Nice name, man. It doesn't look like we'll need these top triangles in this one, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, hello, rotting pestilence. How are you? And it makes me laugh, man. In a good way. Oh. We weren't in Sim from what it looks like. I just got KSP and wow, I've been missing out on a great game. Oh. Yeah, man. KSP is my jam. And I love this game. I've been playing this game for a very long time. Very, very, very long time. Yeah, it's awesome. What I'm doing is I'm building a single stage to orbit vehicle. So I'm building something that basically you put out on the launch pad and it flies all the way up into space. I'm about to start this man's whole career. Really? I know, right? Isn't that crazy? Alright. Get rid of that. And it looks like I was a doofus and attached the wings there, which is not exactly what I want. Hey, boo! What's going on? See? We can transfer most of the aero shell over. You redesigning the ship or adjusting the design? Yes. Jarrus, I'm doing both of those things. I stretched the design a little bit. This is what we had. This is where we're going. This is way, way, way more efficient. This is going to give me the margins that I need. So even if I fly on a terrible, terrible ascent path, this will still, it'll be okay. Yeah, this will still be all right. So I just basically extended this out a little bit. That's all. Yeah, it looks good. Thing is, like I said, it looks like I was a moron and attached this to the wrong thing. But when I built out this thing, I mean, it doesn't matter on the smaller one's design, but. Reason why I wanted to do this. Alright, that retains the same exact shape, but it's attached to this piece because I don't need that triangular piece there. That's not what I want. I need another one of these, believe it or not. Hey Snake, what's going on? EJ, I take it this stream has been spent designing, not flying. Yeah. Jim, the test flights yesterday told me everything I need to know, and that's part of the reason why yesterday sucked so much. It told me everything I need to know. It told me that this thing is not the old design. The one over there on the right is not. It's not up to the challenge. It's not up to it. It really isn't. It just doesn't have the Delta V margins that I'm really looking for. That's all. So I basically spent all last night after I shut the stream off, dude, figuring out a way to make this thing viable, and this is what I came up with. It's an extended version of that. I just took it, literally stretched it. I stretched it by about, I don't know, a meter, 2 to 3 meters, maybe. It's more like 5, but you get what I'm trying to say. I stretched it out, and this, I made it and reconfigured it in a way where I can just use the same exact arrow shell that I used before. It'll be totally fine. So that's what we're doing. Like we can even pick this thing apart, right? And all the verniers, everything can just be put right back into position. Yeah. And then I gotta extend this panel. This line of panels, and this should all line up. It should be just fine. Like, that's where the old vehicle ended. I extended it. It's a little bit bigger, and it's like I was saying yesterday before I just got so fed up with the heat that I couldn't even think straight, that I just started getting mad. Just like, ugh, I can't do it. It's fine in here today, by the way. Yeah, see? Lines up perfectly with that last panel. What I gotta do is we gotta move this up into position like this. It's basically what I said yesterday, which was this needs to, it needs to be just a little bit wider. That's all. A little bit wider, a little bit longer, it should get us exactly what we need. No air conditioner. Past what was going on yesterday, we had so I'm in New England. There was a heat wave in New England, and it got pretty much to 100 degrees in some spots. I'm just saying that for hyperbole. It got up to 97 Fahrenheit, which is, well, I always don't get the stupid C right. It's like 35 to 40 C, somewhere in there. And that, coupled with my lights, coupled with the heat that my computers make, because I have a streaming rig and a gaming rig to get better performance for KSP. My air conditioner is only rated for 5,000 BTUs. It could not exchange the heat fast enough. Couldn't do it. It got up to like 90 degrees in here. It was like being in a sauna. I was sweating all over the place. I couldn't think straight. I'm like, I hate everything right now. Does the Space Dorito have AC? Well, it's using shuttle engine, so yes. Yes, precisely. Yeah, it got real toasty. Nobody was expecting it, from what I understand. But yeah, it sucked. It wasn't fun at all. No, Mr. Bond, it's fine. It's good, dude. It's fine today. It's not as hot. That was like dude, it never gets almost 100 Fahrenheit here. That never happens. I mean, it does. It has happened in the past, but it's very rare. Like, sometimes, we have two types of summers in New England. There's mild summers, and then mild summers, you know, I probably can't call it this anymore, but there's mild summers, and then there's Indian summers. The Indian summers, please excuse my language, that's just what it's called. those are the ones that are actually, excuse me, those ones are mild. You either get a really oppressively hot summer, or you get one of those, and the Indian summers don't they don't last. They last way into September, like way into September. Yeah, okay. I actually should just grab this piece and work with that. So like the summer will go really, really long, but it's not that hot. That usually means that we're gonna get a pretty bad winter. If it's oppressively hot like this, the winter usually is mild, but I don't know. It changes and climate changes and whatever, so who knows. I mean, that's how it was when I was growing up. I would assume it hasn't changed, but you know, assumptions don't really get you very far nowadays, I guess. Sorry, guys. Did I say it right? I lost my train of thought halfway through the Indian summer explanation. I'll be honest with you. I lost my train of thought. I may not have said it right. Just, yeah, read up what was linked in chat. I know the Indian summer is when it goes far. It goes really long. You need to inhale some rice to soak up all that coffee. Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. Did you see the most recent pictures from Juno? The ones of Enceladus skit? Yeah, those are awesome. Great pictures. I think it was of Enceladus. I'm pretty sure. Did I get it wrong? Ganymede, that's what it was. It was one of the moons. That's no moon. It's too big to be a space station. Wrong Ganon planet. Sorry guys, my brain is pudding after the last couple of days. Just pudding. We went from potato to pudding. So now what I need to do is there. That'll look all right. Your brain is pudding, but your life is potato. It's just potatoes everywhere. Life is potato. What happens if I move the entire aeroshell back just a little bit? No, that needs to stay up there. Okay. So we will design around this. That might be how the back of this needs to be, but that's fine. That's good enough. And I haven't shaped these yet. These generally just don't need to be bent like those ones are. Yeah, we can... You know what? It'd be better to remake it. I make those triangular panels in a very, very particular way. Gotta make the sawtooth first, watch. Right? Alright, so you can move these out like this and then move those in. There we go. Perfect. Alright, so now because this is lining up with that, it should be just 5 degrees tilted out. So that's 90. All right, tilted out 5, and it should line up perfectly with that panel, right? Yeah. Good enough. Now take this one and just move that so it's parallel there. And now take this one, do the same thing. Sweet. Now take these, and you should just be able to rotate them in. Like that. Hey, Bree.
Hi.
How are you? What's up?
Good. How are you?
All right.
I am here because I wanted to say hi and give you a hug and make sure you're okay. And now that I know you're okay, I wanted to inform chat that we're maybe possibly looking to hire an artist because Twitch released all their new emote stuff and I can't keep up with it. And we might possibly need YouTube thumbnails as well. So let us know if you do emotes or anything like that, because I'd like to, if possible, I'd like to get somebody from the community, but we shall see. And we have ideas. So send me a Discord message.
I'm working, guys. She's right. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, Farnight, the temp is better. Yeah. Yeah, no, Mr. Vaughn, I probably should. Yeah, Farnight, we're good today, man. Everything's fine. It's not nearly as warm as it was yesterday. Oh, no. No, 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 no. 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 Bye-bye. I gotta redo that. I gotta redo it. Okay. Yeah, no, Mr. Ron, that probably would have been a good idea to do that. To, like, sub-assemble this, but it's alright. I can make it, like, the reason why I don't is, like, I can make this in 2 seconds. See, like, this doesn't take very long to make. It's pretty good there. I think I may have stretched it out on purpose, like this, and put these one more gizmo out than what they should be, to try and stretch the gap right there. But I need to resculpt this piece around this piece. That's why I redid it. So what I'm gonna do, this one is gonna have straight, like I'm just using this to keep that texture going, so it looks nice. So this is gonna go backwards like that, right? And then each one of these pieces is just gonna conform to the back piece right here. This is a build style that I do called tessellation, because the build style resembles tessellating triangles in 3D. So yeah, this is a fun build style. It's a fun way to do this. Looks like these need to be moved up a little bit to get the lines right. All right, cool. So I build that out, right? And I shape the back triangles first. And then these triangles right here, all you got to do is just conform the shape. Now, I could have done this part with just straight panels. Like, that would have been easy. Just straight wings. It would have been fine. But I wanted to keep this that texture going because it looks cool. So now what I'm gonna have to do is, see, look, if I don't do that, see, this panel's gonna bend in. If you look at it, it looks like the line goes out and then it bends in and comes out again. I gotta fix that. So what I'll do with the original piece over here is something like this. I'll take these and we'll conform them to the lines that we just made, right? And don't worry about if we're if triangles are getting clipped or anything. It's not a problem. Actually, to be quite honest, that needs to be somewhere out there. Watch. trying to sculpt it. We gotta just bridge the forward parts of the arrow shell like we did. Jesus, man, my throat's killing me today. We gotta bridge the forward parts of the arrow shell like we did. Every time you point to the rear with the 3 engines, I see a Star Destroyer. Nice. Nice. Ha. So now we're gonna have to resculpt this just a little bit. You know what? Get rid of it. Just get rid of it. This needs to be resculpted. I'm just gonna start with literally the same piece. Man, that coffee just really doesn't want to get out of there. It's really freaking annoying. Can you not, coffee? That CO2 really screwed your throat, coffee oxygen. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I choked on coffee at the beginning of the stream. I inhaled it because I was trying to say something and drink coffee at the same time trying to make a joke. And yep, nope, that didn't end well. That was a bad idea. That was dumb. Yeah, this doesn't strike you as dumb? We're family. Gonna be doing a lot of dumb stuff together. Wait till Christmas. Oh. You know, fat finger the keyboard, moron. The lungs are extremely sensitive. They are doing lung things. Yeah, you're not wrong. Just gotta adjust that one right there. Alright. Something I can just slightly change about this. We can close that gap up a little bit. Move this up just a little ways. So I have to try to make this one conform to this. And these ones need to conform to that shape, and these ones need to conform to that shape. And if I meet it in the middle, we can blend it, and it'll make one. It'll look like it will make one good shape. That's what I'm trying to say. This takes a little bit of finesse, and it is the arrow shell, so we don't want to mess it up. I'm heading off now. Are you streaming as usual tomorrow? Yes. Yes, I will. I will be streaming tomorrow, yes. Now, the triangles aren't the exact length. Like, two of the triangles stacked on top of each other aren't the exact width as one of these. So you just got to do some finessing to get the lines to line up. If you do, it'll end up looking a lot nicer. I don't think I need that in this design anymore. I thought wrong. Okay. Look at the line continuation. Prolonged line contact. Prolonged line contact? That's something different. Prolonged line contact. Prolonged line contact.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Eric Blue, 19-month resub. Thank you. See, you could tuck that down and just make this line a little bit bigger if you have to. I'd like to line this up with the absolute line here. And then we can just mess with the shell a little bit. I'm trying not to mess with this as much as I possibly can. Yeah, that's definitely better. Basically, just got to bridge that line. Perfect. That's just a little bit better. It could be... Yeah, see how this line is going back, and then it looks like it goes in, and then it looks like it goes out? I hate it. I can't stand that. It looks terrible. Where this starts to curve in, we're going to need to change it a little bit. And that comes from doing stuff like little things like this. Just change the profile just a little bit. And I wouldn't expect this to all be, you know, like perfectly aligned, because the shape is just slightly different on this. It's almost exact, but it's stretched a little bit. So all these little imperfections that we didn't see with this are just basically the new shape. We're conforming the shell to the new shape. Should be really easy to, because of how I made these, this should be really easy to fix, and it is. It's already fixed. In fact, the time it took to explain this to you, I have fixed it. There. So I left with that shell basically pointing right at that line for the most part. Down just a little bit. Nope. There, perfect. Hand banana. Could use struts and cubics to design that continuous line, and then you would know. Yeah, Jason, that's actually a good idea. I was pretty much, yeah, I was just thinking that, man. That way, these can just be the same shape repeated. If I make all the different points here, yeah, here, let's just do it. Do it, man. I'm gonna make a ruler here, or at least what I would call a KSP ruler. It's basically just a sight line, like kind of how a ruler works in Photoshop, only it's a curvable way of doing it. Watch this, ready? So we take the strut, right? We take the strut and we pelvic thrusts. Woo! All right, so we know that our line is 70 degrees, so that's 15 and that's 5. So boom, we're at 70, and now we could just take this and line it up. Hey, my sight line was not bad. I was pretty damn close. My sight line was not bad. Witchcraft! No, snackcraft. It's Kerbals. Actually, I should probably do that with all 3 of these lines. So let's move this down here, right? Back to story. There. So if I do the bottom line first, and then the second line, and the third line, it'll sculpt it out exactly how I want. Yeah, Jason, no, that's a good idea. And keep in mind, I'm not trying to follow this line all the way to the front. It's just this stuff right here that needs to be organized. Alright, I think we're actually lined up there. That looks good. Now let's go up here. So once again, I'm just using this as a sight line. So I can make the panels aim in the right direction. Good. All right, now let's go back up to the third level. There we go, and then one more. That actually is lined up, so now we can just take this, we can line this up there. Then we line that up there. And then I line this one up with the sight line there. Perfect. Now they're all pointed directly at it. Cool. Now making these wings, we don't have to modify them. We could just take that shape and then just mess with it. So get rid of this, right? Literally copy this, place it right here. And now as long as I conform this to the panels, it'll work just fine. Right, so take this. Now we got to do a little bit of stretching here. Why is the bottom flat? Because the fuselage of this apple is the wing. This is what's called a lifting body, all right? So instead of, like, picture an airplane in your mind. You have a cylinder, right? You have a cylinder with a nose, with a cone at the front, right? And then a cone at the back. And then you have wings coming off the sides, right? This takes the wing and the cylindric body and makes it one thing. It's called the lifting body. It's the fuselage of the plane is the wing. Lifting bodies were first kind of thought up by NASA in the 60s.
Discovery, go at throttle
And
up.
the plane that I'm trying to build is a lifting body. If you look at this, if you look at the X-33 from the side, it looks like a wing. Because the Dorito-shaped part is just a wing. That's what it is. You look at it from the back, it looks like a big wing with some stabilizers on it. Right? That's, once again, it's called a lifting body. Here. Lifting body. See, NASA rolled out with a bunch of different lifting bodies in the 60s to test, believe it or not, reusable spacecraft. Yep, that was the plan. And these things, development right here, the X-24A, the X-24B, the HL-10, HL-20, all these things led to the development of the space shuttle. You notice how they kind of, if you look at this close enough, you're picking out different parts, and different parts look like parts of the space shuttle. They took these things, right, and they towed them behind another airplane to see how they flew, to see if they could glide well. I'm gonna go get some sleep. It's been a horrible week for me. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Yeah. Yep. Lifting body. That's why the bottom is so ridiculously flat. To the end of the night, chat. I like the fatty on the left. Yeah. Oh, yeah? A little bit of interesting information for everyone here regarding why building space shuttles takes so long. I was at NASA today for the second day of your job. It was the first time for me being on site, so that was super cool. When I was getting a tour of my new work area, I went past the vibrations lab. They were testing a piece of hardware. Base plate was not flat and high on one side. It made it impossible to test. They needed to possibly sand it down. However, there needed to be a meeting about it because a higher up person had to sign off on changing the equipment. Also, the equipment had to stay clean, so it was not like they could just bring it to a stop. Yeah. There we go. Sweet. Now I just gotta mess with this a little bit. I'm just trying to make it look pretty much seamless. This all showed me that when it comes to equipment that goes into space, take the time for full understanding of what is going on. Yeah, Mac, I always say it's about any idiot can build a plane. It's understanding what you made. That's the tough part. Understanding what you just did. That's the hard part. Just showed you that building space vehicles is more complicated. Oh, absolutely, dude. Yeah, every day of the week. Oh, that's cool, Z22. Neat. So I'm just making an extended arrow shell. It's the same thing as this one, it's just a little bit longer. This should get me what I'm looking for in terms of performance on the vehicle, this extended design over here. That's why I'm working on it right here. And we'll jump on this in a second, we'll get it done. Once again, I got a little bit hung up on getting the shape correct, but we should be good here. Now, everything's all fine here now. How are you? Yeah, Mac, yeah, right. No, you can't just take a grinder to it. No, don't do that. It's called FOD. Yeah, foreign object debris. Big pain in the butt. Cool. This is coming out pretty nice. All right. Just got to do some slight tweaks here. Nothing too crazy. What I'm looking at is the lines. You see, if you just kind of stare at this line here, it goes out and then it goes in and then it goes out. That's no good. We don't want that. Will the longer design help with the side slip problems? 62, it might. If anything though, it might actually make them worse. But yeah, I mean, stretching it might. It's possible. And making it a bigger wedge will put the center of pressure a little bit further back than it is on this. So this one's center of pressure is like right here. This one's center of pressure is a little bit further back because it's stretched. So I mean, it should. So now, we just got to do some tweaking here. In this song, I always hear the guy saying Pie Guy. So this is the Pie Guy song. Pie Guy, maximum strength. It's a little weird, but alright. A little weird, but okay. Sure. Wait, where do you hear Pie Guy in this song? I'm confused. Here, I'll turn it up. Cat Jam, baby. It's a banger. America. Maximum strength. I don't hear Pie Guy in the least, man. But alright. Pie Guy. Yeah, okay. I can't, yeah. Pie Guy, maximum strength. It's the Pie Guy song. Another thing you saw at the flea market were 1961 and 65 books on what they thought the future of space exploration would be. This Lloyd Milan guy is really jazzed about something called Dinosaur. Dinosaur was the Air Force project to build a manned space shuttle. Was an Air Force project to build just a crew space shuttle. So here, it's the X-20. The X-20 C-22. DART's based off of it. Seriously, look at it. Look at the dinosaur. Take the side wings off of the X-20, right? Take the side wings off and put the side wings up here. Make one large tail for the thing. Now look, now it's DART. DART is an X-20. That's what it was based off of. So take these two vertical stabs and then make a bigger vertical stabilizer there. That's what it is. And it was supposed to launch on a Titan 3. Then it was supposed to go to the Gemini MOL. A lot of people don't know is that the US had something like, the Gemini had something called the Manned Orbiting Laboratory, which is something like the Russian Salyut, which is basically a Gemini capsule with a hatch through the heat shield, and basically Skylab, like a little mini Skylab made out of Titan 2 parts, and then it was attached to a trans stage. That's cool. Really cool C-22, yeah. Yep, stacking payload on orbit. Yep. Those are great pictures. Pretty cool. Pagaika, maximum strength. You know what, Predominant? We'll call it the Pie Guy song just because he'll come in here and everybody be like, Pie Guy, your song's playing. And, you know, we know he's going to get confused. So that makes it totally worth it. So, yes, you know, we should call it the Pie Guy song. I agree. Sounds to you like the singer saying Oregon. Maximum strength. You know what, O-Force? Oregon isn't real, you idiot. Read a book. Neither is magic, so I've been told. I'm from Oregon. Oh, alright, never mind. Oregon isn't real, you idiot. Read a book. Or is it? Magic is a great trading card game. Magic sucks. Pokemon is better. Use it in the game. I remember I walked into the Magic Club in 7th grade at school and I said that and they all got really, really annoyed. I was trying to quote Waterboy and be funny, but none of them knew what the Waterboy is because they played Magic. I mean, not saying that those two, like, you can't know one or the other, but at the time, they didn't like that. Got in trouble for that one. Oops. Alright. There it is. Gatorade. H2O. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. Water sucks. No, stop saying that. No, you bad people. Did you hear the news about it? No. I didn't, King. H2O. Gatorade. Oh, Fluffy, you dick. Spotulous, it's not the fact that saying something like that is, you know, inherently political, saying that Elon doesn't pay high taxes or whatever. But just because he doesn't pay high taxes doesn't necessarily mean that that money isn't going anywhere. If he donates to charity, for instance, that's a tax write-off. So if Elon Musk starts a charity to feed homeless people, you don't know, he might have one somewhere. Or if his brother has one, or if his mother has one, you take all the money that you would pay for taxes and you give that to the charities, right? That's a write-off in the U.S., okay? It is. Jeff Bezos probably does the same thing. Bill Gates eradicated polio from an entire continent with his tax dollars. So, I mean, you know, you could say something like that, but then everybody's going to get pissed off because, you know, they don't want to be told what actually happens. They just want to be pissed off. So it's just that I just don't really care to put in the effort for that, you know? Like, it's just kind of how it rolls. You know, just don't, it's a powder keg comment, you know, Spotch? It's just not worth it. You know, it's just not worth it, dude. Everybody's got to weigh in, and it's just tiresome, man. I just don't really, you know. I used to, you know, I'm not used to. I still try to take the time to explain stuff like that, but every time I do, there's always somebody that gets all pissed off and bent out of shape about it, and I just don't really feel like doing that today. That's all, you know. Yeah, I get you, King. Don't worry about it. I'm just not in a let's discuss pressing issues mood, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just want to finish building this damn thing. Look at the extended version, man. Pretty cool, huh? I call them powder keg comments, dude. Powder keg comments are the comment that somebody makes that basically makes everybody weigh in. And then when everybody weighs in, someone gets mad. And when somebody gets mad, like, you see what I'm talking about? It just, yeah, it lights the powder keg. It's, yeah. That's why I have my mods be really kind of on the game about that. You know? That's a lot of space in the back. Yeah, I was going to put orbiter maneuvering thrusters here, man. And then we got the body flaps and whatnot. And then we got to put all the flags back there. That's pretty much it, dude. That's pretty much the aero shell, barring a couple of pieces here and there. How's the redesign going? Actually pretty well. Yeah, it's going all right. Also, Oregon isn't real. Read a book. Oregon isn't real, you idiot. Read a book. Sorry, it's just something else. Okay. Birds aren't real, that's right. Is it bad 95 in this day and age that actually in itself could be a powder keg comment? I don't know how to feel about that. I'm just like, no. Okay. All right, we can get rid of our rulers. The sides are more or less good. I need to, yeah, this one just needs to be moved around just a little bit. Just move it back just a little bit. And then this one just needs to be moved up just a little bit. And then this one just needs to be moved forward just a little bit, and it just needs to be moved up just a little bit. There we go. I just try to make the diameter of the black stripe look the same, and it'll make the shape look a lot better. Cool. Oh, okay. Surprised you're sticking with the design. After what you were saying at the end of yesterday's stream, I figured a new project would be funded and developed. Yesterday was pretty much a nightmare for me, Badger. I was stressed out about the build. I was stressed out about the heat. There's real life stuff that I'm stressed out about, but it's nothing than what I normally don't deal with, or I normally deal with. It's really not that big of a problem. It's just, yeah, sometimes, dude, it's just, yeah, it all comes together and you're like, and everything coalesced at the same time, and the heat being so annoying yesterday is what put me over the edge. I'm like, I hate everything. I hate everything. I hate it all. So, yeah, no, I was, yeah. Sorry, man. Like, being a piece of crap yesterday. I was being a real prick to people. I went back and watched the VOD, and I'm sitting there going, no. Such a douchebag. It's not, that's very unbecoming. I don't like it. I'm not gonna act like that, or at least I'm gonna try not to. But yeah, I'm just trying to bust this out right now, dude. Yeah, Drummer, it's kind of crazy. People have to weigh in on things. They absolutely have to. Like, it's some moral imperative or something. Like, it's like, dude, you don't need to. Just be quiet. We won't judge you if you just shut up. It's not a problem. Like, you don't have to give a frick about every single freaking thing. Get it? Fricking. Alright, cool. Like, I don't care about soccer. I really don't. It's a cool sport. I like it. I enjoy it. I don't care about it. Yep. Yeah, I don't care. Nothing. You know, anyway. S1260 passed. Ooh, really? This is the bill that includes a NASA Authorization Act. The bill that includes the NASA Authorization Act with the HLS provisions. This will have to be reconciled with whatever the House passes. Yeah, the Senate is close. The Senate passed that, and then the House has to just be kind of in agreement with them. I don't see that not happening, though. Do you? I think we're all right. Oh man. BN 2.1 test tank is venting. Cool. All right. Okay. Put that back there like that. Now we're talking, man. Look at this thing. Yeah, not bad. The shuttle tail is too big? For this design, yeah, it's a little bit too big. This should be great, actually. Yeah, this should be real nice. I gotta make the flags for the back, though, but yeah. Uh-huh. Sweet. Have you seen Professional Tag? It's insane. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't enjoy watching that. That's kind of cool, I guess. Huh. Huh. Okay. Neat. How many more parts do you project this will be from the last design? Not much more. Probably skirting about 400, if I had to guess. It's the same shell, with a little more tanks and a stretch design. So 20 to 30 more parts, probably. So the other one was about 370. That one on the left actually ended up weighing in at about 380. So we should be somewhere just a little bit north of 400, and that's about it. Is this going to be a Venture Star? Yeah, a smaller version of Venture Star, Crewmel. Yeah, this one's going to be a smaller version. Please hold. This one's going to be the bigger version. Yeah. Any questions? Oh, man. Yeah. Turns out that Venture Stars are really hard. Nailing those composite tanks and trying to get the bilobe tanks right in Kerbal and getting the mass fraction correct is tough. You have to use some tricks here and there. Like, I did clip some fuel tanks in here, but yeah, that's all. It's all in, you know, trying to get it right. I worry about side slip. Well, side slip doesn't worry about you, Karate, so. Sorry. Doesn't worry about you. And you know that she ain't going to call you. Is this one gonna have forward and back RCS? Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Two-1 is getting frosty. Stay frosty. Is NSF streaming it, guys? Huh. They're not. That's weird. That is not like them. That pod right does. You can open it off screen. You don't mind if I do? Pod Lab Ray. Oh yeah, I see it over there. Oh yeah, guy. Man, how well that fits just makes me really happy. Actually, using the wing as an edge like this is actually... Dude, it all fit. That's awesome. Everything fit together perfectly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, pretty sure that's not supposed to be like that. Scribulations, 8-month resub. NSF is live. Well then.
Today, hopefully, I mean, I want to see some exciting stuff, but I don't want it to be too exciting as in the booster pops, because I suppose though they could do a press to failure, but there is multiple testing windows. There is a testing window
Wait for it.
tomorrow, so perhaps it's just a backup window. It's also possible they have multiple rounds of testing scheduled.
Excuse me, one pop.
Yes, in the past, cryogenic proof tests have claimed the lives of a couple Starship prototypes and test tanks, some intentional, some otherwise. However, in a perfect world, the tank would survive up to its pressure and hopefully even beyond that, the pressure that is designed to last until, and the booster or the tank remains intact. But sometimes we get a little bit more excitement out of that. Basically, that's why we're going live, because there is potential for excitement. Regardless of whatever the test tank does end up doing today, we will always be doing Q&A on these live streams. So if you've got some questions, feel free to throw them in the chat, and if you tag us with that as a spaceflight, I'll be pulling those out and trying to answer as many of them as I can. For those of you who might be a little bit newer to Starship coverage of the NASA spaceflight stream,
I'm
we
new.
haven't had
Pop
one
in.
of these kind of events for a little bit. We've been following a lot of static fire testing, a lot of flight testing, hops, if you will. But this is back to some testing. If you were here a couple years ago, that was pretty common. A lot of cryogenic testing, which is basically filling the tank or the vehicle, whatever thing you are testing that day, with super cold nitrogen. It's an inert gas, so they're not filling it with propellant, but they're filling it with cold nitrogen to simulate the temperatures that the tank would experience, and then at the pressures that tank would experience during a flight or whatever kind of flight conditions they are testing with this test. And they're doing that to check for leaks and make sure that the tank maintains its structural integrity.
So is this the bottom?
So that's what we're watching right
of
now.
the?
And we'll be keeping an eye on it.
What part of the
You'll
booster
see
are
the
we looking
frost
at,
along
chat?
the bottom of this tank. This is of
Oh.
course the camera right
Thanks,
across
Thomas.
from the suborbital testing site. Is this
Not
on
Thomas
either
in chat,
pad A
Thomas
or pad B,
Berger.
Michael, or is this just on its own stand near the test site?
They have a concrete pad where they test the test tank, so it's on that pad. It's not hooked up to one of the existing launch mounts. In fact, I will switch camera views, and you can actually see it is kind of raised up a bit. So it's on part of the old nose cone testing last in late April, and they assembled this rig on top of that, and they also added some thrust ramps. So there are a couple of thrust ramps to simulate the forces of the Raptor engine on the ass section of a prototype.
Go in their chat, ask them when
Of course,
hop.
super
Oh
heavy boosters, that
no,
will be much
no,
smaller.
no, I'm good, man.
Small prototype of the ass section.
Absolutely. But this is next to the suborbital launch pads. You can see them both empty in the background. But that is where we're looking. And yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on it. We'll see the frost line likely proceed up the side of the tank, indicating that the tank
So
is
this is
full
the
of that
bottom
really
bulkhead
cold
of the
nitrogen.
tank, just with a
And then
bulkhead
if
that
the test
they
goes
know
well,
that works
we'll
on the
see some
top,
venting
right? Like
near the
that's
top of
what.
the tank. You can actually see them sticking up.
Oh.
There are some
I
vents there to
literally
allow
said it
pressure
again.
and the nitrogen
That's-
to escape
okay.
at the conclusion of the
Okay.
test. So we see that happen. That's an indication that testing might be complete. These are usually preceded with an ambient temperature test or a test without the super cold nitrogen, just ambient temperature. You call it room temperature, but it's outside. Ambient temperature, nitrogen, and then they move into the cryogenic temperatures. And it looks like they're moving into cryo based on that frost starting to film along around the outside of the tank. So we are live to check it out and see what happens. I want to go into our queue really quick. We've already got a whole bunch of super chats. We got to acknowledge a couple of these. Oh, and right off the bat, one of our members, Dank Jeb, with the $100 super chat, simply asking when hop. Jeb, thank you so much for the very generous support. Ideally, this tank will not do any hopping, although, as we mentioned, cryogenic tests can get exciting in the event that the tank fails. But we're hoping no hop today, and no hop for
Excuse
a little
me,
bit
no
until we get
hop.
some more flight testing.
Hopefully.
But Jeb, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that.
I should say quickly, let me know how the ambient audio is. You can hear it okay. If it be turned down, if it be turned up. That is an experimental audio system, so hopefully we'll get great audio from the test tank as they conduct the test. I assume as the
That's what DOS
test
was
will be a lot of
installing, I
venting
think.
Absolutely. Nicotine Jenkins, thanks for the support as well. And Vlex, hopefully not too exciting of a test, completely agree. Musical Wolves asking, have they also tested the thrust puck? Does this test tank have a super heavy thrust puck on the bottom, Michael?
Yes, so there's a thrust section and there are thrust simulator hydraulic rams.
Right. So that is part of this test, not only just testing the tank on its own, but also simulating the thrust forces that the thrust puck would experience on the bottom, kind of up into the tank section. You can actually see from this camera view there are some vapors kind of up above the test tank. It's possible that those are some ambient venting, or more likely just some condensation vapors forming from the cold gases being flowed into the test tank, just like we see when
Page 117. At 10 billion, is that in addition to what they already have? Yes and no. 117. Ooh, yeah, somebody was telling me about this before.
As far as testing this tank to failure, like
Not
Michael
ideal.
said, that's possible. Don't really know one way or the other. It's possible that they will, just test up to a specific pressure and then come back down, and they can do some tank inspections. They might come back and do additional testing after that.
I don't know
it sort
what
of
we're gonna do
incrementally.
here.
Or it's possible they could go straight to a test
pull
to
this
failure.
off.
Also, if they reach, a certain amount past the pressure
I think I got
they're
all the
aiming
pieces
for,
off of this.
they could say that that's enough,
We
and they don't need to
used-
go even
we have
further
that
until it
piece.
eventually
We
breaks.
have that piece.
So there's a couple different
We
scenarios.
just put those
there
pieces
are other
on.
testing windows.
We don't have the
beyond
backing
today. I know
plate,
there's one
which is
tomorrow.
okay.
There was also one yesterday that got canceled, so it's possible that those windows are more
I have
backup
the top.
opportunities
We don't
in
need
case the
those.
testing does not finish, rather than windows for multiple days of testing. So we don't really know
I don't
either way.
want to see
But
what an
basically,
angry Tory
one
Bruno
way of
looks
saying
like.
it is
Tory
possible,
Bruno doesn't
but I
lose
don't
his
know one
cool,
way or
man.
the
What are you
other.
talking about?
And a couple other super chats that come through really quick. Michael, thank you so much. Banana, thank you, appreciate it. Robert Hobson, a $100 super chat. That is, again, very, very generous, and I want to say thank you so much for all of the generous support, especially all these big donations. Asking, so what are those 4 towers surrounding the launch pad? Wait, wrong launch site, my bad. Robert, hilarious, thank you so much for the support. Actually, Michael, do we know, is the launch integration tower getting a lightning rod on the top?
Yep,
when
it
they're
is.
done?
There will be a single lightning rod on top of the launch tower.
So there you go. We will have at least one lightning rod, and then someone can ask what the giant rod on top of the launch integration tower is for, and we'll be able to answer those for Boca Chica as well.
Man, I'm out of the
And then
loop
they'll build
with
the
this
second
stuff,
one,
man.
which will have its own tower. So, no pad 40
Look at what they
lightning
did.
protection
Look at
system
how they
today.
massacred my boy.
And Taylor Van Camp, thank you for the support. Well, appreciate it.
Man.
Dougal asking any indication of what the top of the integration tower would look like. Speculation. Well, we did just mention there will be a lightning rod on top, so that gives you a little bit of an idea. I would imagine it'll end up looking fairly similar to the fixed tower
Phil.
at 39A or something like that.
Savage.
But we'll see exactly how that ends up. And then Desmo asking when pop exactly. Don't know if this is a test of failure, but if it does, a valid question is when pop. We'll keep an eye on that. Thanks for the support. Jack asking, do they do the cryo-proof and the thrust ram test simultaneously? That is possible, and I believe something that we believe they do. That doesn't mean that
He said
every
doo-doo.
cryogenic test uses the thrust
He
rams.
said
There might be
doo-doo,
some
chat.
tests
You
that
heard it here
without
first.
the thrust rams simulating any forces. They could also do thrust ram tests during the ambient temperature test, where there's not chilling the tank, also to cryogenic temperatures. There's a couple of different combinations they could do. And I don't think we know one way or the other exactly what these kind of tests, what combinations they use all the time. And they could be changing those, as we all know. The tests down in Bogachica are pretty fluid, but and so we don't know one way or the other.
I didn't know that.
Normally, I believe the expectation is that they are doing the cryogenic proof with those thrust rams in use.
I knew that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I knew that. Don't get mad, chat.
Before we continue on with a lot of questions, we got a lot of good questions in chat. Keep on coming. We'll try and answer as many of those as we can. I want to, I believe, invite another member of the NASA Spaceflight team to the live stream. Ian Atkinson, are you on comms with us now?
Yes, I am. How's it going, everybody?
Oh, this
It's
kid.
going good. Ian Atkinson, another reporter on the NASA Spaceflight team, joining us. We
Yeah, I
kinda
think I
spool
know this
test
guy.
up, or these streams up on rapid fire. We kind of sit around and we wait for the tank to do anything, and then all of a sudden, as soon as frost started forming, we're like, "Oh, the test has started! Quick!" And so we kind of get our commentators online as quickly as we can. Ian, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
I'm gonna pull. I have the question panel up here, Ian, and I'll throw some questions.
Go into
your
chat and
way.
be like, "Excuse me, when traffic light?
And
When
we're right
Ian
off
the
bat,
traffic
we're gonna
light?"
go back into the wild speculation because, of course, why not? Lucas wants to know, when do we think the Super Heavy will have its first hop? So Super Heavy hop test. What are your thoughts, Ian?
As of right now, I would bet no super heavy hops, like solo super heavy. I would bet no hops because super heavy needs to land by being caught with the orbital launch tower. There is no legs on super heavy, so it can't land by itself. So I don't think we'll see a solo test. Honestly, I think they're going to straight
Debatable.
little ocean landings, or maybe land on the oil rigs and then
Done.
land
Thank you.
land,
Ian the traffic light.
But I don't think we'll see any.
He probably won't find that funny. I mean, he might. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I know there's plans for the all-up full stack test. That'll be the first orbital test, and I think that'll probably be the first time a Super Heavy takes flight, at least intentionally. Never know what happens with cryo-proofs or static fires, but yeah, I think I'm.
It's amazing how much cleaner the tank welds have become. Yeah, that's the TIG welding. TIG welding indoors, man. Yeah, that's what it's doing. A few people actually said it. Thank you, chat.
2.1 20-meter hop.
Yeah. A super chat here from Framrick, I believe is how you pronounce that. 50 pounds. Thank you so much for the support, or the 50 curly L's, as we sometimes like to say. Asking about that first Super Heavy launch. Could we expect a touchdown on a shortfall of Gravitas or Phobos, or are we expecting a splashdown in the Gulf? I believe we are expecting a splashdown.
Excuse me,
The normal
Ian
jumps,
traffic
such as
light.
a shortfall of Gravitas.
Thank you, Bram.
Or the, of course, I Still Love You, or Just Read the Instructions. Those drone ships are technically big enough, like you could place a Super Heavy on them, but you don't really have enough room to make a landing attempt because it would only barely
He
fit.
said room.
And I don't think either of the
Wait,
oil
I think
rigs
Thomas
or
is from the
Beamers are
Northeast,
going to be ready
so-
in time.
but I think he's from New
agreeing
York.
with that, Ian?
I absolutely agree, and I just looked it up really quickly, and Super Heavy has a dry mass of around 150 tons.
Room. Get
which
out of my
is
room,
about
Mom!
Falcon 9, which is about 20 tons. It would honestly
I
sink large.
inadvertently removed that pronunciation from my vocabulary after chat gave me crap about it. I still say room from time to time, but I say room.
So I think they're going to go straight for water touchdown, if anything.
Yeah, I agree. Of course, those testing plans are always very, very fluid.
Okay,
So as
took
we get
those
closer, we'll
off.
get a better idea. But we are not.
You know what?
expecting that
I'll put
first
the
Super Heavy
regular
to be
body
recovered
flaps
at
that we
all,
put in here
unless they fish it
for
out
now.
of the Gulf, like you said. Appreciate the support there, Framrick. Andrew asking, do you think that it is 3 or 4 millimeter stainless steel? Do we know the thickness of this particular tank section?
So this is very likely, or almost certainly, 4 millimeter steel. They've not moved to 3 millimeter steel on production starships. They've only tested it. And for super heavy, you would want to have thicker steel because you're dealing with not
This
only
bigger
the
one,
steel
I'm gonna give the shuttle
for
control
29
surface,
so
guys.
factors on the bottom, but also the weight of starship items. You want extra thickness for the extra rigidity. So this is almost definitely 4 millimeter steel.
Gotcha.
Okay. I just gotta figure out what we're gonna put right here, and I'm not sure.
What's the difference between this cryogenic test and prior Starship cryo test? Is this methane tank testing only? So as far as the test goes, this should be pretty similar to the Starship testing. They are likely just looking, the main difference being the thrust puck at the bottom, which is a super heavy thrust puck, basically the structure at the bottom of the booster that transfers the loads from the Raptor engines when they're generating thrust, or in this case the rams on the bottom that are simulating those forces, and transfers that to the rest of the tank section. So that's going to be the main difference with today's test versus some of the Starship tests that they've done before, and that's kind of the purpose of this test tank. Thunderbird asking for Earth-to-Earth transport. Will SpaceX be using the Super Heavy booster? I believe that depends on exactly which destination you're going to from which point. Basically, how long the flight is. Short distances, I would imagine Starship.
Big flags? Well, mimicking the arrow shape on the other one, karate, basically, yeah.
I think Elon's actually said that. So if you're doing, say, like New York
yeah,
to
it
Los
should,
Angeles,
that should be
relatively
okay.
short distance, you would only need to use Starship. But if you're going from, say, New York to Australia, you might need to have the Super Heavy booster, and then the ticket prices would probably go up there too. But yeah, it would probably depend on what exactly, like the mass and as well as where your destination is.
Right, kind of just like how SpaceX determines what Falcon 9 booster landing profile they can use. Are they going to do a return to launch site, or are they going to land on a drone ship downrange? Either way, that depends on what orbit you're going to and how much mass you're taking there, and that's kind of the same considerations you would have for an Earth-to-Earth trajectory. David asking which propellant tanks are they using for this test. So this tank isn't a full-size tank for anything for Super Heavy. Remember, Super Heavy is way taller than this, and even one of the individual tanks, the liquid oxygen tank or the methane tank, would be bigger than this. So this is just one section with the thrust puck on the bottom.
So you guys, we're looking at Super Heavy there. This is the bottom of Super Heavy. They're testing the lower bulkhead because the thrust puck on Super Heavy is different. The thrust puck on Super Heavy is a little bit different than what it would be on Starship, so SpaceX has to test a new version.
And Eli is saying, first time I've been here for a cryo-proof test, can you give me and everyone else some info on the idea of this test? Ian, what exactly are we looking at when we're talking about a cryogenic proof test like this one?
Alrighty, so a cryogenic proof test is where they
people are
test,
asking the same
tanks
exact
not
questions
only,
that I'm
whether
anticipating,
the
so
tanks hold pressure, but whether the tanks
must be on the right
pressure
track
with
in
the
some way, shape, or
cryogenic
form.
fluid inside of them.
Use a pair
So
of the
rather than
four-wheel
using,
gears. It will
the
save some
dogs
mass.
or the
Yeah, I would do that if I had those.
propellants of Starship,
Yeah, no,
they are
yeah.
using
If I had them
liquid
unlocked,
nitrogen,
Louisa,
which is
yeah,
where
you'd be,
liquid nitrogen
yeah, I'd
can't
do that,
burn or
absolutely.
react with anything.
But I don't
So
have
they
them
loaded
unlocked, man.
liquid nitrogen both to ensure that the vehicle can withstand pressure and withstand the extremely low temperatures of cryogenic fluid. So you can see right now it's probably about a quarter, maybe halfway filled up. And they will fill it up completely with liquid nitrogen, pressurize it to overflight pressure, and if everything passes, they'll just detank it with the liquid nitrogen, and then test is over, and they'll look over the data, see how the vehicle did, and if all's good, that's pretty much the end of it.
Right, and of course, should anything go slightly off nominal, or if the tank does not reach the desired pressures, we can get a little more excitement. The tank can actually pop, start a
Excuse
leak,
me.
and actually burst occasionally. We've seen that happen before. Sometimes that happens intentionally too, if they go beyond the design pressure and just push it basically until it breaks.
Excuse me, one pop.
So there's always potential for excitement.
So it's
it's
career mode, guys.
We broadcast them live.
Yep, exactly.
All right.
And Colton asking.
Got rid of
about
that.
the
Got rid of
SEC
that.
documents,
We
which
have
say
engines
Super
on
Heavy
it.
land.
Ohms are the
I know
ohms
we talked
thrusters are
about
still something that
what
we have to
exactly
put back
the
together.
recovery
I
plan
didn't
for
need
Super
this
Heavy
front
on that
plate.
first
We
flight
don't
could
need that.
be,
The front
whether it could be a
verniers. We
splashdown
have
or
the
landing on a
communication
recovery
on it.
ship.
I have the landing
Those
gear on
FCC
this thing.
documents, while are good indications of the plans they're looking at,
The forward
are
towing
not,
port is something that we're going to need.
valuable. In fact, if you look at the document,
Should be able to
it's
just
kind
put
of
it in the
a
exact
thrown
same
together
spot.
PDF. So there are, and if you look at the mission timeline, for example, it completely omits a boost back burn while the trajectory clearly shows that a boost back burn does occur. So there are details in those documents that are not necessarily completely correct or tell the whole story. which is my way of telling you, just because they use the word landing does not necessarily mean that that super heavy booster will actually touch down on something. It could, if they have plans to have something ready, but like we mentioned, there's a lot of reason to doubt that. The regular drone ships simply aren't able to support that kind of weight, or for size really, practically. And then the oil rigs that they are working on converting for super heavy and starship operations are likely not going to be ready in time. So
Man,
there's a lot
I
of
forgot how
reasons
many
to
struts
speculate
this
that
thing
it's
is.
just gonna be a splashdown on
It's
those
a lot.
flights. Get some data that would be very useful, but not actually require recovering the hardware.
There's a question here from Simon asking, would
Okay.
they leave the screws in the ocean?
I'll make the
So I
flags
assume that's a
here.
follow-up onto our question about landing Starship and Super Heavy from the initial orbital flight in the ocean. So
just
leaving
take
scraps
the
in
flags,
ocean
and then I
still
don't know
leaving
what
as
we're
a
gonna
float.
do exactly
They
for the
do
orbiter
if,
maneuvering
Starship and
system.
Super Heavy land successfully into orbit, they'll pretty much certainly pop. And if
Excuse
they
me.
pop, then the steel will just fall to the bottom of the ocean floor and really just become an artificial reef. So it's not going to be a major issue to have stainless steel on the ocean floor. It's really not as polluting or anything. So and I mean, they already do that with Falcon 9, Atlas 5, Delta 4.
It's
Whenever
not
they go to
as
spend a
polluting
rocket
or anything.
launch, there's always going to be the debris from the rocket on the ocean floor. So it's really nothing, major. No major change to having the debris on the ocean floor.
Yep,
You know, from
I
this
designed
view,
it
you can
last
see
night,
how
King. I
crazy
designed it off
the
stream.
Starbase
I'm not
area
talking
has
much
gotten
because I
recently. We got
assume
cranes
you guys
everywhere,
want to
we got
listen to
new
this.
tanks
I'm just
popping
buttoning up all the final things I need to get this
We've
stretch
actually
version ready to
been-
go.
if you've been with us
It's
for
going to
a
be
little
ready to
bit,
go
we've had
very
some
soon.
flags
We
that
are
reflect
rapidly
the
approaching
changing
building
timeline
the
of
launch
the
flange,
skyline
which means
at
re-engineering the
Starbase.
pad
I
just a
believe
little
we
bit.
actually have a new
I'll use
design
the
that
drifty
being
pad
built
for
that we should
now. It
introduce to
just
the
needs to be
street
scaled up a
really
little
quick
bit.
with the Starbase sort of skyline, I guess is the word I should be using. Michael, do we have that to show at the NASA Space? There it is. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can see we got a Starship prototype, which of course there was a time when the Skyline did not have a full-fledged Starship prototype. Hoppy is always there. We got the high bay. There's a lot of cool stuff there. Cranes, of course. Gotta have a crane at Starbase these days.
Yeah,
So
the
if you wanna
docking port
check
works
out
when it's
some
clipped like that,
new
Euler. As
merch
long as
during
see this ring
Starbase
right
and
there with the
Boca
with
Chica
the
coverage, you can go check out the
looks like
NASA
Morse
Space
code, the
News
long
store,
lines
of
and the
course.
dots. As
All
long
of
as that's
the
exposed,
support
you're good to
for
go.
there,
Yeah,
just
it'll
like
dock.
all the
It'll
support
snap
on
it.
these streams gets reinvested into improving our coverage, etc. So thank you all so much who support us that way. And if
You're
you
welcome.
think that looks pretty cool, feel free to go check it out at the NASA Spaceflight shop.
Yeah,
All right,
Mark, our store guru has been working on that for quite a while, and we haven't had a good opportunity to release it because there has not been a lot of testing lately, but hopefully this booster
I'm
testing
basically just
is
picking
enough
apart
of a
all the
reason
pieces that made
to
this
release
thing
this
fly
amazing piece of merchandise.
correctly.
Like, that's my favorite
We don't
piece of
need the
merch
ohms
shop so far.
pods there. But yeah, this is basically just a stretched version of
Anyway,
that, guys.
back
That's what it is. In
to
fact,
the
I think I got all the flags, so
booster number two.
let me take the flag and just put a
Yeah,
flag
you can
there,
see
and I think that's all the different flags that I have.
creeping
All right,
up a
so
little bit. It's higher than it
bye-bye.
was before. A good indication that they're continuing to fill that up.
what is happening in the Starship Base
very
facility
cool.
right now? They're
Cryogenic
testing.
nitrogen.
They're looks like they're testing the
That's
lower
some of the
bulkhead for
testing
super
we're
heavy.
Michael, really quick, or Ian, how long do these cryo-proof tests usually last?
Yes.
Oh, that's
A
a
while.
tough one to answer. Oh, go ahead, Michael.
I just said a while. It varies a lot, but sometimes it can be up to several hours, and the window today goes until 10 p.m. So we'll see what happens. If it goes that long, we might have periods where we go into stakeout mode and just leave you with the live views and the ambient audio, but we will see how it goes.
Yeah,
It
they did.
depends I was just saying it depends entirely on how SpaceX is feeling with the tank, how it's performing it, how quickly they want to step ahead. Same thing with Starship flights. If they see any problems, see anything, they're like, oh, let's pause here for a moment. And we don't have access to SpaceX's communication channels, so we can't hear if they have issues or if they want to pause or anything. So we're really just watching to see how the frost moves, honestly.
And yeah, the testing window was originally only till 8 o'clock p.m. local time, and then they extended it to 10 p.m. earlier today. Don't know if that's an indication that they think the testing will go that long, or if they were just protecting against.
Are those flags in the back?
potential delays
Yep,
earlier in the
that's
day
what they
because
are.
They did get it done today. So we'll
Yeah,
wait
man.
and see.
If I put
Sometimes
panels
it's
back here or
configurable,
something, the
sometimes
thing
they're
would be
shorter.
dragging all
And
over the
like Michael
place.
said, if it goes really long,
It'd be dragging worse
we
than
do have
SpaceX's
the
Dragon
ambient
capsule, which
microphone,
draggons pretty
to
hard.
capture
Not that
the
that's a
sounds of
bad thing.
venting and stuff,
Dragoning
and
is
we
cool.
can leave you with that if we need to. But for now, we're going to continue the Q&A while the test proceeds. So we got a question here from Jefferson asking, do we know if SpaceX will stream onboard views from the re-entry of Super Heavy and Starship?
They better.
I don't know for sure, but I would be surprised if they didn't. The first orbital test is going to be a big milestone in the testing program, and based on the previous Starship test,
how's
they
that
provide
look?
onboard views from
Sea
Starship.
Dragon, what do you think?
So I hope they
Looks
will
pretty
do the
good,
same
right?
from Super Heavy and Starship from orbit as well. That'll be very cool to see.
I can add the ohms now. Yep.
A question, will BN3 and SN20 test separately before stacking,
Dude, it looks-
or will
something
BN3
looks-
just test?
You know what's weird when you do something
Don't
like
know.
this?
Could we see...
When you do something like this, right? And you sit back and you look at it and you're like, yeah, it's always looked like this, right? And then you go back and look at the other one. Oh, that's the same craft file. You go back and look at the other one, you're like, huh, what's wrong with that? Something's wrong with that. That doesn't look right. The other one looks, now I guarantee you, we'll go back and we'll look at the other one and we'll be like, that looks really stubby. Why is that so stubby? How will you attach one to the pad? Yes. I'll figure out something, Phil. Long story short, that something is pretty much going to look like this. Yep. Yep. That's more or less what we're going to be looking for. Is that a Supra? Is that a Supra? Alright, I'm gonna have to put this thing out, and we're gonna have to run strats again. Hey Kaiser, what's going on? Sorry guys, I'm in crunch mode, so I know this is boring and people don't really give a crap because I'm not putting much commentary in. I mean, we have that proof test, and I don't know. I'd kind of rather be commentating on this, what I'm doing here, but I think I'm just trying to bust this out and try to see if I can at least get this thing ready for a flight test tomorrow. Because I want to send this one. I have a good feeling about this vehicle. 5C should be, yeah, exactly what we want. This thing should haul. I'm a little bit worried about it through re-entry, but how many parts did we end up? 377. How is this less parts? Am I missing something? Is this more accurately scaled? It's slightly bigger. How did this become less part? It has comms in it already, dude. It's right there, behind the the flight docking port. Probe core's in there, battery's in there. I don't have a solar panel. The other one was 382. How is this thing twice as big and less? Okay. Well, I'm not gonna, sure, why not? Maybe less struts. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to have to put it out. I know I'm probably not getting all the structural points. It's not going to be as rigid with this arrow shell because I don't know exactly where the arrow shell needs to be. Is this the optimal size? It's not the optimal size. It's it's basically enough to get crew and cargo. Small crew, or crew and small cargo up into space. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Just give me the white flag here. We need to put some goddamn cancel button is on the wrong side. Oh no, I screwed it up. All right, no ohms, not yet, guys. Give me 1 sec. I'll get you what you need. I just need to, I need to make sure that this came in balanced correctly, amongst other things. There we go. Here, I'm gonna put these guys back on.
Not really. I don't really think so. But
Like everything's a question?
yeah, that's my guess. I don't really think so, honestly.
Yeah, we'll wait and see.
This could move 562, no problem.
Michael asking why.
I also made sure that this top piece here can be interchanged. I could put whatever I want up here. I could put a crew tank up here. I could put a Mark II cockpit and a crew tank behind it and just fly people into space. Yeah, we could do that. That's no problem.
I can see what they're saying.
If I had to guess, I would say maybe condensation. So you know how when you're driving and you have rain on the windows and the raindrops on the windows sort of gather into streams and the streams go down the window? I think that might be what we're looking at here, because there's frost on the bottom, but on the top it's just water condensation. So if that water builds up over time, it could form streams going down the frost.
That's a good guess, and I think you might be right there. It's not indication
That was a weird time to come
of
back
like
to
a
that.
tank structure or anything like that. I can tell you that, but I think some form of.
This is still quite faithful to the original. Did you balance the Delta V?
Good question.
You want to
Good
see the
guess,
dimensions
Danny. I
file?
think
Sure,
you're
man. I'll show you.
A question here: could they practice catching the Super Heavy booster with a Falcon 9? A good question, but I don't think they could. First of all, they still don't have a structure to attempt to catch.
Jack, I'll show you the numbers in a second,
somewhere
man.
at Cape Canaveral or on a ship downrange. And if you did, the loads of catching a Falcon 9 would be very different from a Super Heavy. Super Heavy, since they're going with that recovery method, will be designed so that the dry weight, the empty weight of a Super Heavy booster can be supported by holding it by its gird fins, basically. Whereas Falcon 9 was not designed to do that, really, so there's no guarantee that would work. Also, as far as experimental recoveries like that with Falcon 9s, Falcon 9s are supporting active missions, Starlink missions, customer missions. So SpaceX couldn't really afford to try an experimental recovery like that where you risk damaging or destroying the booster. They're going to stick with the recovery methods that they know work, because Falcon 9 is an operational rocket. So I don't think we'll see that anytime with Falcon 9s. I think they'll wait till they have all the Super Heavy architecture ready to do those experimental recoveries.
Do flags make drag? They're physicsless, hypersonic. So
asking,
the mass, whatever part you attach it to, the drag will be created there. But it's always not a lot, because drag is kind of equivalent, like mass, unless it's a wing. The parts that have higher mass make more drag, dude.
Obviously, right now we know they're doing the pressure testing because we can see visually that the cold nitrogen is being pumped into
I don't know why I didn't have this idea before. I think
also
we were worried about
they
mass,
likely
which we
used
really don't
based
need
on
to worry about
the
anymore.
understanding of how these tests usually go, but it is possible that they're not. You can't really tell. You can't see underneath the test tank, so.
And I'm just noticing here, I'm looking back at this.
It still looks like the payload bay is just kind of sitting
they
there,
are
though.
filling more liquid nitrogen into the tank because the frost lines have risen.
Frost lines have risen. Brace
That is very
yourselves.
So good to see
The
there's
frost
interest
has
on
risen.
board with the test.
Winter is
And
not
it looks
coming,
like
it's
we're
summer.
I'd say just over halfway full.
You tried it
actually.
before, it
You
didn't
can
look super
see,
good on the other one. Noted.
About like one ring stack up, you can see a weld line. That's where the bottom of the top bulkhead is welded on the tank. So you can see they're about halfway full with liquid nitrogen. Around
You're a fool.
And we've got a question here.
Okay.
Antoine asking, is 9 Raptor engines enough to make the full SN20 and BN3
man.
stack? Thanks for the streams. Appreciate it. No, I don't believe it would be. There is probably...
That's right,
don't
hypersonic.
need
Yeah,
the
that's
full
how that
number
works.
of Raptors for that test flight. However, Elon has indicated on Twitter very recently that
Jason's
the plan
link.
is
Do you
to
need
have
this?
29 Raptors on that first
No.
booster, eventually
No, I'm
raising
good.
to
I'm good. That's
32, I
fine.
believe, to
It's
increase
totally
the
okay.
thrust-to-weight ratio a little bit
I mean,
more.
that kind of looks like
Eventually, the
Dookie,
thrust
but
to weight ratio will be about 1.5. So in theory, you would need just about 2/3 of that to get a thrust weight ratio of 1 and be able to lift off. So somewhere around 20 Raptors. So 9 would definitely not be enough to lift off at all. The initial
Sick!
test flights, even though they don't need the full complement of Raptors, Elon
The
has said
payload
that
bay
they're
looks
planning to
stupid
have
there, I'm not
29,
gonna lie to you.
and then evolve the design to fit a couple more.
After
up
testing, will you add
to
light strips to the SSDO for a sketty? Sure.
I have a super chat question here. This is a good one from Pep Metz asking, back in the shuttle days, 39A and 39B had an emergency crew escape system where the crew went into baskets down a wire to an armored vehicle for protection. Actually, I believe that still exists at both 39A and 39B. I don't remember exactly how it interfaces with the mobile launcher for SLS on 39B, but the fixed tower at 39A still has that system, although they did have to move it to the new crew access arm level. Or they moved it a little bit. It's not technically on the same level, but you know what I mean. The question is asking what kind of escape system could they create on the oil rigs in the ocean? Well, if you're gonna do a crew launch from the ocean platform, you not only need a way to get off the rocket back onto the platform, but then you need a way to get off the platform quickly. And I'm not sure that's really feasible. Boats aren't super fast. I mean, speedboats can get you away, but in the time scale of rocket that might explode imminently, I'm not sure that's really a thing.
Just
Keep
jump.
in mind that those oil rigs...
What engines on
the
Super
launch
Heavy are going to be
platforms are not the only
gimbal?
ones
The
that
inner
use
ring
those
of
on
engines.
Super
There's
Heavy.
like an inner
It
ring
is
of 9
possible that they
engines.
will go with the
It's
more
7 or
traditional
9, I forget.
Pad
Those are the ones that are
39A
going to gimbal,
of
and then
Chico
all the
launch
engines
sites
on the
that are
outside are not
launches
going to gimbal.
simply
That's
for
reminiscent of the
crew launch
F1.
architecture that you can build around those.
Yeah, that's like the F1, dudes. Or not the F1, the N1, excuse me. And New Jersey's first district. Okay. Yep. No, don't want that. This thing. The N1's. Where's the picture? All right, let's just find an image. See if we can find an image of the business end. Yeah, those are the gimbalable engines. All of these NK15s are fixed. It's the 6 in the center. Super Heavy's actually probably going to look something like that. The engines are going to be clustered a lot closer to each other, though. Yeah, a lot closer. Thanks, Farnight. 7 of 9, yes, right. Yeah. It's complicated. Things super complicated. The bottom of Chrysler's SCRV actually would have pretty much looked like an N1 first stage. Here, check this out. Yeah. Chrysler came up with the idea, and I was going to build this if we didn't build Venture Star. Chrysler came up with the idea of making a pod-shaped first stage. There's a payload bay in the center that's about the size of the space shuttle's payload bay, and then there's a nose cone that pops off on the top that can open up. Or you could make that a payload attachment fitting and put something on the top. Can you imagine DART launching on this? That would be ridiculous. So it gets it up into space, jettisons the payload or opens the payload out of the cargo bay, right? It re-enters just like a pod, right? And then instead of parachuting down, there's jet engines on the outside and the bottom opens up. The bottom heat shield opens up and the jet engines land. It's really freaking cool. We could have made these. These would have been probably a little bit easier to make. I'm not going to lie. They would have been easier than Venture Star. Venture Star was the hard option. I always choose the hard option. More fun that way. Yeah, and it was manufactured by Chrysler. Yes, that Chrysler. See? SCRVs are cool, man. They would have had about as much payload to orbit as a Delta IV Heavy, something like that. Payload bay was gigantic. SCRV was never tested. No. I tried to make something like it, Josh, but then I decided not to. You got served. Nice catch, Blanco Nino. Too bad you got served. Saturn 1B was a KSP design, right? Alright, so let's put our orbiter maneuvering engine somewhere over here. I think, let's see. So, how would we do this? What's going on in the NSF footage? So that's the bottom of Super Heavy, the very bottom. So like where the engines are going to attach to it. And then on top of that is just a top forward dome on a on just any part of Starship. What they're trying to do is they're testing out the bottom bulkhead to make sure that it works by tanking this with nitrogen. They need to be able to test this to make sure that because the bulkhead design on the bottom of Super Heavy is going to be slightly different. Is it space news time? The bulkhead on the bottom is going to be slightly different because it's going to have way more Raptors attached to it. So they have to come up with a new design. But the top part of it, they could just use a regular Starship top, right? But what they don't want to do is put an entire Super Heavy out here. Why put the whole thing out there? You know the cylindric part is going to work just fine, right? So only put the top and the bottom on it and put it together. So instead of like, say this is Super Heavy, like you need a bunch of these tanks to make Super Heavy, right? Right, you need a bunch of these all stacked together. There's your Super Heavy, right? And then you have the bottom part. You have the nose cone up at the front, right, which would connect to the stage and whatnot. And then you have whatever you're holding the engines to at the bottom, right? Say you have this piece right here, right? SpaceX knows that this part is going to work. They know that part's going to work just fine. So here's what they do. See? You need to test this part right here because you know this part's going to work and you know that part's going to work from previous testing. This is the new component. That's what that is. It's basically the very bottom of Super Heavy cut off with a nose cone on the front. And when I say nose cone, I mean the bulkheads, the upper bulkheads.
Spotted, I have the original 3 sea level Raptors, which of course have been on all the high altitude flight tests, and then 3 vacuum optimized Raptors on SN20, and all 6 of them will be, used to get Starship to orbit. What we don't know is if those sea level Raptors will be used during the initial ascent. Obviously, the vacuum engines will be more efficient once you get to the altitude where you're staging from Super Heavy. But the sea level engines have gimbal authority.
Here's how I'm going to make the ohms.
So if
Here's how I'm going to make the orbiter maneuvering engine. So in the other design, we said that this is what we'll use, right? And then we'll attach one of these guys to them. We'll use the Cheetah engines. The Cheetah engine should give us the TWR that we need. So I have a panel there, and that makes it so there's no cross feed. So this will only feed that, and it'll only feed vernier engines. That's it. So my main fuel tanks aren't going to be tapped into this, right? But I don't want to just put this inside of here because we're still very susceptible to aerodynamics. Even though we're inside of the aeroshell, this is still not going to work it still won't work very well. So hang on. This thing needs to go this way just a little bit. I hate how that line isn't lined up. Alright, that needs to go up just like that. Cool. So save that. Sorry, I just noticed that on the... yeah, that looks a little bit weird. There. I don't like how that we have a really thick line and it goes to a really thin line right there, but I can, I suppose, just move this down and yeah, there. It looks fine. Does having a panel mess with refueling? Oh, there's Sega. Yeah, it will. You're right. Yeah, that's right. I won't be able to refuel that unless I dock something to the side. So yeah, that's actually not going to work. Alright, how about we do this way? So I'll attach it to that center fairing, right? And then we'll go back. We'll grandparent strut that, and then we should get the... Yep, okay. And then, because it's radial attached, right, it's going to need a nose cone. That's not how I attach that. There we go. And then we can grandparent strut that too. Actually, we can get more structural benefit from this if we attach the nose cones first. So let's go nose cone first, right? And then, because it has the cone, it'll still be... It won't create as much drag as we think, right? So now, because I attach nose cone first, watch. So this one, those nose cones are attached to the root because that's what's attached to my root part, this one. And this is kind of a holder to hold everything together in the back. And then the fuel tanks right here, their grandparents strutted to that, and then the engine should cross. Engine is strutted to that and also that. That should keep this thing nice and stable. And then what I'll do is we'll go in here like this. Right, we need to leave room for the umbilicals, right? We got plenty of space. Plenty of space. There. Alright. How's integration going to work with the back docking port? I'll offset it like I did with the Freedom rockets. Yeah, this should... having it down like that should probably... It should help with... words. It should help with the drift on the pad. Should. It's just a theory. But if I grandparent strut this, I know if I grandparent strut it, that's going to strut to root. The Ohms engines don't look straight. They're not. They're pointed out. 158. On the bigger SSTO, you're gonna change it to this design? Yeah, probably, Sea Dragon. I could use this or I could use the other one. It depends on really, yeah, what I want, I guess. Yeah, you know what? It's better. We'll just keep those straight. That'll be fine. That'll be fine, pal. Now I'm going to take this, I'm going to remove it from symmetry, and I'm going to put it on the other side so the dump is on the outside on both sides. I think that looks cooler. Oh, wait, no. If I do that, it's going to get rid of that grandparent strut that makes these things really strong. See the bow tie? Yeah, we're going to have to do that way. Can I make both of them turn in or something? Damn it. The shuttle ones are angled to point through the center of mass, T-Men. Yep. You might need more funds soon. Yeah. I might need a lot of things soon. Like professional help for doing this project. I mean, hi. That wasn't weird, was it? So that's triangulated inside of the wing there. Alright, here, let me unmute these dudes.
Go into space anytime too soon, though I don't doubt that it'll happen eventually. Appreciate the support there, Thomas, though. Tiny Roof with the super chat as well, thanks for the support. And Taylor Van Camp with the question, is the puck with only 9 engines or the whole suite, referring to the thrust puck on this test tank, I assume. Do we know how many of the engine mounts are on this particular test article?
Well, I think this, the thrust puck on this is from BN2, or would have been on BN2, so it should have 29 engine mounts, but it seems like, from the pictures we got from Mary, it seems like they're only testing the center 9. I could look up a picture real quick to see if they're...
Yeah, the outer engine mounts wouldn't be structural. They wouldn't be, they might not mount them to the bulkhead. They're probably mounting them to the skirt too, if I had to guess, but that's just a guess. I don't know for sure.
Listen to the venting of BN 2.1, which we're picking up on our microphone. It sounds really cool.
Have you ever considered a space station with viewer-made parts? Yeah, I did that a long time ago. Hebrew? The problem is that there's just too many of you. I would be launching space station components for the next 1.5 years. If I, you know... I don't like doing that. I mean, yeah, I'd just be... It's too big of a project to manage. I've done viewer payloads before, and I did have fun doing it, but...
audio from launches, you can kind of hear the vehicle come to life as it starts venting and pressurizing and things, and it's very, very cool. It's cool to hear that kind of audio from, even though it's just a test tank, it's still very cool.
Yeah. Alright.
No pun intended.
Prototype
questions coming here.
1.
Oh, there's a good question from Big Knowledge asking, does the noise level from multiple Raptors grow exponentially, linearly, or does it just get to a certain decibel level regardless of the number of Raptors? So
okay, so we're at 66,
above,
122.
Actually, but I can answer your question. Sound noise sources, sound volume sources, increase logarithmically. So
62, 122.
Instead of, you know,
so this is heavier than the other one.
The noise of one
Not
Raptor,
by much, but
and
it
the
is
second one
heavier.
does not double
All right.
the sound.
So
It also doesn't.
I'm gonna mute them for a second. Let's do the delta V calculations out. Looks amazing. Thanks, Audrey. Thank you. You know what? I think I'm gonna put this right here, and we'll put it on the top. Alright, so configure vessel naming. This needs to be set as a ship. There. Yeah, Hebrew, yeah, that's all. It's just that it's too much. I can't do it. Because honestly, I don't. The reason is gonna sound stupid. The reason is gonna sound stupid, but I don't like the idea of some kid, you know, making a, like some, you know, like a parent that watches the stream with their kid making a payload for the stream and me saying, no, this, you know, I chose this payload over that. I really don't want that. Yeah, that would just break my heart, man. Like, I'm serious. That's the reason. Same vessel interaction. Are you considering ohms as your RCS fuel? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Alright. So we don't have any fuel in it. How's she gonna fly? What are we looking at? Ooh. The arrow shell actually scaled pretty well for a stretched design. It's actually not bad. Yeah, this is okay. My center of mass is a little bit... It's a little bit... That's not really where I wanted it. There's no, like, fuel tanks full back here or something, is there? That's actually kind of far back. But our vernier thrusters out in front should get us what we should. I mean, that should work. Excuse me, one pop. I think we're good here. Terriers, we don't get that much. It's about the same. I think I might take them off though, because that center of mass is really far back. Okay. That's right. Apollo, you didn't think it was going to be a test of failure? That's... Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, removing the ohms engines actually... made this, yeah, work. Okay. Alright. If you pull the ohms, are you going to pull their tanks? Yeah, I probably will. We could always shut down the engines on the outside and just use the center motor. So... So I'll put these here instead. Yeah, that'll work. And then we need backwards facing thrusters as well. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I wish that payload bay was a little bit more flush, but it's okay. I think I got everything in terms of, like... Oh, yeah. We need to do same vessel interaction on the gear for the pad, right? And then I need a spot where we could push this thing up, and that means that we need struts. So I'll put the SVI right there, because this panel should be... we should be able to strut through to the tanks. Nope, it strutted right to the fairing. That's actually pretty much what we want. Yep. I'll just make it look like it's strutted to the tanks. Perfect. Okay. Oh, man. All right. Looks pretty neat. Yeah, that thing's... It looks like they stopped venting from the top, which means that it's sealed, which means that they're letting the propellants, or not the propellants, they're letting nitrogen boil inside of it, which means that the pressure is going up. There. Alright, save. Yeah, Fluffy, that thing could pop. Excuse me, one pop.
To operate because it's fully reusable.
I mean, if it pops, NASA Spaceflight's mics will hear it.
It's designed to be easier for reuse between flights.
The fuel purge, yeah. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that too.
I imagine that Starship will eventually take over. However, SpaceX has said they'll continue flying the Falcon fleet until, as long as customers want them to. Basically, until they're comfortable moving those missions to Starship. So there will be a fair bit of overlap between the two. Of course, Starship could make a first orbital flight as early as later this year. Could reach operational capacity as soon as next year, maybe even. But the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy fleets are not going away for several years. I mean, Falcon 9 has launch contracts through at least 2025 off the top of my head. So a fair number of years before those rockets go away anyway.
All right. We have a lot of extra space here, but yeah. All right. I think we're good to throw this thing out. Not throw it out, like get rid of it.
Membership, thanks for the support. And CANP Railroad, a regular name that we've seen in our chat before, says this is just like going back to old school, back to when we only had test tanks and flying grain silos. Yeah, this is some old-fashioned Texas tank watching.
What was I saying? Sorry, I was listening to the donut. That's a big water tower. Yeah. Hey, Taradra, what's up?
Just kind of sat around for hours watching tanks.
I think, yeah, we're good to put this out and do a structural test with it. Let's see where it gets us. Let me just get a Delta V calculation out here and we'll go. Do we have the fuel drains? Ah, yeah, that's right. No, I don't have them, but we will get them now.
Declan asking, does the Falcon 9 Merlin vacuum engine gimbal any reason why the Raptor vacuum doesn't? Not enough room in the skirt, maybe. So the Falcon 9 Merlin vacuum definitely does gimbal. The Raptor vacuum doesn't. Ian, do we have any idea why that difference may be?
Well, I think it actually does come down to there's no room for it to move in the skirt because the Raptor vac is such a large engine.
I'm gonna put the purges here on the side.
It would take a lot of room inside the skirt of Starship for it to move around.
Yeah, that should be fine. I'll put them right there, because I don't want... a problem that I had is had both of them pointing up, and I activated one, and it flipped the vehicle. I don't want that to happen. So, yeah. Hello, sir. I'm on hour 6. 9 of no internet. 6 of no internet. Ugh. What happened? This thing is.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of any upper stages that don't have gimbal authority on the main engine, like the Centaur upper stage, the Delta 4 upper stage. The RO10s have gimbal authority. Obviously, Falcon 9's upper stage.
That's actually real good. This thing should sail really
Rocket
well,
Lab
guys.
I mean, I'm just kind of going through Operation Rocket.
Look, it goes, it flips right on the COM like that. It goes out in front for a second. This is actually better than the other one. This should sail better through the atmosphere. It should. All right, cool. Save that. We got the purge. Will you automate the launch? We could move to do that eventually, Dylan. Yeah, but this one is designed to have much higher margin in case I screw up an ascent. So basically, I won't lose the SSTO if I don't fly it into space correctly.
I think. Ian, do you know for sure? Do the OMS engines have gimbal? I would assume.
Yes.
I think they did. If not, I know they were at least mounted facing through the shuttle center of mass, so even if one shut off. But I'm not sure.
Hang on, I gotta tell Ian.
If only we had a shuttle expert to answer this. I wonder if either of the Chris's are listening.
I don't know, but I put that camera on the right just in case the bulkhead were to go fly.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Okay.
I'm gonna send a message to Ian.
Make that because flying, because I'm not gonna be able to react in time.
Spontaneous hop.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time it happened, so you know what? That's good thinking, Michael. Appreciate that. What was the what test tank did that where we had a bulkhead flying into the air? Or was that one of the early even tank sections?
That was Mark 1.
Oh, back in Mark 1, before we even were naming them SN. Back to the topic of confusing SpaceX naming conventions.
Watch this, ready?
Yeah, we've seen some bulkheads go flying in Texas with cryoproof testing, so that's a good point. Yeah, that's funny.
Actually, I saw a comment here real quick from Nick G saying that this test here is being performed just over a year after SN4.
Yeah.
So this.
Oh gosh.
This.
What was Ian's question? Shuttle engines.
SN4 was only a year ago. It feels like it's been like.
If the shuttle orbiter maneuvering engines had gimbal on them, they do. They're AJ-10 190s. It's the same engine that was used on the Apollo CSM, albeit in a different variant, and honestly, it's the same engine that's being used on Orion, the exact same engine. Orion's European Service Module has a shuttle OMS engine crammed up the rear end. Yeah, true story.
Very high pressure, we'll expect them to open those vents at the top.
It's part of the, I mean, like I said, they gutted the space shuttles at the end of the program. They took all the parts off of them, everything. It's just a whole...
I see those vents at the top open up. It's certainly not out in the woods yet.
Right, and like I mentioned before, that frost kind of starting to go away a little bit can actually sometimes be a result of the increasing pressure, because that also causes an increase in temperature on the inside. So that could be another result. Doesn't necessarily mean even detanking's underway, although that is also a possible explanation.
And actually, to follow up on a question we had a little bit before, the shuttle OMS, I did get an answer here from a shuttle hugger that I know neither of the Chris's. This is EJ, he's a Twitch streamer. But,
nice.
Hey!
Do gimbal. It's an HA-10, same but different variant from the Apollo Command Service module. So they do gimbal.
Hey, your boy!
Also the exact same engine which will be used on the Orion spacecraft.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Into the first few Orion service modules. I believe the first Artemis 1 Orion spacecraft will use one from Shuttle Atlantis.
It's like your boy just said that or something.
To last to Artemis.
Ba, 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 ba. Give me the finger guns.
Yeah, because they had more OMS engines than they did orbitals.
Ziggy, 56-month resub, always with the knowledge, bro. That's my. That is my.
It's not just 2 for the
neighborhood.
3 orbiters that they were flying.
All right, John. Let's go. We're gonna give him a smug face.
Got a question here, another question here from PebMeds asking, would the KSC, Kennedy Space Center, be more advantageous for land-based launches of Starship versus Boca Chica? The Space Center seems to have a wider corridor going east, which would reduce a chance of hitting land. I believe we were talking about this on a previous broadcast.
Wait, was that the new SSTO completion? This thing's good to go. Let's throw it out. Let's throw it out on the tarmac, see what happens. Hey, Magic, 55 months. Thanks, man.
You can only go so far north.
That just made me really happy.
The east coast of the United States.
Or the thing could just break.
There's the polar launch corridor with a dogleg maneuver. So with a slight performance hit, you can reach even sun synchronous inclinations from
There it is. Yeah, Phil.
there.
They did that test the other
And
day.
then
Cool.
There's a gap in the
I
middle.
saw
there
ice fall
somewhere
off
where
the
you have to
mount. Does
avoid
that mean
both
they're
flying the
pressing?
Bahamas. But other than that, you have a pretty wide range from Boca Chica.
Uh,
Obviously, you have to avoid
Cookies?
the
Why? Stop it. Stop. You stop this. You stop this now. Alright, fine. We'll go to 720
Gulf
feet over there.
states to your north, and then if
All
you
right.
go too far south, you risk flying over places in either the Caribbean or in Central
Dude,
America.
it looks too wide now. It looks
I
weird.
believe KSP does reach a wider
Whatever.
range, but I'm not sure how huge of a difference is. I'd have to look at the map
Anyway,
and see exactly what inclinations.
I gotta take the
they
fuel
do
out of
have.
this
Off the
thing.
top of my head,
I was doing
I
some
don't
Delta V
remember for
calculations,
sure.
but we're
I
not
think
doing
it is
that
safe
right
to
now.
say that both will be used.
Is this the Mark II design?
So
Yeah,
scared of your
for the
question, I believe
smaller
both
one,
sets will be
yes.
used for missions.
I just extended it. It's the same SSTO, guys, and it should fly exactly the same. It's just an extended
Ron
version.
Morris thinks that the first orbital starship test will be July 20th, just to rain on the New Shepard parade. I'll tell you what, I would be very impressed if they can get to orbital flight readiness with Starship by July 20th.
Elon would
Don't
do
think
it.
that's going to happen.
That'd
but,
be really funny.
appreciate
All right, so
the,
this is a structural
support
test,
there.
guys. I'm gonna put this out there, and we're gonna see if she bounces. Yeah, I'm not sure about having those connected like that, but. There. Okay. Yeah, it'll be fine. If anything, it just blows up. I mean, whatever. Man, it looks chunkier, man. Yeah, that's just them buffering, dudes. Still has fuel, 700 meters a second. I wonder where. See anything bouncing around in here? I'm looking for other things. Other things that are bouncing around. Other than the landing gear. Oh, the payload bay is moving. See that? That's no good. We need to strut that. And the Delta V's... I'm not sure where that's coming from. Oh, there we go. It's an FLT 400. No. No, right there. I see it. I see you. 14.4. Okay. Cool. No problem. You need some mustache wax. I saw you twirling. Here. Ready? Resources to drain. None. Huh. That's good.
Okay, now we should be back on audio too. Sorry about that, we were swapping servers because, as you probably heard, our other server had a capitulation, shall we call it.
Sorry
Yeah,
about
or
that,
just burning your
everybody,
toast,
but we
yeah.
are back.
You did not miss much. The tank is still
You
there.
didn't miss much. Though we're hearing some pretty strong venting all of a sudden.
Yeah. Payload
As you
bay.
saw a lot of the frost
Payload
kind
bay
of
needs to
shaking
be
off
strutted
there.
more.
You can also see that the frost on the
Because it does have
left-hand
payload
side
in it. Other than that, I
is
think we're
starting
good.
to fall off a pretty significant amount there. So that'll be interesting to see how this testing is progressing.
Okay. Recovered.
And let us know in
I
chat
saw it
if
hit.
stream
It's
goes
from the
down.
payload bay
Looks
because the
like
flags are
the
attached to the
data
payload
center,
bay,
our
the
staff
hump up
person
top.
is
Don't
having
worry about it.
issues of some sort because we have swapped servers, but this server is also showing similar problems.
Looks alright to me, Mike.
Thanks, Michael, for keeping an eye on that. And chat, we're going to keep the show going here. We'll keep some questions rolling in the meantime. So, Outdoorsman Show asks, when could we see a full lunar starship, a tanker starship, or a payload starship?
What's the wet mass of this vehicle?
Ian,
I'll
any
give you
thoughts
that
on when
answer.
we're gonna
I'll get
move
you that
these
answer in a
prototype
second, dude.
vehicles to
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Drillbit, 23-month resub. It's kind of fun seeing this craft after being used to the old one. It definitely feels thinner. Yeah, it's a little weird, man. But I threw this together in one stream now, you know, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we don't. There we go. All right. So the payload bay is on one big sub assembly. Hey, Rocket Guy, thanks for the raid, man. What's up? How are you? How's the rocket talk going? Hi. What's up, man? I scaled the SSTO. I found a tank configuration that I like. Yeah, here, take a look, man. What's up, Rocket Guy Raiders? People that are over on my stream, you don't know Rocket Guy. Rocket Guy's a good buddy of mine. He's an actual rocket scientist that streams KSP. You should probably go, you know, subscribe to his YouTube channel. No, should probably get on that and go give him a follow. Do it. You won't. Seriously do it. He's a good dude. Trust me. I mean, look, would I lie to you? You know what? Don't answer that. Just go and subscribe to his damn channel. Jesus. Alright. He's alright. What's up, Rocket Guy? I widened this thing out. I extended the tanks and I extended the arrow shell. So now it looks a little weird. I can't. Well, stress DJ is stress. No, I'm kidding. I'm not. That was supposed to be funny. Ha 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 ha. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm stressed the hell out. Like, but that was supposed to be. I swear that was supposed to be funny. Just laugh. Can you merge the old one next to it? Sure. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I extended it and we changed the fuel tank design around. This thing has way more than what I need. Yeah, this thing should be flying well. Be back in a bit. Okay. Danger Goose, I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere at once, and I will cut you up with a linoleum knife. Yeah, I watched Jack's Subnautica series because I'm too much of a wimp to go and play Subnautica in real life. Well, I mean, in real life, you know what I meant. You know what I meant. Just. Dude, I really... I almost freaking drowned in that damn coffee. Yeah, that's a quote I'd never thought I'd say. You probably never thought you'd hear that from me, but yet here we are. Actually, I should probably take a break. I'll take a freaking break soon, but yeah, whatever. So yeah, there you go. I still like the shape on this one a little bit better, but this one does look good. It's the same arrow shell. I threw this together, like once again, threw this together in one stream. What do you think? Fresh poots? Yeah, right. I've seen what makes you laugh. Then play Subnautica in KSP. No, I'm good. Yeah, no, I don't need to do that. I mean, it should theoretically fly better. Theoretically, it should fly better. You know what? I'll just put these up here. As long as they're in symmetry, it should be fine. It will be fine. I'm gonna get out of a habit of saying that. Alright. I like the new one better. It looks sleeker. Oh, okay. Yeah, this thing on the top I wasn't really happy with. I always wanted this thing to look like that. And this definitely gets that point across more, I think. But yeah, this is it. There it is. We're good. Is the first test flight going to be orbital or suborbital? Benno, I'm going to send it. It's going to go right up into space. Yeah. I'll send it. Alright, here. Let me get you the wet mass here. Yeah, this is 8 hours of work in the Cabal. What? No. 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 What? That, how did that, the top tanks weren't fueled in my original calculations, TNT. Oh, gosh. I'm stressing myself out. That... I must be missing a tank. I have to be. Or we're not flowing correctly. Are all the tanks flowing right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. That shouldn't be doing that. This should read 4,300. There's... I don't understand. I must be missing a tank. I have to be. I did all the mass out. There's no way I added all that mass to this thing. What? All the tanks are fueled. Is it possible that merging it screwed it up? No. Look in the dimensions craft file over here. which is the exact same thing. Two, 4, 6, 8. How is this possible? $255, $968, right? And then dimensions. $255. And we're not running ohms, so get rid of that. 4476. 248. So what is that? 7? 7 tons? So that's 5. Let's add 10 tons to this. Just what the okay, yeah, alright, cool. No, never mind. Yeah. But adding 10 tons, now we're 259 and it's reading 4082. I'm really confused. How is this possible? 259, 118 should be 4082. Alright? 259 tons should read me about 4082. This thing over here is 255, and it's reading less delta V. How is that possible? That's not right. That is not a correct number. Adapter tanks up top. What about him? Sloth, that I'm not gonna get freaked out. I don't know. I'm missing something. I'm pretty sure. Full duration burn to see if the tanks aren't draining. I can just do this and see the same thing, man. I don't know. I don't know. Are they empty on the dimensions one? Yeah. Yeah, they're empty on both of these, dude. It's the same piece. And Wait a minute. Hold on. I think the payload fuel wasn't locked out. That's adding 10 tons. This is 259, 118 at 4176 with 10 tons of mass. It has the same engines and the same damn fuel tank configuration. I don't understand. I'm literally missing about 100 Delta V. That makes no sense. One of the tanks you added is still open. No, it's not. Yes, it is. 3962. Huh. Oh, yeah, that's right. Copying the tank doesn't leave it closed. Thank you. So, wait a minute. What? That doesn't make any sense. Like, did the front middle tank get filled? Yeah. Yeah, it did. I thought I had something, guys. I just wasted another day. There's no monopropellant on this thing. I don't understand where we picked up. We didn't pick up 7 tons of frigging wings, Prey. Or did I? I don't frigging know. I just don't know. What's the? There's not that much different. There's only like this many more wings. That and that. Those things can't weigh like 20 tons. They weigh 50 kilograms, dude. Where the hell are we picking up all this weight from? I don't understand. The landing gears? Luiso, the other one has the landing gears on it, man. Oh, no, it doesn't. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. Here, look. We'll do this then. I crunched these numbers last night and I know they were correct. I crunched them last night. I know I did. I sat here for like 6 hours crunching these numbers. Why the heck is all of a sudden it... I figured 18 tons of aeroshell. I don't know what to do. That's not gonna, it's not gonna get into space. Those are the same numbers as the other one. I wasted an entire day. Dismantle it piece by piece and see where the mass is. just don't get it. Here, I'll start eliminating redundant struts. Again. Yeah. Yeah, everything matches, Kuro. I just suck. Yep. I'm just terrible. I can't freaking make this work, dude. This friggin' useless. This is the same numbers as before. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. I crunched these numbers last night. I know I did them right. I know I did them correct. I know that I did. I figured 18 tons of aeroshell. 18. There's no frigging way we hit 18 tons of aeroshell. I don't know where it's coming from. I mean, but then again, that's the only thing. These flags weigh 3 kilos a pop. There's like maybe 20 kilos of flags on the back and 20 kilos on the top at best. Fairing plate mass, I figured that into this design by stacking I-beams. That's the fairing plate mass. The engines aren't overclocked. Those are the fuel tank mounts, Luizo. Alright. The aero shell includes the aerodynamic components. Actually, no. We should reload that. It includes the aerodynamics like the fairings, so get rid of that and let's just eliminate everything that's not a fuel tank and see how much it weighs. Well, the nose cone's attached to that, so just lower that. $24 tons. 24. Seriously? 24 tons, man. What's the dry mass of that tank? We can eliminate that from the design, or eliminate that from our mass calculations. So it's 8 and 7, or 9 and 7, so that's 16 tons, so that's 2 tons, so it's 22. It's 22 tons. This is 22 tons. barely taken a ton of struts off. Yeah, we just passed a ton right there. So it's the arrow shell's 20 tons on this. I hate everything. You guys, I don't know. I don't know why I can't do these calculations right. Maybe I lost it. Do the flags increase mass depending on their size? I don't know. I don't know. Nope. 3 kilograms per flag. There's... Yeah. I can't get this right, dude. I just can't get it right. Is there fuel in the top fuel tanks? No. Suck. I'm sorry, guys. I can't get this right for the life of me. I don't know. I figured 18 tons into this Falcon. It's 2 extra tons, but it shouldn't make that big of a difference, man. How much Delta V do we get if we use the Mark II tanks? Let me take a look. It's 4135 with those tanks, which is pretty good. I mean, but I really didn't want to use those. Boy can't engineer a good space plane, dude. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't get my mass estimations
Discovery,
right again.
go at throttle up.
I was more accurate with them that time. Hey, Black Raptor. 75-month resub.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Yarg. Tier 275. Thanks, man. If you put one of your Mark 1 sats in the payload instead of 2 tons. Every time I go to engineer this thing, Yarg, it always winds up exactly the same. I mean, this one's at 4135. I mean, that might do it. fly it correctly. Hey Aiden, I'm having a hard time over here with these SSTOs, man. I'm having a hard time. It seems like every time I go to make this thing, it just always winds up just being a little less than what I need, which is very annoying. We have 3 vectors now. Yarg, I've literally rebuilt the entire thing from the ground up. I built the entire thing from the ground up. I redid all the numbers, everything. And somehow, again, I misjudged the arrow shell mass. I figured 18 tons. This one is 15. This guy's 15 tons right here. You're looking at 15 tons of arrow shell, right? So I figured, okay, I'll scale it up just a little bit. It shouldn't be that much more. There's no way it's going to be 3 more tons, right? It's 20 tons. So it's screwing my delta V. I mean, we're at 4135 with fuel inside of the Mark II adapters here, and that should do it. Need to reduce the mass of the shell. yeah, I know. There's not much more that you can take from this thing. There ain't much more. I'm not gonna say it was bare minimum, but it was pretty damn close. Overclocking the engines is not going to increase efficiency, Dr. Death. Here, I'll just get rid of some redundant struts that we don't need, I guess. Just get rid of that. We don't need those down there. I mean, that's reading 4152. Payload fuel is not open. I mean, that's okay, I guess. If you overclock the engines and go back to 2 engines, it will. Yeah, but Yarg, I mean, these engines would need to be like 150% OC. That's lame. That's lame, dude. I don't want to overclock by that much. Still less thrust to weight than the real life ones. I don't... What? Yeah, ma'am. I know. I mean, 4152 might make it. Dude, every time I've done it, it's happened 4 times now. I've built 4 different SSDOs, 4 different designs. Every single time I don't estimate the arrow shell right. And guys, I did the estimations for this off stream last night. Off of stream, where I didn't have chat distracting me with all the questions. And don't get me wrong, you're not a distraction, you're not a burden. I did it off stream, you know, so I knew that I could just slam this thing together today. And when I slammed, and the numbers that I was getting was this. I was getting these numbers without these tanks being filled. Dude, I am stressed the frick out. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Torque on hinge. Okay, here, we'll half that. Yeah, I guess, Den. I suppose. If you want to look at it like that. Is there room for some additional tanks? Here we go. Not really. I mean, I guess right there. If we overclock the 3 engines again, we can do that. Here. I have room on the outsides. Yeah. It's just a lot. A lot's been happening lately, that's all. But doing this is going to throw my center of mass off something fierce. Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to throw it off pretty bad. Didn't your original proposal have a 3-lobe front tank? No. Here, we don't need that strut. We can get rid of that. I can't believe this. I just can't freaking believe it. I can't believe I miscalculated it 3 times in a row. That's really annoying. Like, really annoying. Just got back from dinner. Did you get a flight test in? No. I misjudged the mass fraction again, Hired. Yeah. Did they ever depress BN2, or are they still building up pressure? I think they vented. I think we're all right. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. I'm yeah, this sucks. I can't do it, like, for the life of me, dude, I can't do this correctly. What if you take away the flat panels on the top and the bottom and make them flags? Yeah, I mean, you know, we could go in here and mess with it like that and replace stuff with flags, I suppose. But what does that do to my center of lift?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's not bad. I'm worried that our center of lift is still too far backwards. Hey Diamond, 59-month resub, thank you. Like here, I can make these flags a little bit larger. And we could, you know, I could fill this all in and stuff on the top. I mean, 41 is not the worst. Where are we at? 43. Some of the back were clipped. 1 to 2 panels to save there. Yeah, I don't know, dude. And I saved over it. Guys, I need to stop. I need to stop before I get all grouchy again. This project's stressing me out. Yeah, it's just this and other things, but I don't want to talk about it. I'll come back to this with a fresh mind tomorrow. We just busted out 8 hours of it. Sorry for being down in the dumps. It's really annoying, man. I can't get this right for the life of me. I can't get it right. Nice, Bronick. I'm glad I could make you smile, dude. Dude, I did all the calculations right. I know I did. Oh my god. I figured 18 tons. There's no way that thing weighs 18 tons. How is that possible? How is that possible? I think we're just thinking about it the wrong way. Yeah. 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 Clearly, because it's not going to freaking work, man. Clearly we are. Shoot. I think I'm going to, dude, I don't know. I think I might just throw in the towel. Dude. Like, nothing that I'm doing is working. Nothing. Like, nothing that I'm doing is working correctly. Like, nobody here can say that I didn't give this a fair fight, you know? I said I would get at the SSTOs with, I said I would give it a fair fight, and I think I have. Like, I just don't know. Every time I go to do it, every time I go to put one of these together, it's wrong. Yeah, Elfish, there's ways to get around that, dude. I can get around it. Like, there's plenty of ways to get around it, but I mean, but then again, maybe 4113 is enough, dude. Maybe that's enough. Maybe we should test it. A top ISP of 315 is quite the obstacle. Yeah. Man, I've never screwed up this hard before ever. Like, I always push through and get it done. Just didn't freaking do it this time. Or, I mean, we still got time left, but I don't know if I'm... You know what? I'm probably just tired. I mean, guys, it's been a pretty stressful week for me. KSP notwithstanding, and the heat yesterday didn't help at all. You know, like the drag is biting you. It's a delta V. Yeah, I mean, you can feel stuff on your own time. Yeah, I'm gonna call it, guys. I'm sorry. I freaking suck. I'm sorry for being down in the dumps, dude. I don't like going and telling you guys about this stuff. It's just not. You don't want to hear it. Like, there's real life stuff that's stressing me the hell out. Coupled with this, like, I'm not giving it my A game because there's other things that I'm working on, or other things I'm not working on, and other things that are going on. So yeah, I'll have to figure something out. All right, I just don't want to fail another goddamn deadline, man. Damn it. I'm gonna stop. I need to. Yeah, let's run a more conventional schedule tomorrow, like with Minecraft and Space News and then KSP. I need to get my mind off of this. I need to stop working on it for like a day. I get it, deadlines and stuff. I understand. Nothing I'm doing is working. Every single SSDO I've tried to make for this entire program has failed. Or is not getting me what I want. And yeah, I gotta work on that, man. sorry, guys. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Hey, this stuff's tough, dude. It's tough, and I have, you know, I can't do like rapid prototyping in engineering mode. So, you know, even if I could, it'd still be expensive. But yeah, it's just, this is tough. Mission mode's supposed to be difficult. It's supposed to challenge. It's supposed to be a challenge, and I have been challenged. You know, definitely.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle
I
has
don't like
landed.
being rewarded for failure, though, you know. Just an idea. How about you pause mission mode for a week or so? Just do some other stuff for a few days. These last few days, weeks, you don't look like you're enjoying yourself. Just take some friendly advice. You make your own decision. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, guys, yeah, I'm just, for the rest of this week, I'm just gonna go back to the regular schedule. I can't, I've been putting too much time into it. I've been staring at it for too long. Like, sometimes, you know, you think, like, oh, I can't work on this anymore, and sometimes pushing through works, and sometimes it doesn't. Sorry, like, sorry I couldn't be more entertaining, man. Like, but I'm just gonna go back to playing Minecraft for early hours or Beam or something, and yeah, I think I might need to pause the mission mode deadline. Stuff's just getting a little too crazy in real life right now. But we'll see. All right. Anyway, let's see who's around. Let's see, is anybody streaming? Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably just do a regular schedule tomorrow and maybe work with cranes or whatever. I don't know. Rocketology is streaming. Let's go see what he's up to. Yeah. Rocket Guy is on. Rocket Guy just raided me. Go see what Rocketology's up to, guys, and he's playing some Mech Warrior. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I'll be back. Don't worry. It's just, yeah. I'm sorry I couldn't perform. Like, that's really, really gonna bug me. That's really gonna bug me. But, hey, I just use it as motivation. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll come back tomorrow and do better. I don't like sitting here and playing the game and not talking to chat. It's just not that, I don't have fun doing that, I'll be honest with you. Like, but I tried to grind it out. Like, it's tough, man.